Committee meeting, the extraordinary Finance and Performance Committee, where we will discuss the 22-23 annual budget. I will now start by taking a roll, and I'll ask Sandra to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor Goff. Deputy Mayor Cashmore. Councillor Bartley.
Kia ora. IMSB Member Blair.
Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, everybody.
Councillor Coombe. Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora koutou.
Councillor Dalton. Councillor Darby. Councillor Filipina. Councillor Fletcher.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora koutou.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
Councillor Mulholland.
Afternoon.
Councillor Newman.
Yes, good afternoon.
Councillor Sayers. Councillor Stewart.
Good afternoon. It's Councillor Sayers speaking.
Oh, thank you.
Can you? Sorry, I've got bad weather conditions.
Thank you. We can hear you, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
The weather up here in Whangaparaoa is a bit suspect too.
Councillor Watson.
Present.
IMSB Chair Taipari. Councillor Young.
Kia ora, 大家好.
Okay, so if I can chair Councillor Filipina. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so can we do any apologies then? That might be for Councillor Filipina for lateness. Someone said he was in another meeting, so put him for lateness. Thank you. Any other apologies?
Well, maybe Member Blair is here.
Okay, for lateness. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Member Taipari. I'll move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Member Taipari. Thank you. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Yes,
Aye.
We move now into acknowledgements, and I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on the celebration of her 70th Jubilee. She is, of course, the first British monarch to celebrate a Platinum Jubilee, marking an amazing 70 years of service to God, country and the Commonwealth. As we know, only a very small group of world leaders have achieved this milestone, and I think it's important for us to acknowledge this magnitude. So I will do that, and I will also like to acknowledge all Aucklanders who received a Queen's Birthday honour this year as well. So those are the acknowledgements. I'd like to move that, and I'll second Councillor Cooper. Thank you. Move on now to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? No, I'll move on. There are no petitions, public input or local board input. No mention of extraordinary items. So I will move now to item 7 on our agenda and welcome the Chair of the Te Puna Mongo Authority, Paul Majuri, Dominic Wilson and Nicholas Turoa to the table. Thank you. Item 7, of course, is to recommend to the governing body that it agree the draft Te Puna Mongo Authority operational plan for 22-23.
Happy to move, Madam Chair. Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy. Member Bartley, would you like to second?
Happy to second. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, over to you.
Thank you for receiving us today. For those members who were at the workshop in the last few weeks, will recall the discussion that we had and the opening notes that I made. I'll confirm those again. So the report sets out the process that we've followed. It's the same, in essence, as we've followed since the establishment of the authority back in 2014, following each annual process. There were some questions at the workshop. Principally, there was a question on our planning program. A memo was provided to all members, as I understand it. I'm not aware of any questions that we've had. I also confirm that we each have our respective statutory frameworks for the combination of our joint decision. And following the workshop, the Tupuna Maunga Authority had our hui and passed our annual plan. Also confirming that we are in line with the 10-year term financial, so we're not asking for more money. And finally, I'll just note and acknowledge those members of the governing body on the Tupuna Maunga Authority, both present and past. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? There are no questions. Any comments? Where we are, that was an easy run, wasn't it? Thank you very much. So thank you all. It has been moved and seconded, so we can take this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for the work that you do for our Mānga. We move now to item 8, which is the overview of the decision-making, recapping the annual budget process to date. And I welcome to present this item Tamsin Matchett and Ross Tucker. Tamsin, over to you. Thank you.
Ngā mihi ki a koe, Chair Simpson, and tēnā koutou ngā kawana o te konihira o Tāmaki Makaurau. This item on today's agenda is a procedural report that recaps the annual budget process to date, as well as giving an overview of the decisions required today to enable staff to finalise budget documentation ahead of the governing body adoption meeting later this month. The report includes an overview of the development of consultation material for this budget and the key proposals that were included in the consultation material. It includes details on the public consultation process, the feedback we received during consultation, and staff analysis of that feedback, which is a separate attachment to my report. It also details the process to workshops that were held post-consultation, the risk management approach and engagement with the Audit and Risk Committee, climate impacts, engagement at the council group level, local board impacts and views, impacts to Māori, financial implications, risks and mitigations, as well as next steps. Since September last year, we have discussed the budget for 55 hours and 45 minutes across 20 workshops, covering a range of topics and issues, including financial and rating policies, fees and charges, capital works prioritisation, service prioritisation, climate and the climate action targeted rate, strategic assets, revaluations, waste standardisation, the Tupuna Maunga Authority's operational plan, the consultation approach, feedback on the consultation, further budget discussions, and of course local board input. Staff have also received more than 70 additional queries outside of workshops, including queries we have received last week, and we have responded and published subsequent information for elected members on Nexus alongside nearly every workshop we have held. Today is the culmination of those efforts. This report includes a noting recommendation and is the next step towards final decision-making for the annual budget 2022-2023. He rauringa e oti ai, ngā mihi Chair Simpson, and happy to take any questions from committee members.
Kia ora, thank you, Tamsin. Look, just before we take questions, I'm happy to move. Deputy Chair, would you like to second? Thank you. Opening now for questions. Sorry, Papa. Sorry, Councillor.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Kia ora, Tamsin, and thank you for the report. Just in terms of the context of my partai, I mean, I just do think that it's great to see how our engagement has developed and how we're being very innovative and switching to online engagement. And I'm really pleased with the way the analysis is being put together and how, you know, my 12 years of council, I've really seen it develop and how we're listening to far more voices across the community, which is kind of, I don't need to speak to this report, but that's, Madam Chair, kind of, you know, do think it's great to have seen how we're developing our engagement. So thank you to everybody involved. But the question I did just want to ask, and something that jumped out to me, on page 172, it's got the summary of the group organisations that gave feedback, and it's got the City Centre Residents Group, which is of course one of the groups in my rohe, and it says they do not support the climate action targeted rate. And that sort of jumped out at me because I know that that didn't seem to represent the views that they have expressed. And so I went and checked with their submission, went back to them, and what they actually gave feedback was that it's not that they don't support, they want us to do more. So, I mean, I think the feedback is very, conclusive in terms of we've got really strong community feedback and organisational feedback for the climate action targeted rate, which is great. So not questioning that, but I just wonder, so my question goes to where there are nuances that actually do not support mean do more, and you're going in the right direction, how are we picking that up and how are we presenting that in the analysis? And it doesn't have a big play on probably how the data's landed this time, but it possibly could in the future. So could I just have a response to that and any thoughts around how we are managing feedback that is do not support when actually it means support? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just also, of course, I don't need to speak to this, but very supportive of the analysis and the report. So thank you, Tamsin.
Yeah, ngā mihi, Councillor Coombe, and through the chair. So I will only be able to give my views as the program manager for the annual budget. This, of course, sits with our team who provide the kind of insight and analysis. But I do know that that potentially there is room for us to be able to report on that nuance. I guess that's why we provide also, along with this kind of high level analysis, we provide individual submissions so that, the actual context of the feedback that you see in this report at that high level is provided for. But that's also probably a point that, if it's okay with you, Councillor Coombe, we can take offline and discuss with one of my colleagues from that department.
Okay with that? Thank you. Any other questions for Tamsin? Any comments? Well, I just want to say thank you very much, Tamsin. I know that this is new for you, first time, and you've done an outstanding job in your new role. So I just want to thank you very much for all the work you've done. You've been incredibly supportive for us all. Thank you and well done. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to this report then. I'll take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 And carried. Thank you. We move now to item 9, which is the local board feedback and advocacy, and I welcome to the table or live, I'm not sure, sorry, Phoebe and Louise Mason. You're both online, there you are.
We're both online here, and I've got Renee Burgess with me as well. Just to give a very brief overview, as you know, the report that we have with us today gives the overview of local board feedback on the proposed annual budget and advocacy for projects and issues important to their local communities. As you know, local board chairs have been invited to attend Finance and Performance Committee workshops right throughout the process, and there's also been briefings for all local board members on the content of these workshops. Local boards considered their consultation feedback related to their local board area and adopted their feedback and advocacy at their business meetings in May. And they also presented their views to Finance and Performance Committee at a workshop on the 25th of May. Now, Renee is just going to very briefly go through some of the main highlights of that feedback. So I'll hand over to you, Renee. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Kia ora koutou. A strong majority of the local boards supported the climate action targeted rate, budget pressures and operating spending prioritisation proposals. Several of the local boards also recommended an equity focus when prioritising changes to services. A few local boards did note that there was insufficient information on the budget pressures and operating spending prioritisation proposals and requested that local board input be available when further information is available. 2/3 of the local boards supported the move to a region-wide rates-funded refuse collection system. 4 boards didn't support the proposal, and reasons for this included the belief that a pay-as-you-throw encourages people to minimise their waste. The key advocacy themes by by multiple local boards were retention or increase to the local board transport capital fund, coming from 12 local boards, local tree or urban ngahere planting programs and increased tree protection across Auckland by 4 local boards, and local recycling facilities by 5 boards. Other advocacy initiatives including addressing environmental concerns and investment in community assets and transport infrastructure. Thank you.
Phoebe, do you want to add anything?
And Madam Chair, Phoebe, Renee and myself are happy to answer any questions on the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, just before we go to questions, I'm happy to move. Deputy Chair, do you want a second? Thank you. So questions for the local board team? Comments for the local board team? Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a quick partai, and that is, and thank you to the local board team for the presentation and the report. Is have the local boards been informed where it talks about there was concern around deferrals? Have they been given the information back around exactly what it means in terms of where that what year the deferrals might be moved to? Like, for example, I know my Waitemata local board was asking for more details about the deferral of Ponsonby Park. Have they all got the feedback around what it means in practice?
They haven't yet. That will be brought to the boards in the early months of the new financial year. Our work programs are being approved this month, and they will have a note on the approval report to say that these are likely to have changes, and they will be brought to the boards in the new financial year, early in the new financial year.
Oh, thank you. That's really good to know how that works, because I wasn't clear myself. So thank you.
There being no other requests for comment or questions, I just want to say a huge thank you to all the local boards who've been part of Team Auckland as we've worked towards this. Louise, I will do something more formal, but I just hope to pass on to every local board member how grateful we all are. It's extra work for them. I mean, we do it as of right, but I have been really impressed the way that they have been part of the solution as we have worked towards some 55 hours and 25 minutes of our deliberations around this. So please pass on behalf of us all, the Finance Performance Committee, our very deep thanks to all the local board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Certainly
team,
will.
we have. Thank you, Louise. It's been moved and seconded. I'd like to now take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Don't you just love echoes? Right. It's a long way to Albany. Now we come to item 10, which of course is the main item of our agenda today, and this is the Mayor's final proposal. In every way of the word, really. This is your final mayoral proposal, Your Worship. So the floor is yours now to present your final budget. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, tēnei te mihi nui kia koutou. You talk about the final budget, and I just remember at the time when David Lange resigned as Prime Minister and he had a joint conference with Geoffrey Palmer and Helen Clark, and Geoffrey had just finished praising him, and Lange then burst out, "I'm sorry, Geoffrey, I've changed my mind, I'm not leaving."
Is something you haven't told us, Mayor?
Yeah. However, I don't think you need to worry excessively about that. Firstly, look, can I just acknowledge everybody that's been involved. It's called the mayoral proposal, but actually it's a proposal that has input from everybody across council. Our staff have worked huge hours on this. Councillors, what was it, over 55 hours of workshopping and discussing, over 11,500 pieces of feedback. We've had involvement from the IMSB, and I thank Chair Taiperi and Member Renata Blair for that. And we've had the local boards involved, and I think that move towards intimately involving the local boards in the decision, even though it's our decision because it affects the region and just the budget for the governing body has been really important. And I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for your initiatives in that regard. What we've been working, all of us, hard at doing is ensuring that our budget for the coming year meets in a fiscally responsible way the challenges that are posed by the impact of COVID and the globally rising inflation and interest rates. But most particularly, this budget is a climate action budget. The key increases in expenditure in this coming budget are focused on the huge threat that climate change poses for us now and in particular for future generations. Quite rightly, you've pointed out that this is not only the last budget for the term, but it is in fact my last budget after 6 years as Mayor of Auckland City. And I want to begin by talking about what the consistent themes have been over that 6-year period when a whole lot of us around the table have worked together to determine what we want to do for Auckland, what our priorities are, what we need to invest in. And the first of those priorities has really been our focus on infrastructure and on the environment. We have invested over the last 6 years a record level in our capital infrastructure so that we can reverse the previous problems created by population growth getting well ahead of the infrastructure we were providing. The result of that underinvestment is obvious to all of us as we endure the congestion in our transport system, and in the last couple of years have watched as our water supply was threatened not only by the growth in population but also by climate change and increasing droughts. Our environment was also under pressure, and we had seen more than a century of wastewater overflows onto our beaches every time it rained. We, from 2015-2016, looked with alarm at the spread of Kauri dieback, and we have also expressed increasing concern about the impact on our bush and on our native birds of the growth in our predator population. So we've sought over these 6 years to reverse those trends. Our investment in Auckland Transport, for example, under the old ATAP was $20 billion. That has increased phenomenally to $31 billion for the current period of time. Last year, in response to the previous year's drought, we invested $250 million into ensuring the resilience of our water supply. And we've had an incredibly dry summer and autumn, but we've got through it. And that shows the immediate results of the investment that we have made. Our water quality targeted rate, our natural environment targeted rate, have both built our capacity to protect and to sustain the environment. I was out at Dairy Flat planting trees Saturday before last. Great group of people out there really making a difference. And I was advised by our folk that are working in this area that by the end of this term, under the Mayor's Million Trees program, we will have in fact have planted 5 million native trees and shrubs. 5 million native trees and shrubs in that 6-year period. We have also significantly added to our public open spaces and to our community facilities. So that's the first theme that has been an enduring theme of these budgets. The second is fiscal prudence. And our first responsibility, I bring it in second, but our first responsibility actually is to manage our finances prudently and sustainably. And we've done that. We've kept our debt at prudent levels, and our general rate increases have been below that of other metropolitan cities. Even in this budget, the 5.9% increase in overall general rates doesn't match long as 13.7% rate increase this year and Wellington's 8.9%. Our council debt, I'm reminded frequently by people, is $10.7 billion. But what does that represent? It represents 17.6% of the value of our asset base. And anybody that says we shouldn't be borrowing, tell me, how do you pay for infrastructure that actually benefits generations of ratepayers? You don't do it out of cash, and you don't do it on the back of 1 year's rate increase or even 3 years rate increase. Of course you borrow, but you borrow sustainably. We thought at the time of COVID hitting us and the emergency budget that we would have to borrow a lot more, given the incredible impact of COVID on our revenue. The credit rating agencies agreed that the threshold limit for our debt to revenue ratio could be lifted to 290%, and our long-term target, of course, was 270%. Well, in this coming fiscal year, our debt level will actually be 255% debt to revenue ratio. So we've not only not used the headroom that we still need in the event of future shocks of 290%, but we are still well below our long-term target of 270%. Our credit rating is one of the highest of any organisations outside government itself, and our credit agencies have rated our outlook as being stable. People also say, are you doing enough to manage wastage? Are you getting the efficiencies you need? And council officers very helpfully pulled out the figures that since 2011-12, we've achieved cumulative savings of $2.4 billion. $2.4 billion, without which our rates would probably be about 14% higher. We took extraordinary measures in the emergency budget to find savings. And last year, Madam Chair, we achieved, as you've noted frequently, a record level of savings through expenditure reductions of 126 million. This year we're on target to achieve 90 million this financial year, ending in just 3 weeks' time. And next year and for following years, we've locked in the same target. There has been a focus on making sure we get savings, and at the same time, we have made the commitment to fully fund depreciation. I know some of the legacy councils fully funded depreciation, most didn't. And if we look at why we are sometimes stretched at meeting renewals, it's because former legacy councils did not fully fund depreciation, and we will do so by 2028, and I believe we need to keep to that target. The third theme, and last theme you'll be pleased to know, of the budgets over 6 years has been an increasing focus on climate action. It's very clear that everybody around this table and online acknowledges the need for climate action. We moved unanimously to declare a climate emergency in 2019. And I think we were also, if not unanimously, very close to that in creating a climate action plan. A lot of work went into that, and I thank councillors for their efforts and the staff for putting that together. There is no one in this room or listening online that doesn't understand that the evidence of global heating is today overwhelming. Last year, New Zealand hit a 110-year record in terms of the temperatures. Wouldn't be surprised if we went above it this year. Sea levels in Auckland are predicted now in the next 10 to 20 years to rise in some places by up to 30 centimetres. And we're seeing all the time evidence that extreme weather events caused by climate change are becoming more and more frequent. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warned us just last month that we need to act now if we are to avoid a climate disaster that will have severe impacts on us now and even more so on the lives of our children and grandchildren. So unashamedly, I say in this budget, the focus is on ramping up our actions in response to climate change. Without providing the actual hard resources to reduce carbon emissions, passing a climate emergency declaration and even putting in place a climate action plan are simply declarations of good intention which won't have any real impact unless we put our money where our mouths are, and Aucklanders have told us that they're ready to do that. People expect us to have the courage and to show the leadership in taking action on climate change, and that's what this budget sets out to do. The major new investment in this budget is around laying the foundations for change that will reduce future carbon emissions. And in particular, we're focused on assisting people by giving them the choice of their mode of transport. 43% of carbon emissions in Auckland come from transport, and all of the experts have told us, our own officials and outside of our group, that the most important thing we can do is to reduce carbon emissions from the use of private cars by encouraging mode change. And that's what this budget tries to do. Taking the proposed actions also have real co-benefits. They have co-benefits because the more successful we are in getting people out of cars and onto public transport or active modes of transportation, the less cars on the road and the lower the congestion. And we know too that we reduce pollution when we reduce the use of private cars that are carbon fuelled. The Climate Action Targeted Rate has been built around staff analysis and the many workshops where we've questioned and we've refined collectively the recommendations put to us. Councillors last December voted unanimously to put these recommendations out to public consultation, and the public response was very, very clear. A record number of public submissions were received. I think in total, over 11,500 was the figure used before, and the vast majority of those people commented on the Climate Action Targeted Rate. 2/3, actually more than 2/3, 68% of those who submitted to us supported the Climate Action Targeted Rate. Now, all of us know as elected representatives, if you go down the street and say to somebody, do you want your rates to go up? 98% of the people are going to say no. But if you say to them, are you prepared to pay more in rates in order to address this problem that threatens the well-being, indeed the survival of us, our kids, our grandkids? They came back and they said, absolutely yes. They have given us this mandate. And if we don't believe the submissions, we did a survey, an independent survey that tried to equally draw on all sections of our community demographically, region-wise, ethnicity-wise, age-wise, income-wise. And an overwhelming margin of that survey also said yes, please, we are prepared to support a climate action targeted rate by a margin of 12%, 48% to 38%. And every geographic area, almost, every ethnicity and age group supported our proposals. The overwhelming majority of our local boards, I think 17 fully, 2 partially, so 19 out of 21 supported the rate. It's rare that we have such a strong view held across the board. We have a mandate and we must act on it. I think I said in one of the workshops that the Australian elections were interesting in this regard. 15 members in safe Liberal seats lost their seats, and they lost their seats to what are called the teal independents. And the key platform, not the only platform, but the key platform that they campaigned on was the necessity for climate action. And it's clear that the public want their elected representatives to act on their concerns. Beyond the climate action that we are supporting in this budget, the budget continues to invest in infrastructure at record levels. The planned capital investment this year is $2.85 billion over each of the next 3 years. That's an average, and that average is $650 million more than the average actual delivery in the 4 years from 2017-18 right through to 2021. We are continuing that investment in infrastructure, but at the same time, we are adopting a conservative approach to new spending proposals. And the reason for that is clear to everyone here. Council is still suffering significant losses of revenue as a result of COVID. Normally I'd be building into this budget $60 million in dividend from Auckland International Airport Limited. This coming year, I think, Peter, the figure is zero, building up to 48 million next year. Normally, we would be getting increased growth in fares from increased patronage of public transport. But because of COVID, while our public transport is gradually recovering, we're still only at patronage levels 61% of pre-COVID levels at the same time of the year. On top of the challenge in revenue, we have the anticipated increase in inflation and interest rates, which are projected to create cost pressures on our operating budget of as much as 90 to 150 million a year in coming years. In the immediate financial year ahead of us, 2022-23, we'll be able to cope with these pressures without increasing rates beyond the planned 3.5% set out in the long-term plan, or indeed without the need for any major expenditure cuts. We are not writing a budget for future years, but we need to know what is on the horizon, and we need to set out very clearly the options of how we cope with those pressures. What I am proposing for this year is that we use the full amount of 127 million that the government will pay council in the coming year as part of its Better Off funding in the Three Waters package. There's a further sum payable to Auckland Council on top of the 127 million of 381 million in financial year 24-25, but that is dependent on the reform being implemented, and that sum will only be built into the budget package when it's certain. Using this money does not require us to change our position of opposing the governance model in Three Waters, which I have been forthright from the start in saying is not appropriate, and that there should still be responsibility to the elected representatives of this council. I, in fact, went so far as being the sole member of the government working party to issue a minority report saying, while we support the reform overall, we do not support the governance model. Auckland was excluded from the government's initial payment to councils of 750 million last year. I think we got 2 or 3 million, Peter. Accepting Better Off funding does not change our view on the governance model of Three Waters, but what it does do is allow us to relieve the pressure for further rate rises to deal with inflation, running at almost double the level of the proposed 3.5% general rate increase. There is no benefit in us not using this money. There is only downside, and we have given away nothing to ensure that we can use that money. The funding, together with spare capacity above our targeted increase in fully funding depreciation next year, means that other measures to meet additional costs will not be needed in the coming year, which gives us the gift of time to analyse what the best options are and to provide advice for the incoming council at the end of the year. I want to stress this is an annual budget, not a 10-year budget. Under the Local Government Act, we are required to look at the coming financial year, not at the years beyond that, as is the case with our long-term plan, our 10-year budget. There will be a new council and mayor at the end of this year, in October. They will potentially have different policies and priorities. Constitutionally, no council, or for that matter, no parliament, can seek to determine the policies of its successor, and I'm not trying to do that in this budget. However, it is important that the budget sets out for the next council a menu of options to choose between to respond to anticipated future budget pressures. One option will be to defer some capital expenditure, which may in any case be necessary because of supply chain constraints, shortages of material and skilled labour, and rising costs. In this budget, I'm proposing a deferral of 230 million of which around 30 million will be in the coming financial year. The future council will have the ability to revisit projects beyond next year if circumstances change and allow that to happen. I'm further proposing a reduction of 30 million in 2023-24 and 50 million in 24-25 in council operations spending. There's a reason for doing that now, and that is that council need to be able to provide the incoming council with options for cuts which it will need to consider before going out to public consultation for the 23-24 budget, which it will do in December. And John, I think you've got your mic on. If you just want to switch that off, please. We set out a framework in this budget for determining which spending has lower priority in our consultation document. This was in fact supported in public submissions. It is important that council continually assesses the value of its spending in existing areas when it wants to set new priorities in other areas. The default position should not simply be when we need to spend more on new priorities, we should simply add that on top of all of the existing expenditure and then pass that on to the ratepayer by way of rate increases. I want to acknowledge that no expenditure cut is ever easy, but the sum of cuts proposed is small in comparison to the overall OPEX budget of 5 billion this year and the core base OPEX expenditure of 2 billion this year. So it will be the 30 million and the 50 million out of that core base OPEX expenditure of $2 billion. I have not proposed in the consultation documents that Auckland should sell its shares in Auckland International Airport Limited. These have proven valuable assets to council with strong annual dividends of around 60 million a year in recent years and strong increases in the worth of our shares. The value of our shares from the time that we last had a report proposing we should sell them in 2015 and 3 years later in 2018 went up by $1 billion. If we'd sold them in 2015, that would have been $1 billion in loss to council. It was agreed earlier in the budget proposal not to proceed with consultation on the sale of Auckland International Airport Limited shares. I do propose that we look carefully at the way Ports of Auckland operates in order to ensure we get a better value from our investment in this asset because of the decline of the competitiveness of Ports of Auckland over time. The dividend has shrunk for us from around 50 million to maybe 4 million in the current year and maybe slightly less than that in the coming year, and that has to be a cause of concern to all of us. We need to examine what our options are in relation to ensuring the greater effectiveness of how ports operate. We should continue to sell non-strategic properties surplus to our needs and to press for value for money efficiencies. A future council will also need to consider whether in a high inflation environment it wishes to keep general rate increases at 3.5% or increase that rate. This should not be determined now, but in light of the circumstances at the time that future budgets are put together. And those circumstances are subject to huge uncertainties. If the Three Waters reform is implemented, as I said, Council will receive a further 381 million from the government's Better Off package. But that reform would also transfer Council's Healthy Waters, our stormwater division, to the new water services entity, with a potential reduction in expenditure by Council of up to $221 million a year. That would result in an ability to reduce rates by around 11%, offset by whatever rates are struck in 2024-25. Another uncertainty is the outcome of the future of local government, the review. My understanding from members of the review group is that they will be recommending significant devolution of funding from central to local government. Now, it's unclear how government will respond to this recommendation, But if it doesn't respond to that recommendation, one wonders why the review was put in place. Auckland Council has long advocated, and me in particular, for the return of GST on rates to council, which could increase our revenue by around $300 million a year, a hugely significant sum, and council should continue to press strongly for that. I've pressed 3 finance ministers and 2 prime ministers over it, and this council or the next council needs to continue to do so. On top of these uncertainties, there are questions around how the current Reserve Bank actions will reduce inflation and subsequently interest rates within the next 2 years. Whether the supply chain constraints will continue to afflict New Zealand as it does the rest of the world, and whether global inflation, especially oil prices, will continue, and that of course may depend on events in Ukraine. For all of these reasons, the decision on rates can only be taken closer to the time when future budgets are being put together. So, Madam Chair, in conclusion, this budget is a climate action budget, and that is where this budget is going to have its greatest impact. It acts strongly to allow us to take actions that will reduce future emissions so that our city, which makes up more than a third of our country's population and even more of our GDP, can play our part. But equally importantly, this budget commits to a prudent and fiscally responsible approach to financial pressures, and I commend this proposal to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. And look, I just apologise for a whole lot of people running around. It appears that there was a power cut in Albert Street in the middle of your presentation. I understand that the power is now back on, but I wondered to that end, and I'm not exactly sure when the power cut occurred, whether there is anything you would like to highlight from your speech right now that isn't in your mayoral proposal, which is in the agenda. And I'm just very conscious of the fact that although we have a quorum here, we have a number of councillors back in Albert Street. So is there anything you want to highlight? You feel
I think probably the best proposal I can suggest to my office behind me is to circulate my comments in a written form, and somebody on the 27th floor can drop that down to the 26th floor and they can do so immediately. But I fear to test the patience of councillors around this table by repeating anything that I've just said at some length. So perhaps if we can do that, Madam Chair, and I'm very sorry that has happened to those that might be in Albert Street, and perhaps we can compensate for that by answering any questions that they may have. But the presentation that I've given today is different from, but similar to, the presentation I gave at the workshop just a week ago.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a really, really good idea. So that will happen, and thanks to your staff for organising that. To those online, in Albert Street, you will get a copy of that presentation. I think we'd all like it, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, we can email it to everybody, and equally, it might be useful to email it to the news media because, despite what I thought was the clarity of my proposal, I still had a certain journalist suggesting that I was proposing to the new council that we sell our airport shares. And those of you that recall how passionately I argued against that in committee will know that that is very far from the truth.
Right, thank you. So look, I'm going to kick off the questions, Your Worship, if that's all right. And my first question to you is as follows. At a time of high inflation and associated cost of living challenges for homeowners, what evidence can you provide to ensure that the combined rates of 5.6% and higher if you add the water, which is of course the average general rates of the 3.5, the NETA, the water quality, the climate action targeted rate, rubbish, etc. What evidence can you provide that this is actually affordable for Aucklanders?
I think the important thing about affordability is that it's not uniform. Most of those around this table will not have any problem with the affordability of their rates, and in fact probably most Aucklanders won't, but there will be some people on very low incomes for whom any increase in any cost will have a significant impact on them. Now, we have, through central government, a rates rebate scheme that will assist those people. But when we put together these budgets, we always have a huge ambition to do some good things for the city, and all of those good things cost money, and we constrain that ambition by an understanding that the only funds ultimately that we use come from the people that we serve. I mean, we do have charges and resource consents and etc. So it's always a case of finding that balance. There was an inquiry some years ago that I'm going to ask Andrew Duncan maybe to come to the table to address, that said that rates are reasonable if they are within 5% or less of the income of the rate payer. And Andrew has gone through local board area by local board area and been able to demonstrate that in every case we are significantly below that level of 5% of income. I want to say also that, and I used in my introductory comments, and we always look at what comparable cities are charging in terms of the percentage rate increases. In the first term, I think we kept our rate increases to 2.5%, which was the lowest of any significant metro or growth area. This time, last year, I think we were still lower than almost all. This time, we are significantly lower than Tauranga and Wellington, and we're roughly in the vicinity of the other metro centres that are generally within 5 to 6% of rate increases. The comparison's not exact because I think Christchurch is raising their rates by 5-point-something%, but the regional council is raising their rates by 24%. I think I've got that figure right. So it's not a direct comparison, but we have prided ourselves on our absolute focus on keeping rates as low as we can, but not at the expense of creating for this city the things that it really needs. But may I ask, through you, Madam Chair, for Andrew just to further address that question.
Thank you. Andrew?
Good afternoon. The local government rates inquiry in the 2000s had a careful look at what was rates affordability. They came up with a threshold of 5% of income. And rates, they were looking across the country at all local authorities, so they included water and wastewater charges, because that's what other councils provide. Auckland Council's, our rates don't include that. We have done an analysis of the affordability of rates based on the proposals you have in front of you today, and adding in the water and wastewater charges. The average residential property in Auckland, the sum of the proposed rates and water and wastewater charges will be 3.6% of the average household income. For the median value property, the rates and water and wastewater charges will be 3.37% of the median household income. And when we looked at the median property values and the median incomes for homeowners, across all of the local board areas, all of them came in under 5%. And the 3.6% average for Auckland compares well with the other metropolitan centres. So Hamilton, Christchurch and Auckland come out at 3.6%, Wellington a bit lower, Tauranga higher. So comparatively, well within the same as the other metropolitan centres and well within the affordability benchmark across Auckland.
Thank you, Andrew and your worship. My second question is around debt. You know, the debt for 22-23 increases by almost 8% in this budget. That's an eye-wateringly large figure, about 900 million, almost $1 billion. What evidence can you provide to give Aucklanders assurance that this debt increase is indeed prudent and does not make council's total debt out of control? Because I've heard a lot of talk about our debt It's huge, and I think it's really important to be very clear about the evidence to support the fact that our debt is not out of control and it is actually within prudent levels. So what evidence can you give to supply that, please?
Well, the first statement I'd make is that debt may have gone up 900 million in the last year, but the value of our assets went up by 2.7 billion. And that's why I used the figure. I think it's around 17.5%, 17.6%. The debt represents 17.6% of our total assets. And I think most of us as homeowners, for most of our life, would have had a debt considerably higher than that, because just like council borrows for long-term assets, we all borrow to take a mortgage out in our homes. Secondly, so the debt to asset ratio is clearly at a prudent level. Secondly, the other measure we use is debt to revenue. And I mentioned before that our long-term target was to have a debt to revenue ratio of 270%. But with the loss of $900 million in revenue to COVID, we approached the rating agencies and said, can you just have a look at that and say what a prudent level of a threshold limit for a debt to revenue ratio should be? And they agreed to raise it to 290%. Well, actually, in the financial year for which this budget applies, we will only be at 255% debt to revenue ratio. So well below our long-term target level and even further below what the credit rated agencies said would be acceptable in the short term because of the impact of COVID. So debt to revenue is fine. The fact that we've got the credit rating agency of AA and AA2, I think it is, from Standard & Poor's and Moody's, with a stable outlook, also indicates that the credit rating agencies regard our management of debt as being prudent. And in fact, Standard & Poor's have said that with Three Waters and the transfer of Watercare debt and Healthy Waters, they are actually looking at raising our credit rating to AA+. Now, nothing happens until it happens, but clearly what we've shown in our past prudent management of our debt is reflected in the credit rating agencies and their stable outlook and their high rating.
Thank you for that. Now, I think you've covered this in your presentation, but for those who are online and may have, I'm not quite sure where they came off, I think this is an important one for us all. If we accept the 127 million of better off funding from government, does that in any way give government any impression that we have changed our stance on Three Waters? Because you and I both know we haven't. Yep. Now, it's a bit of a rabbit out of a hat, but can you give us, absolute surety?
I can. Those of you that have been participated in local government New Zealand discussions where the Prime Minister has been available, and when I've expressed my view on the governance model that would apply to Auckland, know that the government knows only too well what my position and council's position is. I was the one member of the working party that the government set up to make changes to the Three Waters proposal that produced a minority report. I forget how many pages it was probably about a dozen pages, so I'll forgive you if you haven't read all of them, but you will see set out in excruciating detail the arguments that I've used as to why that model is not the model that we prefer. We do support Three Waters reform. Just crazy having 65 separate 67 I think, separate water authorities, something like the Kaipara District Council with 27,000 people. Well, how do you, with a ratepayer base of that, provide the quality of water infrastructure you need? So we agree that there needs to be amalgamations, there needs to be economies of scale, there needs to be greater efficiency and greater professionalism. But Minister Mahuta herself in her cabinet paper, which I read when it was released under the OIA, said we actually thought of leaving Auckland out of this because they already have many of the features that we're looking for in a reform structure. So we're giving nothing away. Our position is the same as it has been consistently. I have been boringly consistent on this, and I'll continue to be boringly consistent on it when we make submissions to the Select Committee on the bill that's just introduced. But if I said to anyone in this room, anyone online, hopefully still online and without a power cut, should we say, as a matter of principle, you can keep your $508 million that you're offering us, rather than using that money to the benefit of Aucklanders and to relieve the pressures on Aucklanders of the need otherwise for a rate increase or greater expenditure cuts, they'd say, no, go do it, son. You take every dollar that the government is prepared to put on the table that you can use for the benefit of our city. And that's what we're doing. And I don't think anybody, apart from, the one or two fringe elements, won't mention their names, believe other than that.
Thanks, Your Worship. My final question is to you, Peter, as our Chief Financial Officer. And that is, one of the key objectives for me is that even in these tough conditions that we face for next year, that our budget is sound enough to give our rating authorities the confidence needed so that they maintain our current very sound credit ratings. Noting this isn't your decision, in your professional opinion, do you believe that this will be the case?
Thank you, Chair. The Mayor has covered off some of this and some of his comments earlier. So my perspective on it, and not wanting to speak for the rating agencies, of course, is that it's a balanced package with a mix of levers, particularly over time, that includes the move towards fully funding of depreciation, as well as bringing the debt level down to 270 on an ongoing basis. So it comes together as a package currently in an integrated way over that time frame. Appendix B, para 85, I think it's page 389 of Nexus, does give the staff view on some of the credit rating aspects, because it is critical to maintain confidence of the investment community. There are some quotes from the recent credit agency ratings that I'd like to read out. From S&P Global, we expect the Council's financial management, resilient local economy and New Zealand's institutional settings to continue to support the Council's credit profile. And a quote from Moody's, the rating outlook is stable, reflecting the Council's well-established institutional framework, which includes flexibility to adjust revenue and spending and ensures strong governance practices through reporting and planning requirements. Now, that was in October and November last year, and the fundamental framework behind them remains sound, even though the financial position has worsened. So from that quote, we can see that it shows the key factor underpinning our ratings has been our financial management and our commitment to prudence and long-term sustainability. This is backed up by a number of our key barometers and levers: the balance after capital accounts, the net debt to assets, which has just been referred to as being in a prudent space and in that 15 to 20%. So my summary would be that the economic situation has obviously worsened, and the legislative framework means that some levers aren't available for us to use now, but they are in the medium term. What is proposed works as an overall package, and the track record of financial prudence and the integrated and coherent multi-year plan work in favour. So in my view, I think we will, through commitment to the overall package, maintain confidence by walking the talk on that medium term and making sure that the delivery backs it up. So without putting words in their mouth, I'm comfortable with the approach and the integrated package.
Thank you, Peter. The next question comes from Councillor Newman. Councillor Newman.
Oh, yes, look, thank you. Thank you, Desi, and thank you, Phil, for your comments. My question actually relates to the assumptions that are set out in terms of the $230 million of CapEx deferred scenario, which I think is an important consideration in the budget. But there are a number of assumptions in relation to deferred CapEx that I think are wrong. Wrong in terms of our inability to move forward with growth to offset the impact, CapEx to offset the impact of growth, and also CapEx to offset disparities between communities. I have a situation in my ward where the assumptions that underpin the $230 million CapEx deferral include the deferral of spending for an encumbrance fund at Opeki Park. I'm totally opposed to that deferral because it's not our money to defer. Would you consider seconding an amendment if I put it up to exclude that encumbrance fund from being deferred? Because we need to give effect to what that local board has advocated as per that encumbrance fund, which is not money from a 10-year plan budget. It's money paid from a developer for the local board to reallocate in the footprint of that park, and it wishes to do so, but officers have said no, they want to include it as part of the deferral. I'd like to get your clarity on that, because I'd like to be able to support aspects of your budget today, but this particular matter is important to my consideration.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Newman. I am familiar with the encumbrance on Opeki Park and the money that was made available by Sir Noel Robinson. That money is ring-fenced. It can't be used for any purpose other than that for which it was granted. And there is no suggestion at all that this would be regarded as a saving to council. It is simply in terms of timing, and I hope that you've got a response from officers that set out, I think the encumbrance is about 1.8 million, and as a result, instead of being expended in financial year to 2025, that will now be available over financial year 26 to 27. So there'll be a delay, which is what a deferral is, and the same applies to a range of projects right across the city. Now, all of us would prefer that we didn't have to delay any of those projects. Many of those projects will quite possibly be delayed anyway because of supply chain and cost implications. But what you're seeing with that is no loss to the Papakura local board, but in fact simply a delay in when the project will be completed by. So it will slip back 12 to 18 months. And while that's not desirable, if I was to unwind that, I'd probably have an argument to unwind everything that was in the deferred CapEx budget, and then we'd defeat the purpose. So making an exception in one case would not be fair to the other cases, but I can assure you that that money will be available. It is ring-fenced, and the only impact will be is to slightly defer the timing of when that work can be done.
Okay, look, we're in disagreement on that, but my next question, my other question would really be in relation to your level of confidence that Auckland Transport, in the context of facing the massive budget hole that it faces, that confronts it, is actually able to give effect to the climate action initiatives that you talked about in workshop the other day. In particular, electrification of the fleet, as well as accelerated mode shift through cycling investment. I am not clear that Auckland Transport can give effect to those activities for which it appears very heavily reliant on funding from the New Zealand Transport Agency, Kotahi. And I am very concerned about the ability of government to give effect to its funding commitments as a partner to Auckland Transport. I want to understand what your view is in relation to the ability of Auckland Transport to meet those funding commitments, which appear to be very contingent on funding sources for which those funding sources are very constrained.
I think the good news is that when the government released its SURF fund and its emission reduction program, there were defined pockets of money that will be really important for Auckland Transport to be able to do a range of things in regard to public transport, to walking and cycling, and to electrification of the fleet. If we do not pass the climate action targeted rate, then none of the improvements that are signalled in that, and you've got in front of you, you know, the 600 million that's going into buses, which in particular is of a big benefit in your own and Angela Dalton's ward of, you know, will help transform the bus services there, which I know both of the councillors locally have called for over a period of time. Those things won't happen if there's no money. So we can pass all the climate emergency declarations we like, but if we don't provide the money for the agencies to do the work to reduce the emissions and lay the foundation for future reductions, they won't happen. Now, my biggest concern in terms of bus services was that we are currently 270 bus drivers short at the moment. And that is because they have things called split shifts that you'll be familiar with. So you start early in the morning, they give you 4 hours off during the day, which is spent travelling back home and then back to work again. And you've got a starting rate of about $23.50. Under the government package, there's 61 million set aside there so that we can start to pay our bus drivers a decent wage. We improve our recruitment and retention of bus drivers, and we can meet the bottleneck of supply in that area. But I have no doubt that what was announced in the budget this year, and with both major parties in Parliament both committed to a 50% reduction in carbon emissions by 2050, that further money will be available from central government. And the Minister's office have said directly to me that those organisations that have shown commitment, that are prepared to put money up by way of co-funding and have got plans ready to go, will be given preference to the money that is available from central government. So the big advantage to us is that we, passing this budget, will be showing that commitment, will be eligible for significant sums of money from central government, and we'll be raising that money directly ourselves. Does that solve all of Auckland's transport's problems in the current environment? No. Everybody here, myself and yourself, know that those problems continue to exist. But if you look in hard facts about the increase of investment we've been making in public transport and active transportation and in roads, you'll see that the facts of our past performance speak for themselves. It's never enough, but without this, there'll be $1 billion or slightly under $1 billion less that will be available to improve our transport services to get mode shift. That's the certainty of this budget. If you don't pass it, the $1 billion won't be available and nothing will happen.
And my one final question, Your Worship, would be in relation to from where does government source its funding? The NLTF seems to be completely cooked in terms of the ability to fund from that particular funding envelope. Auckland Transport tell me once again that they have hit a ceiling with New Zealand Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi, around the funding assistance rate for renewals. Government seems to need a new funding source beyond the NLTF because it is fully stretched and oversubscribed. Are you confident that if the NLTF is oversubscribed in terms of central government funding, that central government will fund from a different baseline for those activities which really should be funded through NLTF? Because that is a very important consideration. Two things. Firstly, the willingness of government to continue to fund that moving forward, and whether there is a consensus across parties in the Parliament to commit to that, because the NLTF has always been the traditional means of funding in this space. But if that's oversubscribed now, there's a question as to whether we'll be able to continue to rely on those commitments in the future.
Yeah, I do know that the impact of inflation and higher interest rates is going to impact on Waka Kotahi just as much as it's impacting on us. And I do know that from day one, We've always had to fight for every dollar we can get out of the National Land Transport Fund, and we can get for funding for the Auckland Transport Alignment Project. I think, Deputy Mayor, you and I, when we negotiated that first ATAP, I recall going into Simon Bridges' office and saying there's a $5.6 billion hole in the funding of the ATAP program, and actually there was no answer as to how that was going to be bridged. What we have seen is a lot of good faith, particularly from the current minister, who has extended the capacity of Waka Kotahi to borrow to supplement the National Land Transport Fund. But if the question is, can I guarantee that the money will be there? I can't guarantee that because, as you know, that's a decision that central government makes, and we simply advocate for and put pressure to achieve. But I am confident in the good faith of the government to do that, and I hope any future government. And what we're seeing is money that we wouldn't have thought would be available to us, one through the New Zealand upgrade program, and two through the substantial increase in ATAP from $20 billion to $31 billion. Future councils will have the same struggle that we're having now to make sure we try to get everything that we wanted put into it. But if future councils make the same progress that we've made in actually increasing the money being spent on the ground and the actual delivery of projects, then I'd be well satisfied. But I can't give the guarantee because it's not within my power to give that. But I can say that on the track record, more and more money has gone into those CAPEX projects. We need more still, but government doesn't have a money tree any more than we do, and there'll always be constraints on it. So that's the most I think I can say to you. I accept the goodwill, particularly from the minister and his endeavours to fund Auckland in the way that it hasn't been funded in the past and has been overlooked. It's good having somebody with Auckland local board experience and an Auckland member that's in charge of transport, because there's a better understanding of the unique challenges of our city.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next question comes from Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. It's somewhat ironical that I was determined to ensure that I had adequate Wi-Fi today, so I came in to Albert Street, and so I did miss the Mayor's presentation, but somebody from his office has very kindly just come around the 26th floor and given me a copy of his speech notes, and I thank the Mayor for that. But I'm frantically going through it and trying to find if there's any variance between the material that we received before the weekend and that. But the question, there's a couple of questions that I've got. Firstly, just procedurally, how you intend to move forward in taking the votes today, or you can answer that secondly if you like, but at some stage I would like to know just how the votes will be taken, and if there are parts that we support or don't support, how we can register those things that we wish to commend and those that we would like to oppose.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Fletcher. And it is ironic, given the problems that you've had with your IT in the past at home, that you come into work and then find there's a power cut. And my apologies if you've missed out on that.
The staff on the 26th floor say we were struck by lightning. So
okay.
Maybe it's the equivalent of winning lotto or something that we've been struck by lightning.
All in all, I think I'd rather win lotto. But yeah, look, if there are any discrepancies, I'm not aware of them. I drafted that speech myself, and I was pretty careful in checking my facts with officers and with my office. On how we take the votes, it'll be the same we've always done in a budget vote. There are a lot of things in the budget that everybody will support. There are some things that you may be less keen on, and you have the choice of one, if you wish, calling a division on any particular clause of the recommendations, and two, of simply registering your opposition to a particular clause if it's not aligned with your own thinking. So there won't be any change from what we've done. We'll be in Sandra's hands on how those, Sandra's hands and then Sandra, on this and then the governing body as to how those votes are taken. But they will be taken in line with our normal standing orders, and nobody will be denied the right to vote for or against any particular part of the budget, while still wanting to indicate their support for the budget overall, which is often the case.
So the first formal question that I've got is that despite the many, many hours we have spent behind closed doors to be fully briefed and come to grips with the difficulties in and around council finances as a result of COVID, we've seen you kick for touch in terms of deferrals, discussions around service optimisation, and those difficult issues of sort of reducing those low priority spends. Some of those things which I would have thought would have been the direct consequence of the many, many hours that we've actually spent hearing the challenge that council's got facing it. And instead, you've chosen to take the sweetener. And I'm one of those who feels that our negotiating position with central government is impaired with Three Waters. They will realise how desperate our financial situation is, and that's not a good position to be in if there's any sort of negotiations continuing into the future. So I just want to know why you've kicked for touch all the hard decisions.
Yeah, well, one, I haven't, and your colleague who spoke previously indicated that he wished I had kicked for touch on deferrals, but we're not. We're doing $230 million worth of deferrals with $30 million in the first year. The reason that we have not had to come in with a slammer is because we're not in a desperate financial position. You know, things are tough out there at the moment. They're tough for central government, they're tough for local government, they're tough for governments around the world. But actually, Auckland Council is in a sound financial position. We are not desperate. We have maintained financial prudence over a long period of time and will continue to do so. And that's been my consistent commitment over 6 years. In terms of service reductions, what we did in our consultation document was set out a framework, and that framework was very clearly supported by those that made submissions on it, to say that there are things that we must do, there are things that we should do as a priority, there are less important things. And you'll be aware of some of the changes that we've made, for example, on the contract with the AIMS organisation for park maintenance. We could have kept that in-house with council. We could have put another minimum $15 million in capex into it, and we probably still wouldn't have got results to make it competitive with larger organisations. But we took the tough decision to say we don't need to be here, and we'll move out of that. There are other things that are still subject to confidential that you'll be aware of in terms of home ownership schemes that aren't a priority for us, and we'll make a hard decision on that, just like we always do. But what we are doing with the funding from the Better Off package is buying us time that we don't need suddenly to slam our ratepayers. And I haven't heard a single councillor tell me yet in any workshop that they think the better alternative would have been to put rates up by 8% this year. I haven't heard a single councillor, but anyone is still welcome in this session today to tell me that that was their preferred thing. Why wouldn't we use that money that's available to us? Why wouldn't we ease the pressure on our ratepayers when they're finding it hard with higher interest rates and higher inflation? And the service reductions, this gives our team the time to work through a range of options that it will be able to put to an incoming council to go out for consultation in December. The reason that I'm asking you to give the officers the power to do that now is so that when a new council is elected in October, on October the 8th, is inaugurated later that month, then it gets straight in, as it always does after an election, to putting out a budget consultation document that we've got, or the council will have, all of the information it needs at its hands to decide what balance the incoming council wants to put on service reductions, capital deferral, or rates increases. But I don't presume to tell an incoming mayor or an incoming council what they should do. That is not my role constitutionally. It would not be appropriate. And the independent chair of our Audit and Risk Committee, Sue Sheldon, massively experienced in this area, has approved our approach as being the most appropriate approach. She said, don't try to tell the new council what to do, but at least give them the menu of options so that they can make a meaningful decision in the circumstances of the time as to what they should take out to consultation. And I'm not following that advice. I said that that's the way we should go, and she said that's the appropriate way to go. And it is certainly not kicking for touch. I don't have a track record of kicking for touch. I do have a track record of being prepared to take the hard decisions when they're made, but I don't impose big rate increases on our ratepayers when we have options not to do that while still remaining fiscally prudent.
Well, I guess that we'll probably continue to have a point of difference on whether or not there were other actions that we could have taken. And by the way, the lights are dimming as I speak in Albert Street. I'm wanting to get clarity, Madam Chair. I'm willing to support the targeted rate on the climate change, but I feel that we've really missed the boat on some opportunities that we had with the general rate. And so I'm just seeking your guidance that an opportunity will be provided when we come to the vote on this, just in case the the power goes out completely again and we lose Wi-Fi. So I'll conclude for the moment because I think I'm about to lose Wi-Fi, and look for your guidance on this a little later in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I could only reiterate that there will be the opportunity, if you wish to vote against any particular clause, to do so. And of course, over the 55.5 hours we've spent discussing this in workshops, everybody's had the opportunity to put forward alternative options to be considered, to be analysed, and to be stood alongside what is being proposed today. I don't recall those other options having been put up.
Thank you. Next question we have is from Councillor Mulholland.
Lovely, thank you.
Good afternoon, Councillor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, and thank you, Worship. I always find this a very interesting time and quite exciting in some ways to go through what I deem as a substantial document. I have it right here, and I have been spending a lot of time on it, as I have in the meetings. I am also very interested, Chair, in how you intended to take the votes, and thanks to your Worship for making that clear. And I would have liked to have seen an option on the targeted rates for climate change being put up as a separate option. So I only just share those views because I think it does move into the questions that I've got that also I was very interested to hear how that will take place. So I do support the climate change targeted rate. But Chair, you mentioned in your conversation and speech to us just with regards to the combination of the rates at about 5.6% without water charge, and thank you for the clarity from the team around that. Then, Your Worship, you talked about the 22-23 increases in the $900 million, and you talked about $2.7 billion that we have in increases in assets. So thanks, Your Worship, for your answers with regards to that. However, comes to clarity, and this is my question. Whilst that may be a good position, and for those of us, yes, are fortunate to have worked very hard for some assets, say, whilst the money might look like it is increasing given the improvements that we have seen on the asset value doesn't always mean that the reserves are ready to hand over, especially in the case of local government. So, Your Worship, I'm just looking for clarity around your comment about Three Waters, and it really is clarity on your comments, because I believe when you accept funding in the case of this by the government, essentially it is saying, if you accept funds, to me that is saying that we agree the principle and we will take the money, and you've given your explanation as to why you think that was, you know, a good idea. But can you just be really clear, because you also stated that it doesn't mean that we agree entirely. So just, I'd like it if you could please clarify, Your Worship. You know, when you accept funds, to me, you accept them and it's saying you agree with the principles, and those principles have been put upon us. I don't support the Three Waters governance model, and I've been very clear in the feedback to you on that. But I do want to just get your clarity around that question. Sorry if it seems a little bit odd, but I don't, you know, if I get money to expend on something, but I haven't agreed with it, but I still spend it, it just doesn't make sense to me. So you're welcome to clarify again, please.
Okay, I'll give that a go. First of all, there isn't a single person around the council table that doesn't know my views on Three Waters. I've expounded on them very clearly and quite strongly, and I've done the same directly to government in public audiences. I've done the same in terms of my minority report, which I hope you've had a look at, which I think I expressed the views of Auckland and Aucklanders very clearly in. And I will continue to express those views on behalf of the people that I represent and on behalf of this council, for example, in the submissions that we make to the Select Committee on the legislation that was introduced last week. There is no requirement for accepting money from the Better Off package for us to change our views, and I'm not changing our views. My views were I hope, well thought out and clearly enunciated at the beginning, and I haven't wavered from those views, and I won't waver from those views because I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. But I think that if you were to ask the average person in New Lynn or Avondale, if the government's going to offer you $500 million without you having to give up your principles and your views, should you say, no, thank you, you keep your money, or should you accept that money and use it on behalf of the people of your communities? I think I know what they'd say to you, because I know that's what they're saying to me around the rest of the city. They're saying, you take whatever funding you can get from government that you can use for the benefit of this city, but don't sell your soul in doing that. And we won't sell our soul, but we will take the money.
So just supplementary to that, Your Worship, thank you for mentioning my communities of New Lynn and Avondale, because you know I'm incredibly passionate about supporting my communities. But does it not, it still appears to me that what we're saying is it's a done deal by the government and we really have no choice. Is that correct in your view?
Yeah, the government has sovereign power in this country, and we're a subordinate, subsidiary body. Any legislation that they pass in any field is binding on us. As much as we might say we are opposed to this governance model, if they legislate it, it will happen with or without our support, and even in face of our opposition to what is being proposed. So the government has shown by introducing the legislation that they are determined to go ahead with it, and I believe they are, because I've interrogated them, tried to change their minds, and not succeeded in that instance. So that's what they intend to do, but why would we then say it's not appropriate for us to accept money that does not require us to change our views, but simply is there as a sweetener, if you like, for the Three Waters package? We can use that money, we can use it on behalf of our people, and why would we say no to it? I haven't yet heard anybody say we should turn down the money and that we should instead put our rates up by the equivalent amount this year. In fact, I've heard almost every councillor that's spoken on that in committee to say the opposite.
Thanks, Your Worship. I am actually trying to labour a point so that the public that do listen to this, and I've had some 500 emails for those that maybe don't understand the process, and I well and truly do, and I am going to make this opportunity to just thank you for your answer, because what it says is essentially it's being imposed upon us, and I wouldn't agree to a further rates increase anyway on the basis of that. So thank you for making it very clear to the public that it is imposed and it may not be something that we all agree with. Kia ora. Thank you, and I reserve my right to comment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for that. And I've just got to say, for those 500 emails, quite a few of us have got those, and they are uniform, standard format letters sent out by a particular organisation. Over the last 6 years, I've received those periodically. They've always opposed what I've done. They've made no difference that I can ascertain in the election results that I've got. So, you always take everybody's point into account, but I've dealt with lobby groups over a very long period of time. In the end, we make our own decisions based on the evidence provided to us and in good faith and in line with what we believe our communities expect of us, not what the lobbyists want us to do.
Thanks, Your Worship. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just one question on that affordability comparison of Auckland, to other councils around the country. I'm curious to know what allowance was made per household for the effect of the regional fuel tax component of being part of the Auckland region. Was there an allowance made for that?
I'd have to ask Andrew on the specifics of that. But what we did, as you'll recall, Councillor, at the time we brought the regional fuel tax in, we also deducted a targeted rate that was put in place to meet the shortfall of transport funding at the time. And additionally, I think that even with the regional fuel tax, our petrol continued to be either cheaper than or not much different from a number of other areas around the country. But like anything, with a regional fuel tax, I go back to Councillor Newman's question, if you don't have the money, you can't do the projects. And we could have gone on, as we've done in the past, and underinvested in transport infrastructure and caused more and more gridlock in our city. But this council had the courage of its convictions and said, we need this money, we have to make that investment. We don't want to put it on rates, because rates mean that the person that travels in peak hours pays as much as the person that travels continuously in peak hours. And ultimately we'll get to a congestion tax, which is even more user pays focused, that will be even better. But in terms of the regional fuel tax, clearly that's not a rate, and I'm not sure that it was taken into account in terms of that affordability study. But it's something we decided to do because we all knew that we had to do something to reverse an appalling underinvestment in infrastructure, and we did it.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I mean, the reason I asked it, and I think you'll find that interim transport levy, which was interim, was then replaced by 2 targeted rates. So it actually, this is additional to that. But I guess what I'm really trying to dig down here, and you might not be the person to answer it, but certainly in respect of the Sapir research group that looked into the regional fuel tax, we had a geographical disparity in which a number of areas in Auckland paying above average, and then we also had an income disparity where those in the lowest income brackets, the difference, relative to average across Auckland was quite considerable in terms of 30 to 90% higher. So I guess what I'm just trying to drill down in the interest of fairness, if we're going to compare the charges as a consequence of living under Auckland Council. For me, the regional fuel tax is quite an important component, and particularly in some parts of Auckland, and then particularly in some income brackets where it's entirely disproportionate. So that's the point I was making, and I guess I perhaps should have asked for that research, but really there's been no analysis of the effects of the regional fuel tax in terms of affordability or impact on family. So I'll leave it at that then. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. No, look, I take your point, Councillor. I think what you'll find is that probably higher income people will pay more in regional fuel tax, but they'll pay a lower percentage of their overall income. And what we're doing, I mean, this is going to become a significant problem with the congestion charge. We've got to make sure that there are affordable services for our low income people, which is why Community Connect, I think, is such an important initiative in helping our most vulnerable. And we need to make sure that when the congestion charge is introduced in Parliament, that it takes into account the needs of our lower income people, because they're the people, we'll all complain about a higher cost of living, but the people that it really hits hardest are always the lowest income. And that's what we've got to deal with by more targeted support to those low income people, and ensuring that there are forms of support to make sure that their transport costs can be kept at an affordable level. So I think we'd probably both agree on that. I think the two targeted rates that you mentioned, I'm not sure. I think I recall you voted for both of them, but I hope you did, because they're really good in what they did for water quality and for the enhanced environment. But those were things that people would look back on and say, those are the sort of targeted rates that have enabled us to make a real difference for our city that we would not otherwise have been able to do. And that's the bottom line always. We can hope for whatever we like, but unless we're prepared to fund proposals for a better city, we won't get a better city.
All right, Councillor?
Yes, sure.
That is a yes. Thank you. Next question, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll put my video on. Hopefully it'll stay on. It's just a bit of a weather bomb happening here at the moment, and the internet's a little bit touchy, Madam Chair. So it's probably not directly to His Worship, but it might be these questions might be more at the fingertips of Peter or Ross Tucker, Madam Chair. And it's just some confirmations. Just three questions. The first question is around what does a 1% rates increase equate to? I understand it's $20 million, so each 1% equals another $20 million income. Just confirming that is the first question.
Yeah, that's my understanding that it's right, but I'll just ask Peter to confirm that. I see he's just put his mic on. Yes, okay. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. The other one is around the debt. Obviously, with debt, we pay interest on it, and we're in an environment where interests are moving. And I guess, we hedge that as much as we can. I think about 85% of our debt's hedged. But questions probably might be to you again, Peter, around the unhedged aspect of our debt. So my understanding, again, you might be able to confirm this, because I've got some figures here that with our unhedged debt, a 1% adjustment, say, in market rates would equate to about an $18 million increase in interest payments. So the logic of that would say, say if it was 4%, we're looking at interest rate, then the unhedged debt total interest would probably move from about 506 million to about 524 million per annum. Do those sound right to you?
Through you, Chair. Is fairly accurate, Councillor.
Yep. Sorry, Peter.
He said those were accurate, Councillor.
Right, okay, thank you. I might just have to turn off my camera, Madam Chair, just to improve the quality of the line here, and I'll just come back. Final question. So the final one is around GST, and just to understand, if we were able to recoup GST back from the government. In other words, we're paying a tax, our rates are a tax, and we pay GST on those. If we could get that back, we pay tax on the fuel tax as well. So have we got a feel for if we were successful in lobbying government for another revenue stream in terms of getting our GST back? Do we know what those figures are? How much are we paying in GST that we could back from, combined with the fuel tax and the council rates, or either or?
It would have a profound difference to us, which is why I've always strongly promoted that to everybody from Bill English through to Jacinda Ardern and the finance ministers that have existed over this last 6 years. $300 million in extra revenue is the best estimate that we've got, and I think the tidiness of this proposal is that it would allow the government to devolve funding to every local council in proportion to the rates that they were taking in and the GST that they were paying. But because we're over a third of the country's population, we'd get very clearly the largest share in that, but worked out fairly on a per capita basis. And I do appreciate your support on this, Councillor, and you'll see in my recommendation after our discussions, I've put that into the recommendations, not because we haven't been doing it, but because I hope that the next council will continue to do it, that they continue to work to support the submissions that we've made in the past to the Productivity Commission and Local Government New Zealand, and just acknowledging that when we put that to Local Government New Zealand, we got 92% support from the sector, so overwhelming support from local government. And what I'm really hoping is that the Future of Local Government review will promote not only the devolution of funding, but use GST as an example. Now, I don't know that they will do that. I know that they will be promoting devolution of funding, but I hope they use the mechanism that we're advocating in these recommendations, because that would be transformational for Auckland and for other local authorities. You can't create a super city and then fund it like a provincial town, and unfortunately, that's what's happened in the 12 years since the legislation passed around the super city.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are all my questions. Sorry about the technology.
That's all right. We heard you clearly, so thank you. Next question is from Councillor Kuhn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. E te koro mātua, ngā mihi ki a koe. Thank you for your mayoral proposal that you really stepped through very, very clearly and did a fantastic job going through a lot of the issues and the questions that are coming up. So thank you for that. And I did wonder, Madam Chair, if we could bring back Mr. Duncan for a partai, if that would be okay.
I'm sure we can. Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm glad that you were asked before to come forward for a question, because I did feel there was a bit more to round out about the affordability question, and just obviously that's top of mind around the cost of living and how that's impacting households. And I just wondered if there was a bit more to round out. The Mayor mentioned, there's the rates rebate scheme, but there's also deferrals of rates is another part of the package we can offer, if I'm correct. And I just wondered if you can just kind of confirm if affordability is an issue for a household, exactly what it is we can offer as council, and also just can you put that in the context too of where homeowners have experienced an increase in capital value as well, where they may be cash poor, but they're sitting on a lot of capital in their in their property, because you have explained this in the past, but I think it would be really useful if you could just confirm the whole package. That would be really useful. Thank you.
If ratepayers are having affordability issues or struggling with their rates, there's a number of ways in which the council can assist them. Our colleagues can make arrangements for rates to be paid weekly or fortnightly. We administer the rates rebate scheme that's run by the government, that's funded by the government, and will assist people working through the process of applying for the rates rebate. And the government will be increasing that, well, usually, I can't say whether they'll exactly do it, but usually they increase the maximum rebate each year, and they'll be doing that, you expect them to do so shortly. I think it was $637 or something last year, and that should be going up again this year. The council also offers rates postponement to ratepayers with sufficient equity in their properties. I note that there have been you'll see from our revaluation that properties have increased by 30% in value since the last revaluation, which was 4 years ago. And while we see commentary in media about the potential for some house price decreases, the increases up to the last revaluation, if people postponed their rates, they would be able to postpone them for quite a long time before they would eat into their capital value based on those movements. It might have been 20 years perhaps at one point, but that would depend on exactly what the value movement has been. In addition, if people have been struggling with their rates and may have missed some payments, and they enter into an arrangement with our colleagues, put in place payment arrangements and meet those payments, then any penalties will be remitted. Any rates penalties that have accrued will be remitted. So we have a remission policy that you've adopted that provides for that.
That's awesome. I don't think that's very, as well known as it could be in terms of what's on offer. Can I just clarify one point, if I may, Madam Chair? When you said that we can arrange for rates to be paid weekly or fortnightly, is that just more for managing a budget rather than for any discount over the year?
That's correct. We do offer an early payment discount, but that reflects the interest savings that the council will make if payments received early, and only up until recently, because our borrowing costs were relatively low in percentage terms, it wasn't a substantial discount that was offered. My colleagues have also thought about the RFT in relation to the rates affordability, and we hadn't included that in the analysis that I referred to earlier, but in a quick discussion, our view was, yes, it would increase, but only by a very marginal amount, and it wouldn't change the overall position that median rates and water and wastewater and regional fuel tax would still be well within the 5% threshold. But I note that was a back of the envelope analysis.
Can you just clarify, sorry, Andrew, what did you mean that what wouldn't increase?
Well, the affordability, I think we said, was 3.6 for the average, 3.37 for the median. It would move up a little, but still well within the 5% threshold.
All right, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Andrew. Next question, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I've got a couple, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. It's come up since I asked to speak, but given there's some questions around the, morality maybe of accepting the government's better off funding, I don't know how many people know this, but Watercare and Healthy Waters have been required to do considerable amounts of unpaid work for the Department of Internal Affairs on the Healthy Waters reforms and the setting up of the Northern entity. Would that be a part justification to actually be reimbursed? Because I know that Watercare and Healthy Waters have applied to DIA to actually pay for that, and they've received no response. So is that one of the reasons why it's a good idea to accept that money? Because we've actually had to use our staff to help them. Well, they've required it of us. We haven't really had a choice.
Yeah, the hourly rate would be really good for $508 million for the work they've done, Councillor.
I'm just talking about this year.
Yeah, look, it is true that the DIA has sought assistance from our professional officers, both at Watercare and at Council. And of course, we need to offer that assistance, because if the government is determined to go ahead with this, we want it to work for the sake of all of our people that receive the services. So I know that some of our officers have worked really hard to provide objective advice to government. Central government doesn't always, as you're well aware, understand things that are happening at the local level, and quite possibly Watercare and our council officials have helped them avoid pitfalls that would have otherwise been damaging and have produced a better result. But I don't think it's about morality and not accepting the money. The fact is, the government will do what it will do by way of legislation, and our non-acceptance of the money won't make the slightest bit of difference to that, other than to deprive Aucklanders of a share of money that was dished out to all councils last year, of which we got a minimal amount, and we're playing catch up here. So we're getting the same sort of assistance as every other council, whether those councils support the Three Waters or don't support them. And be interesting question.
I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was just
no. You're making the point.
It had been questioned.
Yeah, but no, certainly our officers are doing that, and frankly, if the new provisions do go into effect and are to be made to work, the government should actually listen very carefully to what the one organisation that already exists, which is Watercare, at scale, can tell them to avoid potential disasters and to ensure that New Zealanders get the best deal from the changes that are being made. So, I mean, Watercare could say, oh no, like with it, but that would not be responsible. In the end, all of us have the interests of our ratepayers and our residents at heart. And if the government's determined to make the changes, then we want those changes to be put in a way that will best serve the interests of the consumers.
Thank you. And my second question, Madam Chair, it's around the consultation that went out around increasing local board decision making over local community service, and it's not it's not evident in those recommendations. So I just wanted to be clear if we're going ahead with that or not, and what is the cost of the new staff required, and how are we going to manage that when we're looking for savings? Is there a phasing in of this? How is it actually going to happen, if it's going to happen? And
the cost of implementing the governance framework review is estimated to be between 2 and 2.8 million a year, and that will be to increase our full-time equivalent employees by 16 to 22 in order to ensure that local boards to whom the new powers are being delegated have advice to make the right decisions in dealing with billions of dollars worth of assets. Now, I know amongst all of us on the governing body, there are a variety of views. Some of us see both sides of it. We see some benefits, we see some disadvantages. But the fact is that when officers put it to us, I think at governing body last year, we voted for it. The default position is that it will happen unless we amend this budget to say that it should not happen. And what I take from listening to councillors and listening to some degree to local boards as well is that there is still a majority support for going ahead with that devolution for the other benefits that it might provide, notwithstanding that it adds to the budgetary pressure of that $2.2 to $2.8 million a year If it were to be deferred, it would have to be deferred for a full cycle of 3 years. And I didn't get the sense that councillors, by majority, would be prepared to defer that payment, but people could move an amendment on it if they felt inclined.
Thank you. So I guess I would just ask you, or our CEO, in the implementation of that then, to really look at why we need to have a whole bunch of separate staff. Why can't we have one group of people providing that advice to us all instead of duplication? Because I just wonder, I mean, probably there isn't an answer at the moment, but I just ask that we start to look at that. We're too separated. We have advisors here, advisors there. It just doesn't make sense, and I think we could make significant savings, but I'll leave that to the people that do that.
Thank you, Councillor. Next question is from the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. Firstly, going back to the local board element here, so this might be a question for Peter. Was there a reason why it needed to be delayed for 3 years as opposed to 1 year?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question? I was busy writing down the note.
No problem. So if the committee were of a mind to try and delay for cost reasons the local board decision-making element, why would it need to be delayed for 3 years as opposed to 1 year?
Thank you. I'm not particularly close to that issue, other than that it needed to work in with long-term plan types of timings and the ability to come up with the plans that then fitted in. So that was my understanding of it.
Okay, thanks. So back to our mayor. I can't remember us delivering everything we've said we would in terms of capital in any year of this council. So to what extent are we expecting capital deferrals anyway, given such challenges as shortages of key raw materials, labour supply issues, those kind of things? Isn't it sensible to be upfront with the public and say, look, capital expenditure will be deferred, we should build that into our budget?
Yeah, I think you're right. Because of the circumstances, particularly with supply chain constraints, and I'm seeing reports continuously that projects are being slowed and delayed, not just in our council, but right across the country, probably right across the world, actually. We are not going to achieve the sort of 90% delivery on capital projects that we've aspired to in the past and achieved in the past. And there is a degree of inevitability that many of these projects will be deferred. And we know that the one, while we wouldn't want them to be deferred, the one benefit is that when you defer a program for a year, you put off some of the operational costs of maintenance, of operating those facilities, etc. So we are making a virtue out of a necessity. I've kept my proposed deferrals to the lowest level of the options that council officers put up. In fact, slightly below the lowest level, it's about 230. It doesn't save a huge amount of money, probably about 15 million a year, which is still 15 million. It doesn't lose the project, and it probably just accepts the inevitability that other constraints would have slowed the delivery of that project anyway. But we can build that into the budget because it is a deferral. Some of the projects might have been able to go ahead. Many, including ones that we aren't formally deferring, will be delayed. And when the projects do go ahead, we have to deal with the challenge that the construction cost index has gone up much faster than the overall consumer price index, and the projects will be spending more to achieve the same thing. And that's not something that we have any control over, or indeed I believe that the government has any particular control over. Unfortunately, it's the impact of international circumstances, and the recent closure of Shanghai has, I know, hit the supply chain side of it really hard. So you are right, yes, some of these projects would be deferred anyway because of those myriad factors that are indirectly related to COVID.
Thank you. And last question, Mayor. So we're currently paying half-price fares. I can tell you that within my ward, I've never seen buses fuller in my whole life. It's really fantastic to see. Do you have concerns around the costs of public transport for suburban communities, and how have you advocated to the government to continue helping out on fares to achieve our shared climate goals?
Well, we, of course, very much welcomed the government proposal, much less expensive than the suspension of the part of the excise duty to fund half of the cost of public transport, and we welcome the extension of that through to September, I think it is. Look, in an ideal world, we'd like that to be permanent. We don't live in an ideal world. We live in a world where we're challenged for funding. So if we were to pay for the 50% subsidy ourselves, I've seen the figures somewhere, I think it's probably in the vicinity of 150, 200 million. I think targeting that support and then progressively implementing a stronger fair subsidy would be a good way to go. We are getting locked in, not only in Auckland now, right across the country, and the government is paying for 100% rather than the 50% that we were previously required to pay for that. The people that are largely on that beneficiaries, trying to think of the word of the card, community services card. I would like to see, and congestion charge would provide the next opportunity for this. I'd like to see that extended beyond those on the community services card to low-income workers, because I know, and our councillors from South Auckland here will know, that there are a lot of people that are travelling from the south into the city to do work, and as the tourist industry comes back, that will increase, that will find this quite hard. And I think that the incoming council should continue to push for step-by-step expansion of that subsidy. I listened to the group that presented to us last week and the priority groups that they had, and I understand their concerns, but probably I'd put more emphasis than they did on the people that are working, meeting all the costs of going to work each day, but being paid low wages. And certainly they've been helped by, increase in the minimum wage and the expansion of the living wage. But I think those are the people that will find that the congestion charge will disproportionately impact on their disposable income, and we should be advocating to the government to include them alongside the community service card holders.
Quite right. Thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor Collins has similar views on these things.
Right, thank you. Councillor Walker, question now from you, please.
Sure. You can hear me okay?
We can hear you fine, Wayne.
Yep, fantastic. I've got a procedural question first, and that goes to the recommendation. As it stands now, we're required to vote for the general rate of 3.5%, together with the climate action targeted rate in the one motion. Now, I know, Mr. Mayor, that you've been very careful to actually separate out the climate action targeted rate. And quite obviously, as you identify, it is a separate package and it's targeted. Is it not possible to vote for it separately, as we have done previously for the water quality targeted rate, the environment targeted rate, the accommodation provider targeted rate, and the regional fuel tax, for example, so that we have a continuity of our previous procedures, noting that, as you point out, it is separate in a separate package. So this is a procedural question that amounts to a relatively simple proposal to simply split that motion.
Well, I think the problem is that when you're formulating a budget, you can't take bits out of the budget that will reduce your revenue or increase your spending without distorting the impact of the budget as a whole. And that's why I think you probably it needs to be voted for as a package of measures. So if you were to vote for an increased the climate action targeted rate, but you wanted to reduce the increase in the average general rate, well, you'd have to go, I mean, nobody's proposed that in any of our workshops, so it would come as a bit of a surprise to me. And since it's in our long-term plan, you might be, of course, wanting to increase the average general rate. But I think that you would actually make such distortions to the budget that the budget package as a whole wouldn't work. But I'd be interested our Chief Financial Officer's view on that.
Yes, could I have an answer to that? Because my understanding that a targeted rate is a separate item.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. With a late question like this, I'm just going to pause for a second and ask for some legal advice on it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 2-minute break. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Just on a break, Councillor, give us a minute, please.
Okay, I do have some other questions if you'd like me to just continue. Your call.
Already know the answer. And the Mayor's trying to put the climate change target rate into the package where it's a separate item. Believing me.
Your mic's on, Wayne.
What's that?
Your mic's on.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could take your seats, please. Thank you. So you're going to answer, I'll go. Deputy Mayor, could you sit down, please? They'll be sore if you don't sit down. Okay, we have a response to Councillor Wayne Walker from our CFO. Peter, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and the opportunity to go away and consider it with some legal advice. Given the way the recommendations are currently drafted and the integrated nature of them, in particular the overall CapEx and operating expenditure and how it fits with the general rate, it would be very difficult, nay impossible at this late stage to split them out separately. So apologies for that, but hopefully that's a clear and crisp answer to the question.
Thank you, Peter.
Through you,
Councillor
Madam
Walker, you
Chair.
had other questions? Yes?
Well, just dealing with this particular question, I'm not suggesting that there's any need to split out any financials. My question is around splitting the recommendation as it stands now. My understanding is that the climate change targeted rate is specific, has been specifically costed, and frankly, I really ask the question as to what the purpose of voting is on something if you don't have a choice. So on my part, I am interested in voting separately on the climate change targeted rate, noting that it is quite distinct from the general rate. Is that possible?
Yes, that can be noted, Councillor. Peter, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I'd just reiterate the integrated nature of this, as I did earlier when I was talking to the credit rating comfort issue.
So am I to understand, Madam Chair, that it is possible to split that recommendation as it stands now, or do I need to move an amendment to that effect?
I think if you look at the recommendations, you could vote against B and note your vote against that.
So
the recommendations, they are actually.
I have read the recommendations. So in an instance where a councillor has a concern around the general rate and they want to record a vote against that and vote on that separately, how are they to do it in respect of the way this is put together? And in my opinion, this is put together almost deliberately to make it difficult to actually achieve any separation. So I have a question there, Madam Chair.
Councillor, if I just make a point, there was a reason why Councillor Simpson and I emailed everybody last week and raised verbally with people last week. If you wanted to have an amendment considered, we needed to have advance notice of that so that we could work out whether it was possible to put that amendment without undermining the fundamental integrity of the budget. And if you'd been able to do that, we could have given a little more thought to what you were after. We cannot do that at this stage, but what you can do, as has always been the case, is note your opposition to a particular thing. I'm not quite sure from what you're saying whether you're against the targeted rate or against the general rate, but you can ask to note your opposition to such and such, and that will be recorded.
Okay, I don't agree with that, but I'll move on to some questions. In respect of the climate action targeted rate, can you tell me what the consequence is in reduction in emissions? That is, what does it actually do to reducing emissions in terms of the amount of emissions? Because that information is not in the agenda, and I would have thought it was fundamental to this budget.
Yeah, I'm happy to have a go at that, and Matt Blakey might also like to address it. The direct impact of the specific initiatives will be on estimates to reduce carbon emissions by about 47,000 tonnes, but that doesn't take into account this being part of a coordinated effort and also being part of laying the foundation to achieve mode shift. You'll recall, Councillor, that when we went through this many times in our workshops, the consistent advice was that the best way to reduce emissions is to achieve mode shift. You can only achieve mode shift if you have a mode to shift to. And if we do not have the increased bus services that are the main feature of this package, then you will never get the carbon emissions down because people won't have the alternative that they can opt for and leave their car in the garage. This will build over time, and it will build in conjunction with a range of other measures, including the congestion charge, to produce an effect that will actually magnify the reduction of emissions over time. But until you lay the foundation to build on, then you can't build the edifice that you need that will have the level of impact on carbon emissions that we need to have to achieve our target. But we are working on advice from officials here, and the advice that they gave us was that this was the most effective way to begin the process of pulling those emissions down, and what we could do most quickly that would have the greatest effect. But I'm going to pass across to Matthew to further on that answer.
Matthew.
Tēnā koutou katoa, through the chair. Mayor Goff has just provided an excellent explanation there in terms of the emissions reduction context of the climate action targeted rate. I'll just add a little bit further to that. So firstly, it's worth noting that international, national and regional research and analysis all point towards the need to significantly reduce transport emissions. This includes the IPCC report on climate change mitigation published in April this year, the Climate Change Commission's advice to government, Hikina Te Kuapara, the Ministry of Transport's green paper on emissions reduction pathways, the emissions reduction plan published by government, and of course the Taraki Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan that was developed over 2 years with engagement with stakeholders, including those in Auckland and central government. So we have firm direction, we have direction from a range of leading sources that a focus should be on significant mode shift to public transport and active modes, walking and cycling, to enable us to transition to a low carbon transport system. Taking that into consideration, I just want to highlight some of the challenges of estimating emissions from the transport system. The transport system is complex in nature. It involves many variables and many uncertainties, including, for example, behaviour change, which is a critical component. When we consider transport, we have to consider transport as a system. It's not as straightforward as measuring the emissions reduction from, for example, switching out a gas boiler for a heat pump. It's not about fuel switch here, it's about transitioning a system and transitioning the way people travel and how people access certain destinations. So with that in mind, we need to consider that the climate action targeted rate, it's part of a bigger picture around emissions reduction, and there's many different elements to this that are all complementing the climate action targeted rate, including the government's emissions reduction plan, including strategies that we have around urban intensification and bringing people closer to areas they wish to access. One of the things to note is that it's not feasible to accurately estimate emissions reductions from the transport system in any way that provides certainty. To provide false certainty, I believe, is not helpful. It may be seductive in nature in terms of having that false certainty, but what we really need to consider is the opportunity to reduce emissions reduction. And that is all of the evidence is pointing towards the need to focus on transport. We did use the Auckland Forecasting Centre's macro strategic model to consider the emissions reductions from this package. It is worth noting that the Auckland Forecasting Centre's transport model is a model used to estimate and model traffic in terms of it's a traffic forecasting model. It has not been designed to model transport emissions reductions specifically. Therefore, the model we're using has not been designed for this purpose. The emissions reductions from that model are available. They were shared with everyone here at a workshop last year. They were also in the media in February. So 47,000 tonnes of CO2 over 10 years, 12,000 tonnes of CO2 a year at 2032. They are not significant amounts, but they need to be considered in the context of a broader change. They are amounts that have been modelled based on current assumptions around the transport system without additional interventions, additional changes to the transport system. So with that, I share those numbers with you, but I'm very confident, as we all are on this team, that those figures will be greatly exceeded by the change that we have ahead of us.
Can I just ask a supplementary to that, please, Matthew? I mean, in your advice and the advice of the experts that you've consulted with, is what we are recommending here the best way, in your opinion, to actually reduce our carbon emissions?
Everything is pointing towards the need for us to focus on transport, and in particular, a mode shift to public transport, active transport, that being walking and cycling, to enable a reduction in transport emissions in Auckland, And it also, all the evidence is also pointing towards the need to do that to enable a more equitable transition to a low carbon future, recognising that carbon costs are set to increase. We're already seeing that in terms of fuel prices. That pattern is set to increase. So we're very much thinking about how we can drive an equitable transition through this package as well.
Thank you.
So a supplementary question for Matthew, Madam Chair. How quickly do we start getting emissions reductions, Matthew, based on this climate action targeted rate? When do things start kicking in?
So through the chair, as you'll recall, Councillor, one of the 4 criteria for the climate action targeted rate is that these projects can be started fast. So therefore, we've focused on projects that don't require extensive planning, don't require extensive construction. We are looking at projects that can be started quickly. With that in mind, some of the projects will require the time it takes to, for example, train new bus drivers, procure new buses, and build new infrastructure, whether that be walking and cycling. But certainly, we are looking within the next year to 18 months to have these emissions reductions being realised. And we're looking at the frequent transit network that has been identified as a result of the climate action targeted rate being implemented by 2027.
So just further to that, I mean, can you clarify that most of these bus services, these new bus services, are some years out?
They are not some years out. They will be in place within the next few years. The transport strategy team are also here online and can certainly clarify specifics there. And I'll just pause there in case they wish to join and add the further information on the sequencing of bus services.
Hi there. Thank you, Matt. It's Robert Simpson here from the Transport Strategy team. Yes, that's right. There is a phased introduction of bus services ramping up to full implementation by year 5 of the targeted rate. But the services, the improvements start from year 2. So as Matt says, that's partly due to the need for the bus operators to ramp up their capacity to be able to deliver these improvements. But of course, it's also partly due to the fact that the revenue from the targeted rate doesn't all come at once. It's phased in over a number of years. Thank you.
Okay, supplementary question, Madam Chair. In order to effect this change to mode shift, is there any budget in the climate action targeted rate for behavioural change? Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, there is budget incorporated into the climate action targeted rate to enable behaviour change for the transport elements. It is important to note that the climate action targeted rate is focused on delivering the services that we need to enable mode shift, but of course behaviour change goes hand in hand with that, and we need to ensure that behaviour change occurs to enable and promote the shift that is required. So yes, in short, there is funding within the climate action targeted rate proposal to fund behaviour change initiatives to support the additional services.
Thank you. I've got a further question that the Mayor or someone in finance might be able to answer, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to seek confirmation that in addition to the climate action targeted rate, we still have the water quality targeted rate and the natural environment targeted rate. And I did have a question just around where the accommodation provided targeted rate is at. Thank you, Madam Chair. And in addition to that, question,
yes, just go on to your next question.
Well, it's just a bolt on. If it is the case that those targeted rates are already in place, are they subject also to the 3.5% increase? Thank you.
Only the water quality targeted rate is subject to the 3.5%. Council voted on that last year, as I recall, and there was overwhelming support for that. It was unanimous, in fact. So, Councillor, I think you probably supported it as well. With the water quality targeted rate, again, that's affected by 3 waters. And if Healthy Waters transfers to the new water services entity, that targeted rate will go, and the new water services entity will raise that money directly through some form of water rate. We don't know precisely how that will work, but the water quality targeted rate, a council rate, is to provide for activities provided by council, and that activity would move beyond council. So that rate would not be in its current form if Three Waters proceeds. On the natural environment targeted rate, again, I understood that there was probably near unanimous support for that from councillors who really wanted to do something about kauri dieback. I remember the debates we had on that about predator control. Some really good news about kokako in the hunuas have increased from about 20 a couple of decades ago to probably, I think it's 400 Councillor Hills now. 229, I'm exaggerating. It's a tenfold increase, so that's breeding pairs. Oh, so you double that, you've got the 400, so I was partly right. And in terms of the accommodation provider targeted rate, that's subject to an appeal to the Supreme Court. You'll remember we won decisively at the High Court, reversed by the Appeal Court. External legal advice to our Chief Executive said that this should be challenged to the Supreme Court, and Council has made that decision, not elected representatives, but Council officers. And we won't know the answer to that until such time as the Supreme Court has heard that case. And we shouldn't comment on it while the Supreme Court is hearing the case.
All right, Councillor.
Yes, Madam Chair. Reserve my right to
speak
later. Thank you.
Yes. I've also had a response from legal, and it goes to the to your vote on the general rate or the climate action targeted rate. And that advice is if someone wanted to vote against the general rates increase or the climate action targeted rate, they would need to vote against resolution A or vote in favour and have noted in the minutes the opposition to a certain aspect of A. Thank you. Next question from Councillor
Thank you, Madam
Darby.
Chair.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for accepting late questions over the weekend, in fact, last night, and having them responded to. Thanks, Chief Financial Officer. And look, most of those are satisfied. I just want to explore just one area. On the table under the scenario of a $250 million deferral package, it originally included a 15% reduction in the Urban Cycleway program, and that now has struck out and is in the spend, so there's no deferrals in that. That's good. I was intrigued to drill down into the detail of a project that's very close to Councillor Hills and I, and that is the Lake Road proposal, and it's been suggested as a deferral, but I've discovered that it's actually only a 20% per annum of the total budget allocation for the next 3 years, which is deferred. It's a resequencing more than a deferral, which is actually quite minor, which I'm relieved to understand now. Does that apply to a number of the other so-called deferrals, that they are actually resequencings along a sort of at a similar scale of 20%? The project is kept alive. Is it Pramod?
Yeah, while Pramod is coming up, it's going to be difficult to give you a blanket answer for that because it's case specific. We took a fair degree of reprioritisation of the capital and delivery aspects into the budget refresh prior to the CapEx scenarios that we've pulled together. But Pramod may be able to add some greater meat to that skeleton.
Through you, Madam Chair. So, Councillor Darby, just to be clear, in a lot of the cases, and this is at a high level because I haven't got the detail line by line, where deferrals are proposed, it doesn't necessarily mean that the project is stopping. In line with what you've been advised of for the Lake Road project, it is some rephasing. The projects do continue. Some may be at detailed design or scoping phase, and those projects can still continue through those stages. And once delivery timeframes are confirmed as we progress, because especially large multi-year projects, the budgets can be rephased to align with actual delivery. So.
Okay, look, I'm relieved that it was just a clarification I needed. That project, dear to us, is online. It's on target to be completed in the year that was already intended to be completed, and just a small 20% per annum for the next 3 years. Look, the other question that did throw up, and a further question, was the Coast Guard recommendation of 750k. Now, I did ask the CFO overnight whether Coast Guard, when they amalgamated into a national body, whether all those in governance and senior management were totally aware that upon amalgamation, they were not eligible to a RAFA funding. The answer was yes, they were totally aware, but they still knocked on the door anyway, and we're subject to today bowed to their request and offered 750k. I'm mindful of the chief executive always telling us sometimes you just have to stop doing things. I'm looking at that, and did we ever ask Coast Guard what the implications are? They've got amalgamated budgets now. What is the implication of Auckland Council not contributing 750? Does that mean the national budget will not be fairly apportioned over the national needs? Have they indicated that Auckland services for Coast Guard would be to the detriment of $750,000 equivalent in value, Peter?
Thank you for the councillor question. Councillor. I'm trying to call for help. But I can confirm that everyone was aware at the time 2 years ago that the funding was ceasing due to the Coast Guard being part there of its national body. So that is indeed accurate. The degree to which services are impacted, we have heard that regional education services and the KPI there may be unable to be delivered with this level of funding, and that it would certainly mean implications for the Auckland region. I'm not sure if anyone online has anything further to add to that in terms of specificity, in particular Alistair Cameron.
Look, in the interest of time, I don't think I'll take that one any further. I can see, and it has been confirmed, that the national body was fully aware of the implications at the time, yet they still knocked on the door. So just in terms of something that does annoy me a little bit when we do grant money, that we are acknowledged as a sponsor or a partner. The Auckland Coast Guard website contains no acknowledgement of Auckland Council's significant funding. If this was to proceed today, I would hope that we don't need to do this by amendment, Mr. Mayor. I would hope that our staff insist on acknowledgement of Auckland Council's financial partnership and make it very clear on their website and communications that we're a significant funder, subject to the decision coming up.
Yeah. Councillor, I absolutely agree with that, that when we fund an organisation, it should be acknowledged on their website. And that's just common sense, really, and I'm surprised that hasn't happened. Just on the earlier question, Ed Siddle is the person that's been dealing directly with this. When Auckland Coast Guard became part of the New Zealand scene, they were told that they were no longer eligible for a RAFA funding, but funding was provided separately. We made the saving out of a RAFA, but funding was provided separately to Coast Guard for 2 years. What I wasn't able to find out was whether they had been told definitively that that would be the end of their funding, or whether there was an expectation, not contradicted, that they would continue to get funding. I was advised, and I think the chair of the committee was advised in correspondence from Coast Guard, that some critical emergency services that were delivered for Aucklanders would be lost if the funding was not payable. The funding this year provides us, it's for a year, and it provides us the opportunity to run through the extent to which Auckland Council is a necessary funder in order to ensure that those emergency services are available for Aucklanders. What I didn't want to take the risk of was suddenly finding that and they are vital services for Aucklanders. It's not called the City of Sales for no reason, that those services suddenly would be lost and a vacuum left. I wasn't prepared to run that risk. So I suggested to our officers that the funding be extended for a year and that we use that year to work through the precise nature of what is being funded and whether our funding continues to be essential for the provision of those essential services. And that, I think, was the appropriate course to take. But it is funding for 1 year while the work is done that I would have hoped might have been done over the last 2 years when the funding was provided separately from ARAFA. So your questions are fair questions, and council officers will be looking to get answers on those questions from Coast Guard.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mayor.
Just further to that, Councillor, I'm just adding another few words to the recommendation around that. Thank you. I think you raised a really good point. And it's not a chair's recommendation because these are being moved by the mayor and the deputy mayor, but the chair will put it in anyway. I'm sure you'll agree, won't you, Mr. Mayor? Thank you. Just hold that line. Councillor Hills, next question from you. Thanks.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you. Just on the climate action targeted rate, just to you, the mayor. Considering the unanimous support for Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, the climate plan and the mode shift targets in there, have you had any other requests from anyone around this table or virtually of a different way to get these or get the direction, apart from doubling it or tripling it, to get to the sorts of targets we need to get to?
The short answer to that is no. We workshopped this over, gosh, I don't know how many separate meetings we had specifically on climate action targeted rate. And Matthew and his team took us through that very thoroughly. The recommendations were made on the basis of the 4 principles that were set out, and the recommendations were on the best advice that our people who are expert in council in this area could give us as to what would produce the best impact, the most effective impact on climate change. But unless I missed it, I'm not aware of alternative options that were put up during that workshopping proposal for how we should alternatively be spending that money. The proposals are very specific, and it's important that the public had specific proposals. Every one of us know exactly how that money is going to be spent on buses, on walkways, pedestrian crossings, cycleways, emissions reduction for ferries, emission reduction for buses by having electric buses, electric and hybrid ferries, and by greater urban coverage, forest coverage for areas that are disadvantaged. I don't personally recall that alternative options were put up.
Thank you. And just checking on the electric ferries and the electric buses, are the electric buses over and above what we funded last year in the climate initiatives, and are the ferries over and above what the government has announced in their package for Auckland?
Yeah, just to take the latter first, the government very kindly is funding the first 2 conversions to electric ferries, but we have, I think, 13 ferries, and we're looking in this package to help convert another 6 to 7 ferries. And why the emphasis on ferries is that ferries actually produce 21% of the carbon emissions of our public transport fleet. That's really important. The additional buses being converted, yeah, they're being converted on the basis that this funding will be available. It will bring forward those conversions. This council said in an earlier budget that we would not be procuring any new diesel buses from 2021, and I think we're one of the avant-garde cities to actually do that. But there's a very, very big bus fleet, and the more money we can get, the more money we can use to bring forward the removal of our diesel belching buses to clean buses. And there is some provision that the government has made in their emissions reduction scheme, but not a huge provision that may help. Maybe Auckland will get another 10 or 20 bus conversions out of that. But without this money, those conversions could not happen. And that's true of the budget as a whole. If you don't have the money, you can pass every resolution you like about how what an emergency we're in facing climate change. But if you're not prepared to act to change the emissions, then actually the resolutions don't mean a hell of a lot at all, and the public understand that.
Thank you. And with the 350 million announced, it's a 2-year funding from the government on the emissions reduction plan. Is it my understanding that they're working with the team on this proposal plus our other plans to kind of zip those together to enable more earlier?
Yeah, discussions are going on. The government made the high-level announcements, and what our team is now doing is working out how Auckland Council can get access to that to bring forward some of our plans for emissions reduction. And of course, because of the pressures on the National Land Transport Fund, we did not budget for government funding for the first 4 years. But with these changes, we can get stuff done that we otherwise wouldn't be able to do. And as I mentioned, I think in my opening comments, we have an advantage over others because the Minister's office has made it very clear. If you're showing that you're willing to co-fund stuff and you've got a plan to use the money, you'll get priority. And absolutely, we're looking for priority because we are willing to co-fund and we are ready to take decisive action to reduce emissions, and that gives us a leading edge.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions quick for finance. I don't know who wants to answer those, Chair. The first one is on, and we get a lot of discussion around debt and why we're still borrowing and et cetera, et cetera. If we were to not borrow for the capital we're doing this year and to simply pay for it through cash from rates, what would we have to put up the rates by this year to enable the capital we're doing this year?
900 divided by 18.
So if we go for around $900 million worth of capital expenditure and divide that by the $20 million per percent of rates, I think that comes to quickly around 45% increase in rates.
So if we weren't borrowing for the capital for intergenerational payback, essentially, we would have to put up the rates around 50% this year or stop the capital spend completely.
As always, you're having to achieve a balanced budget. So yes, if you wanted to still fund the capital and you didn't want to do it from borrowings, that would probably be the only way you could go.
Okay, thank you. On the reduction, which is higher than we thought, the 175, is it? 185, the revenue gap from COVID largely. What is that? What would that be if we didn't do the assets, like we didn't do the savings, we didn't, etc. If it was on rates, what was the?
I know that. I just don't know the answer.
No, I'm afraid I'd have to we'd have to specify which elements of the current balanced program were not to be achieved. So we've got 70 million, for instance, in there of asset recycling. We have a target of 90 million ongoing, and we consulted on 15, then 30. We're now talking about an ongoing gap of 90 to 150. So it's very difficult to give you a specific answer to that, which is why in the staff presentation we've got the 3 or 4 levers that work as a mix to provide the solution to the gap across capital deferrals with the 3 scenarios against future rates with a number of scenarios there and around service reductions and operational savings as the other element in it. But I can't give you a point estimate on that one because it depends which of the 3 levers are still in play.
But essentially, if we didn't have to make those hard calls, the rates would go up considerably if we were just going to go from rates.
That is, if the other levers aren't used, rates is the lever that's left. Of course, within the current consultation, that's not an option, so it is for the future.
Okay. And maybe the last question for the Mayor, and I had a similar concern to Councillor Henderson, I'm very opposed to delaying capital because of the future cost of that same capital to do. We are making what is a decision to defer, but essentially we keep getting told that it's actually not necessarily in our control. So do we have to make the decision to defer, or could we essentially put that we are unable to complete this capital? My understanding is it's largely to do with the ability of staff, supply chain, etc., that these delays to capital will happen. It's not us choosing. If we could do it, we probably would do it.
It's a combination of those things. As Peter has just pointed out, if you take away any lever as a way of raising funding, then you have to put more pressure on the other levers. And I don't think councillors want to put intense pressure on the public in terms of rate increases that are unaffordable. At the same time, I mean, the other option, of course, which is a Ratepayers Alliance option, is that you don't do anything and you watch the gradual disintegration of the infrastructure and the failure of your city. That's not being dramatic. That's what's happened all over the United States in the past. If we don't invest in the things that we need, then the infrastructure and also the glue that holds your city together is lost. With the deferred capital, as I said, I've chosen the least impactful of the options, which only saves a relatively small amount of money and is in conjunction with the fact that, you know, I thought that construction would start to slow at the moment with higher interest rates, etc. I got the figures for the latest building consents, and they show that we were, in April, 9 houses off the all-time record for the most houses ever consented in April. And if you look at the graph, it's just kept going up. That's put huge pressure on the construction industry, on skilled labour, on supplies of materials, and worsened by the supply chain problems created by COVID. So it makes sense at the moment to consider some small deferrals of construction projects that won't have dramatically bad effects, won't affect high risk projects, just to do a little bit of that, and that's what's being proposed. In the next year it'll be 30 million, and if circumstances change dramatically and there are alternatives, then council in the budget for 23-24, which you'll be looking at by December of this year, will be able to revisit it. But it's important to keep it there as one extra thing we can do while looking at a minimalist impact on the impact of projects, as Councillor Darby quite correctly pointed out, will have a minor effect. I think one of the community centres, there is a deferral there, but the finishing date is still going to be the same. It's just that the funding will go into it in a different sequence. So I think it's smart to use that, provided you're not having a dramatically bad effect by delaying that construction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Question now from Councillor Filipina.
Tēnā koe e he mana Desli, tēnā koe. Tēnā koe te rangatira e koro matua. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Tēnā koe te katoa e kai mahi e kai ni here o tāmaki makaurau. Your Worship, I just wanted to sort of cover off on the earlier question from Councillor Henderson, and that is in regards to the local board decision making. Having looked through your proposal, there's obviously not a specific item that you have in your recommendations, but where will I be able to vote against that particular one, or even under little b and the Roman numerals, Your Worship? Also, Chair, I reserve my right to speak in regards to why, as I indicated at the workshop. So, kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. What we heard at the workshop was that the funding for this proposal is already built into the baselines. So it's not a case of having to put the money in. It would require an amendment to take the money out. And, you know, I'm keen on finding any way of saving money, but I listened to the discussion around the table and acknowledged the fact that there have been a range of different studies that have promoted the solution that the governing body accepted last year, and in the end decided that from a personal point of view, I didn't think standing in the way of that extra expenditure that was already in the budget was justified, given the overall outcome of the framework review. I think, but I might be subject to correction on this, that we are looking at the government framework review paper on the 23rd of this month. So there may be a chance at a later date for you to raise a more specific recommendation on that. But it remains open to you or anybody else if you wanted to take money out of the budget. I don't usually encourage that to happen, either put money in or take it out, because there's an integrity to the budget package, but you would be able to move that way, or you could wait till we have the specific discussion on the governance framework review on the 23rd of June.
Kia ora, Your Worship, and just a clarification. So can I confirm that what you've just said is that the money is in there and approved, or has it been indicated and tabled and has not as yet been approved, and that is the $8 million over the 3-year period? Just question of clarification.
Yeah, we approved funding it in the paper that went to governing body last year, but like everything else, every proposal, funding proposal for the coming year is part of the budget proposal. But we actually, and this is one thing that I suppose that influenced my view on this, we have actually made the decision to adopt and fund the government framework review paper, which we did, I haven't got the date in front of me, but it was at a governing body last year. October the 28th last year. So we would have to, in effect, we'd have to reverse the decision that we've already made, and we'd have to take the money out of the budget. It's not a case of finding new money to put into it to fund the framework review.
Kia ora, thank you. Kia ora, Desley.
Thank you, Marta Alf. So I have just calling for no more questions. I will now then take a 5-minute break and go to comments. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ask those in the room to take their seats, please. And we will now move into comments. Please indicate in the sidebar if you would like to comment on the Mayor's proposal. Noting it's been moved by His Worship and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Darby, you have seen those extra words associated with the Coast Guard, and Councillor Sayers, you would have seen the inclusion of the GST comment. And the first comment we have, I'm going to run through comments. I'll do penultimate and I'll give the Mayor the final right of reply. First comment is from Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And very quickly, around the climate action targeted rate, when that was first proposed, I was quite sceptical. But over time, and especially when we've had a lot of people sending us emails in the last few days and even now saying vote against it and get back to basics, I think that part of a regional council's role is public transport, and a huge amount of this money is going to that. That is the basics, as far as I'm concerned, and that's why I support it, because I know that a lot of my community want better public transport, and we've been very poorly served in the northern part of my ward and I must say the coast. We don't have any public transport. So if this can have a multiple benefit of delivering better public transport, better services and reducing emissions, then I can support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next comment is from Councillor Young.
Here are Madam Chair. I would like to acknowledge Madam Chair and the Mayor for what has been another very challenging budget for Team Auckland. Mr. Mayor, thank you for your encouragement and the leadership in your climate action proposal. I will be supporting this proposal and I will keep my comments very brief today. We do know the climate change is already affecting us. We frequently hear of the extreme weather events and the record temperatures. Recently, our country's largest salmon producer announced they will be closed some farms and let staff go due to the sea warming killing fish. I used to thinking the climate change would be a slow effect over decades, but it's hitting us much sooner than we thought and might thought. We must act urgently to reduce our emissions and prepare Auckland for the impacts. The climate action target rate is not a silver bullet. It's a realistic step to lay the foundation for the future emission reduction and adaptation efforts. I do understand concerns around the timing with the current cost pressure on Aucklanders. But if we don't do today, we will only cost a lot more in the future. Aucklanders have already learned that lesson the hard way. We are currently fighting to address historic infrastructure underinvestment across the city, particularly East Auckland. However, today I'm very proud to support the climate package on behalf of East Auckland. In public consultation, the Howick Ward strongly backed the climate rate. The East is fast growing and diverse. It is full of the new Kiwis and the families. They're moving here for a safe and successful life, a clean environment, and the best opportunities and the future for their kids and the grandkids. I want that future too. We all do. And I believe the climate package can start shaping it for families across the city. Aucklanders have been clear on this. They expect us to move forwards, not backwards. Thank you once again, Mr. Mayor and the Madam Chair. 谢谢.
Thank you, Councillor. Next comment I have is from Councillor Cashmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and well said, Councillor Young. Well said indeed. So not wanting to be a meerkat in the Serengeti in the headlights of a giant lion called climate change, and that meerkat's desperately trying to find a little hole to roar down before he gets munched. Let's just have the moment of truth. Paul's absolutely right. Climate change is here now. I'm on my 4th year of drought on our farm. I've never seen anything like it in my lifetime. We had record high temperatures and record high soil temperatures. We are still suffering the effects, even with the rain we've had recently, and I imagine we'll suffer them right through till the spring. That's an agricultural perspective. BlueScope Steel in Glenbrook is looking to change the way it does steel, the recipe, instead of using coal, to use hydrogen at the cost of $250 million. Industries all over Auckland are greening. They're changing their boilers, they're changing their roofs, they're changing their fleets. The yellow toys will no longer be running on diesel in 10 years' time, they'll be running on hydrogen. But the conversion of the top end and bottom end of those motors to enable that to happen is not cheap. Their investment is substantial. And yet these industries, these farms and these businesses are the ones who are contributing disproportionately to the climate change targeted rate. And Mr. the Mayor and I have had this out a few times. And I thank him for F in these recommendations, where he talks about the movement of the regional fuel tax heading downward as a road pricing system or a congestion charging system comes in to really incentivise people to reduce that vehicle kilometres travelled. That's our challenge. That's what we've got to do. Not only will it reduce our carbon, not only will it increase our quality of life, not only will it decrease congestion, it will lift productivity. And that leads to a better life for Councillor Fesso's people, for Councillor Henderson's people, for Pippa's even, and even mine. Some might not have PT in the future. I doubt if we'll have it in Oriri. But others will have the options. And we will change how we live, we'll change how we play, and we'll change where we work. And that's all part of a critical worldwide system of change we're seeing. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to agree with everything here, and you know that. But the purpose and the direction is right, because that big lion is coming. And as a really scared little meerkat, I don't want to be stuck outside the hole. So I am going to dive down a hole and say, Mr. Mayor, I'm supporting you. Let's get this done, because it has to be for this city's sake and for this country's sake. We need to do our bit to be seen internationally to be doing our bit to keep our trade lines open. 82% of our exports currently come from farming, forestry and fishing. If they get penalised because we're not doing our bit for carbon reduction, the effect on our economy would be cataclysmic. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have my 100% support.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next speaker is Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair Simpson, and thank you, Worship. I have budget comments. Climate action targeted rate. To me, this is a future-focused initiative that ensures Auckland will be doing its part to manage the effects of climate change for the many generations of Aucklanders to come. So I was disappointed also to see that 2 large international cities are building new significant coal burning facilities, and they are significant, but it is international. And it was well reported to us the positive increase in air quality that Auckland had during the lockdowns because of reduced transport emissions. So council is investing in low carbon transport options, and I think we'll see an improvement in the environment. And I guess that from my perspective, we need to see this rate as a management of risk and opportunity for the future. And if we don't take this opportunity, as mentioned right now, in upgrading some of our buses and supporting urban ngāhere and so forth, we risk it being forced upon us, which is something I entirely disagree with. I don't like being forced to do anything, and neither do many of my constituents. But I do have many reservations about the targeted rate, and I'm not a big fan of targeted rates. But whilst the money is ring-fenced, I think it is the best course of action for our people. The other targeted rates have worked. So I do believe that it is important. So whilst I understand for some, and I know there will be a lot of people who think that it is the wrong time to add cost onto Aucklanders, and it's marketed as around about $1.12 or equal $58 a year on average, this could be that bit that breaks the camel's back for some. But I have received not just standard emails that all councillors have no doubt received. I have received feedback from my community and from local people. I've had conversations about it. So I feel I must support it on that basis. And it was a hard decision for me, because I believe in the community we have to reconcile taxes that are already overlaid on Aucklanders, for example, at the petrol pump to fund transport projects and other targeted rates. However, there are a number of people supporting it, so I will. Now, with regards to the general rates, I am against the 3.5% rates increase. And I did raise the matter of wanting to have those as separate issues, so I won't go into detail about that because I don't want to embarrass anyone. So just with regards to a note for me, I do support Coast Guard, but in commenting to the general rates increase, I think that the government needs to take responsibility for contributing more to Auckland. So the budget before us could be called, in my view, a wrongly timed budget, given the difficult economic situation our people face. And I got told so many times by people online and involved that we need to be brave. Well, I am being brave, and I remember that we have had damage and effect from COVID-19, right? We all do. And so now we have to face the fact that our community will miss out for this time on some much needed infrastructure. But again, I lay it at the government's feet for not appropriately, in my view, funding and supporting Aucklanders for many, many years in the various forms. And I say that Aucklanders pay a significant amount of money towards taxes, so they should better fund us. To me, and I've heard that term used before on here, it's a no-brainer. So please stop hurting Aucklanders and start supporting them. So with regards to deferrals, I understand it's wrong to many, and I think for many years we've been trying to achieve so much for so many that, again, it seemed unequitable and unfair. So I do say that this will be a very hard time for us, and it is a very hard decision for me to take. Now, given the community pool and the planned and the faux ward was deferred just like that, I'd call it, and despite it being talked about in the long-term plan and many years of work, and I seem to be still fighting for local safety issues, say, for example, Avondale slippery paths, I look at the whole budget and I say, you know, you'll be able to catch a low emission bus, because I've just said I'd support the climate change targeted rate, but what will it, where will it go to? And thank you, I do know a councillor said in one of the areas that there is actually no public transport, so perhaps it will be acceptable to some. I think the budget does do damage to council because it undermines the trust in our communities, and a community who I think don't really trust us anyway, because we are not given the tools, and it is not laying it in the feet of anyone sitting around the table or online, but we have not been given the tools to do what we would really like to do for the people. And I feel, or I question, are we all in a sandwich with no picnic? We're expected to deliver services to our communities, and we are staffed to look at cutting back. So, you know, it just seems inappropriate. So there's a tug of war going on. And despite the opposition to 3 waters reforms, we find ourselves in a bit of a fire sale scenario, in my view, and the view of many I have talked with. So we just balance our budget, and we have to go cap in hand to the government asking for a better off payment. And should the budget pass, I think that we need to do better as we move forward into a very difficult time in the future, and we do need to have central government support us much further on projects. So in looking at the budget to end, I think as governors that we have to act as governors, and for this stage not increase rates but support the climate change targeted rate. Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Sure. First up, Madam Chair, I'd like to move an amendment. Sandra has it. And the words are that the climate action targeted rate be flexible in its budget allocation to allow reprioritisation as required. You have that, so I've moved that, and my understanding is that Councillor Fletcher has seconded that.
Just hold the line, please, Councillor, until you talk to us. We need to get that brought up. Thank you.
My screen is frozen right now, Madam Chair. I'm not sure what's happening.
Councillor, sorry about that. We're just getting it typed up. Would you like to talk to it first?
Yes, happy to, Madam Chair. So the particular concern that I have is that the overall context is that Auckland's emissions are going up. I'll repeat that. Auckland's emissions are going up and have been doing so for some time. I think all councillors know that there is a need for immediacy around climate action. And my particular concern is that I do not believe that the climate action targeted rate as it's proposed is fast enough. I do not believe that it delivers sufficiently in terms of the quantum of change that is required. I think in many respects it puts options up that are relatively expensive when we could achieve much more for our money. And I think that we all know that there is significant technological change that is on the horizon, that is imminent, that goes to electric vehicles, that includes electric cars, electric buses, electric bikes, and issues around behavioural change. And further to that, my experience of visiting and engaging with other cities is that there are many cities around the planet who are much further in respect of actually implementation and driving down emissions than we are. And I could rattle off a whole list. So I have real concerns around not the money that we're spending on the climate action targeted rate. I have no issue with that, and I am entirely supportive of the climate action targeted rate. I led out Council's first climate action plan back in the 2010 term under Len Brown. But I know that we could be doing much better, much faster. So that is the reason for those words, Madam Chair. We will also have a new council in the not too distant future, and they may want to accelerate the process of driving down emissions much faster, much more economically, much better. So I seek support for that amendment. It is an amendment by way of addition. It is not a substitution, and I would have thought that all councillors would be supportive. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Now we're speaking to the amendment, and the second speaker to the amendment, I understand, is Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In speaking to this amendment, I want to stress two key words in it, and that's one to do with flexibility and the one to do with reprioritisation. And the reports and commentary we've had on the climate change targeted rate, we've constantly used the phrase of taking urgent action. And in actual fact, no, we haven't done that. We all know that. The climate emergency was declared in 2019. This package, a large percentage of it, 65% of it, is to do with largely increasing bus routes and buses, new buses in one shape or form. By the time they kick in, that will be 5-6 years since that climate emergency was declared. A number of the other initiatives will only occur in the outer years of the next decade, and to be honest, if it's like a number of our other projects, they run the risk of being deferred, as happens, with council capital works anyway. So to have the flexibility to respond to that sort of scenario, which I look upon as being predictable, I think that's very important. The bus component, that $650 million, we will remember, only starts to meet the goals if there's behaviour change. If there's not adequate behaviour change, then we don't meet those goals. We don't get that patronage. There are fortunately some officers in council who certainly realise that. They've shown that with trials, as happened at Millwater, where there was a 45% increase in the patronage with a concentrated campaign to do with zeroing in on that behavioural change aspect of it. So I think this amendment allows catering for that and a reprioritisation if there's more of that's required than just straight out, addition of bus fleets. Otherwise, we end up with a predictable situation that occurs in some parts of the region where there's a lot of empty buses plying their trade, but not many people catching them. In other areas, we might need to move a lot faster. I think of the ferry services, for instance, where perversely enough at the moment, in a number of the runs, not least of which is the Gulf Harbour one, is where patronage is actually declining, not because people don't want to use it, but because of its unreliability. And that's not just a consequence of recent times, that's been systemic from a number of years again. So this amendment allows for a response there. In some respects, the kind of the demand for action now is really what is the expectation of our population, not so much that phased in. We're constrained by the budget as it kicks in year after year, but there's a number of things we could be doing now with a very modest cost. If we take, for instance, a cycling network in countries like Japan and Tokyo, for instance, they have a massive cycling network that utilises the existing pavements. They have 14% mode share in Tokyo, yet they only have 10 kilometres of dedicated cycleways. Why can't we do that? If we are in an emergency, if we are stressing the words climate action, then why can't we follow them? Similarly, with the people who came and presented to us with the free fares, there's various versions of that. There's a free fare, and then there's the kind of the Vienna fare type model overseas, which for a far more modest subsidy results in places like Austria for people getting access to public transport, all forms of public transport, whether it be light rail, metro rail, buses, the works, for €365 a year. And in those instances, we have the ability for employers to subsidise or pay for the full cost of their employees for that pass, and that's taken up. So I guess for all this that we have in front of us, I support the notion of doing something. I don't think our response to date has been one of action. My fear in this, a big budget package, is where that's put up as the solution. It's brought in as it must be over a number of years, and the real need to respond to climate action now is actually lost with modest interventions, such as the utilisation of payments, such as perhaps shorter subsidies for Vienna fare type arrangement. So I think that this targeted rate flexibility is essential, and it also provides the ability to be led by people in the community, not necessarily depending on bureaucracies that can be rather slow moving. We know that. So I commend this. and I think it's a good addition to the proposals that are to be passed later on in the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to call our Chief Financial Officer for some professional advice, because I am aware that, of course, we have an election soon, so this will come up next term. But Peter, could you just give some professional advice around this, please?
And through you, Chair. Yes, staff advice or view is that Council already will have a degree of flexibility to reprioritise projects to be funded by the CATAR. Targeted rate funds must be spent on the activity for which the rate is set, and the broad activity here provides some flexibility. To go into that a bit more, the draft funding impact statement, the FIS, as consulted on, provides that the CATAR will fund an additional investment to reduce Auckland's greenhouse gas emissions and increase the urban ngāhere. The draft FIS also provides that the CATAR will be used to help fund the capital and operating costs of investment to fund the acceleration of regional climate action by extending the regional networks for public transport, active transport and urban ngāhere. This description in the FIS provides the broad parameters for what the targeted rate funds can be spent on, and as such there is a degree of flexibility in here. The projects consulted on were included in the consultation material to give people an indication of the type of projects Council intends to spend the funds on, so that they can give informed feedback on the proposal to set that rate. And Council is not strictly bound by that list of projects, but will need to comply with its general decision-making obligations when considering whether to make changes to that list of projects as changes are proposed over time. So therefore, to wrap that all up, we do not consider the amendment is necessary to enable that flexibility. But if the committee wanted to add a noting resolution to signal that flexibility, we would suggest that it say something along the lines of noting or note that the Council may consider reprioritising projects to be funded by the CATAR as required. Thank you.
Can I just ask that the mover and the seconder are happy with that professional advice? I certainly am. I think that it answers the query, the reason for your recommendation.
Through you, Madam Chair.
As a yes.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand the advice, but this issue is so substantial. It matters certainly so much to me, and I would suggest a number of us, that I would like the resolution to stand. I think it stands on its merits, Madam Chair, and I invite the seconder to comment. Councillor Fletcher.
The next comment I have is from Councillor Stewart, and then I will call for Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Stewart.
Well, if Councillor Fletcher wants to speak first, to continue on with what Wayne was saying, I think that probably would be best.
All right, I'm happy to do that. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, I thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, can I say that this whole issue of whether you want to call it climate change, whether it's seen in its wider environmental implications, like the Deputy Mayor, we cannot be in denial on it. And this is not a situation where I think that anybody should be in denial, but what it is about the Auckland Council demonstrating its willingness to accept new advice, to accept new evidence, to have the ability to be nimble and move beyond just the rhetoric that we support climate change, to demonstrate that we are going to respond effectively. I have followed this issue passionately, going right back to before Britomart. I had chaired the committee that had dealt the Environment and Transport Committee, and I brought to Auckland a determination that we would deal with emissions. And that was the thinking behind rail, it was the thinking behind climate change initiatives that we were trying at that time. And an election was fought over it. And at that time, the Green Party could not get its head beyond GMOs. It didn't want to actually get into the business of debating rail, didn't want to discuss any of those things. And so I've watched this consistently all the way through. But what I do not want to see, and I'm a great fan of targeted rates, if they are going to be used for the purpose in which they are specified, is that it mustn't just mop up those things that the council would be doing automatically. This has to be a special rate that the council can show that flexibility, that it can actually respond appropriately with an incoming council. And we've heard from Mr. Gudsell, if that is what is intended, what is so very frightening about the words that are being proposed here? You know, if what has been put forward, as I understand it from Mr. Gudsell, the projects are more just a guide, then what is wrong with agree that climate action targeted rate be flexible in its budget allocation to allow reprioritisation as required? It might be that we have coastal retreat in our regional parks. It might be, you know, there's a whole range of things that this potentially could be in the future. And I see nothing sinister about this. And I see it as actually a show of unity across the council, that we are moving beyond just the words of, yeah, we'll do something about climate change or we'll have a climate change emergency, to demonstrating that we will take it seriously and we will respond as new information comes to date and new science, new evidence, because we're in a state of flux, as the Deputy Mayor said earlier. So I would like to see the words remain. Mr. Gudsell didn't put up the words on the screen, so I'm just going on memory of what he said. It would be useful if he would put those up and so we could see a direct comparison. But if the intention of officers is that we do have that flexibility and that we want to use targeted rates, which are the comfort level to our communities, that these funds are going to be used for these purposes rather than some big slush fund, then surely there's nothing that should be preventing the adoption of words that absolutely demonstrate that the council is willing to entertain new information and show those reprioritisations as information comes to bear. So am I reading this correctly? This is Mr. Gudsell's words. Note that the council may consider reprioritising projects to be funded by the targeted rate as required. So there's really not a lot of difference between those two. I can't really understand why there is such an objection to G being put up, unless that it's being put up by Councillor Walker and myself. I would hope.
I think it was a process question, a process statement I'm just going to make now, and that is the mover did not agree to the words that the Chief Financial Officer suggested.
Well, at that stage, they weren't written up, and we're all trying to work as best we can with technology from different parts. So I'm happy to go and make a quick call to Councillor Walker, but I would. It's about outcomes. I'd like to see this outcome here, rather than, you know, losing the importance that I feel and consider should be adopted. There will always be people who will want to argue the validity or otherwise of the science of climate change. I hope that we've moved beyond that. And what we're doing now is to look at the most appropriate way that council can continue to respond.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to get some legal advice here, and I have called Meredith to provide that advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, so it's a suggestion from legal simply to provide clarification. So with the targeted rate, we can only spend the targeted rate on the activity that we set out in the draft FIS. The wording here is really just to clarify that it is for that purpose, but within that we can reprioritise projects. So there's no legal concern with the suggestion. It was just a change of wording to clarify the meaning and make it clearer.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, I'll let you talk to Councillor Walker.
With the mover's permission, I'm indicating that I'm happy for the words that have been proposed to be a replacement for G, and that the amendment stands, but I will call Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I'll take a 2-minute break. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I'm just getting legal back for you, Councillors Walker and Fletcher.
Thank you. The screen had frozen, but it appears to be clear now.
Yeah, I can see that.
So it comes back to prioritisation.
Okay. Can I have order, please? Thank you. And I will go back to legal, who have refined their advice. Meredith.
Thanks. So it's just that mix of things. So we need to comply with the Local Government Rating Act. And so we can only spend the targeted rate on the activity for which the rate is set, which is the things contained in the draft FIS, so the urban ngahere, active transport, public transport. But within that, we can reprioritise the projects as required. So there's just a slight piece of wording that has changed there, which I think Sandra is putting up, which identifies that we will prioritise the projects as needed, provided they fall within those activities for which the rate is set.
So a question, Meredith, from me. So that means if you wanted to spend climate action targeted rate on, for example, coastal inundation, you are unable to do that because it wasn't consulted on as a major theme. Is that correct?
That's right, because it doesn't fall within the activity for which the rate is set.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Just a minute, Councillor. My next speaker is Councillor Stewart and then the Mayor. Councillor Stewart.
Well, that's a little bit sad. The reason I initially supported climate change all that time ago was because of the extreme weather events that we have and coastal erosion, flooding and stormwater. And a very good example I can give you, and we're going to have it all over the place, and I think the money would be far better spent in areas like this. Is just an example, Bucklands Beach Road down on the beach. It's just about eroding into the sea, and I would say after we have another couple of extreme weather events, I would say that the road will collapse into the sea, and it will cost us an awful lot more money to fix that. And I think if we were going to have a climate action targeted rate, I think most people, most sensible people would think that saving our roads and our coast would be very high up there in the priority list. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next comment is from His Worship the Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem with the note as it is now worded by our Chief Financial Officer in consultation with legal, but I'm against the amendment. And the reason that I'm against the amendment is that we went out and we consulted over 9,000 Aucklanders, setting out what the climate action targeted rate would be for. And the document, and I'm reading for this from the document, says this: the climate action targeted rate will be used to help fund the capital and operating costs of investment to fund the acceleration of regional climate action by extending the regional networks for public transport, active transport and urban ngāhere. Now, when we set a targeted rate, it is ring-fenced. It's ring-fenced for the purposes for which it is set. We went out and we did an independent survey of Aucklanders, and it was on the same basis. We weren't asking them to buy something sight unseen. We specified the areas for which the money would be spent. If we now change the categories where the money can be spent, we would absolutely be accused of bad faith by those that we've consulted with. We consult with them on A and we deliver E. That is bad faith. That is against the principle of a targeted rate. So for that reason and that reason alone, while there is flexibility within those categories of public transport, regional networks for public transport, active transport and urban ngāhere, if we go beyond that, we are spending the ratepayers' money on something that we did not consult them on and different from what we consulted them on. You cannot do that. The second thing I would just have to say is that we had lots of opportunity in our workshops to put up viable alternatives to this. The time for discussing viable alternatives is past. We agreed on this. We agreed unanimously. Every councillor voted to go out and consult on the document that we'd agreed on. You cannot change the rules of the game halfway through it. I am happy that there is a degree of flexibility within the categories that we consulted on, but if we go beyond that, we are acting in bad faith and contrary to what we've promised people, and I cannot support that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to go to the mover and seconder and ask them one question. Are they happy to change their amendment to the noting amendment? Yes or no?
I'm happy with the noting amendment, not with the amendment as put forward in the red.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just a note.
Yeah. So I'm now going to ask, noting that the red amendment by Councillor Walker and Councillor Fletcher may not be legal in its current form, I wish to ask whether they'd be happy to accept the blue.
May I respond, Madam Chair?
I just want some clarification of this, Madam Chair. Is the note To the amendment?
No, it's a separate amendment.
No, that's what I thought. So the note would just go into the body of the recommendations, and this does not imply that we are supporting the amendment.
Correct.
Okay, then I'm happy with it.
Okay. Councillor Walker, you're not really supposed to speak again, so please keep it brief.
Well, you did ask me, Madam Chair. So it's relatively simple to take the amendment and after as required, just bolt on the words, provided they fall within the activity for which the rate is set. That is simple. And I do note,
that's basically what the...
So it amounts to an amendment rather than a note. It has more strength. But if the Mayor and various councillors want to weaken it, well, that's their call, Madam Chair.
I've been asked to
move. We put the amendment, Madam Chair.
All right. I have a motion to put the amendment as written by Councillor Walker.
I wanted to amend the amendment, Madam Chair.
Councillor Walker, I think the easiest thing would be to have your amendment as the blue noting, and then it wouldn't need to be an amendment. It would automatically go in. Are you happy with that?
Madam Chair, point of order. There's
a closure motion.
Moved
yes, you have.
To put the amendment. If somebody seconds it, if they don't, it falls away. Member Taipari seconded it.
Through you, Madam Chair, can I just be clear?
He's already said he won't do it. He won't remove.
No, I haven't said
Councillor
that.
Walker.
I haven't said that. So am I to take it that we'll include this note then?
Point of order,
the Mayor and the
Councillor Newman
have agreed to include the blue note.
Point of order, Madam Chair. A closure motion has been put. A closure motion, it's Councillor Newman. A closure motion has been put. The debate has to conclude whilst the vote on the closure motion is put. And if the vote fails, then we can continue to discuss this. But I don't understand how the conversation continues.
Correct. All right. The closure motion, Member Taipari. Is that correct? Yes.
That the amendment be put, and can we come?
Right, I put the amendment on voices because I haven't been asked for a division. All those in favour say aye.
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 No.
Aye.
Aye.
Is this the closure motion? It's not the amendment, Madam Chair.
This is the closure motion.
Said amendment.
All right.
Okay.
The closure motion to put the amendment.
No.
All those in favour say aye.
It's just.
No.
Against.
Against.
I'll take that as 4.
Against.
So now we are having the noting. No, sorry. Now we're having the amendment by Councillor Walker and Councillor Fletcher. I'll take it on voices. All those in favour say aye.
Excuse me, point of order, Madam Chair. The closure motion was won. Therefore, we move on.
Yes.
The noting is made. You don't put an amendment. The closure motion you declared was won.
No, that was a closure.
No, I don't think that's right, Councillor.
The motion was to put the amendment, and then we agreed to put the amendment.
Correct.
Now we put the amendment.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
You put a closure
we are
motion
now-
to the meeting. Sorry, Madam Chair. You put a closure motion to the meeting.
That's not right, is it?
No, it was that the motion be put, the amendment be put, and we voted on that. And now we're voting on the amendment, which is the red writing.
Yes. Thank you for that clarification. We will now vote.
Forgive me, Madam Chair. I thought that Councillor Cooper asked for a closure motion. Can you just
No,
deal
it was
with
an amendment to put the amendment.
to put the amendment? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Right, we now will vote on the amendment by Walker and Fletcher. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
That is lost on the voices. I will now put the noting amendment. No, we don't need to put. No, it's already included. Sorry, move on. Right, next. Are there any other speakers?
I think Councillor Dalton was on my speaking list.
Speaking on the mayoral proposal. Quiet please. Councillor Dalton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I will be brief. Like Councillor Cooper, I was a bit sceptical at the start for the climate action targeted rate, but we've talked so much about it now. 55 hours and 24 meetings later, I'm a lot more informed. And in addition to that, I'm on the Transport Emission Reduction Group with the Chair and Deputy Chair of Auckland Transport, and there's so much information on Councillor Hill's, Councillor Coop. There's a lot of information in there that's compelling. I mean, there's no argument against where we need to go. And what this is, it is leadership. And I know the term leadership and courage gets bandied around depending on the side of the debate that you're on. But we do need this. We need to be showing this leadership for our communities. It's a step in the right direction. So in addition to the annual plan consultation and feedback, which is, you can't argue against what's being presented to us, particularly from the younger generation and interestingly by the older generation as well. My grandchildren, my 9-year-old twin grandchildren are talking about this. They're learning this in school. They're challenging me with questions. And this is for them. This is for them and for their children and grandchildren as well. And it might seem minimalistic to a lot of people, but the behaviour change comes as
against them.
Excuse me, can other councillors please be quiet so we can listen?
The behaviour change comes when we provide what we need to provide to get that behaviour change. And for my community, my ward, Manurewa Papakura, I'd like to thank you, Your Worship, for the bus transport, for the urban nahere. You've listened and you've provided for us, and I really, really appreciate that. It will make a difference. What we know is that for our low-income families, 30% of their outgoings is in looking after their vehicles. It's unaffordable. And we need to be able to provide them with the choice and the choice to be able to take that bus. And they're not necessarily coming to town, but they are going to Highbrook and they are going to the airport. And the buses will make a difference for them if it's going to suit their lifestyle. Not going to suit everyone, not going to suit the mum with 6 kids to drop to 3 different schools, right? But it is going to make a difference for some people. I think importantly, the information that Andrew Duncan provided us again this afternoon, around the rates, all of the rates together, including the regional fuel tax being beneath the 5% affordability, is something to be impressed by actually for our communities, that we are keeping it as affordable as we can be with what we need to do for a growing city, in a city that is a long way behind in providing what is required to, 1, look after our environment, and 2, provide those choices in public transport. And when you put that against the leverage that we will get from the government in terms of their emission reduction budget and the other projects, I mean, Minister Wood has really served us well, in my view. I mean, I remember Minister Wood from when he was on the local board and we used to go to the Manukau Harbour Forum together, and he used to bring his little children at that time. He has a compassion and a caring for Auckland and for the environment and for the future for his children and grandchildren too. He has really done a good job working alongside the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and the rest of us to be able to support the vision that we have for the future of Tāmaki. So really just want to speak in support of that. The second thing, it wasn't in your proposal, Your Worship, but happy to see the government's framework in there. I know it's a point of contention, but another step forward for us as we get to the right place of decision making as a council. So kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman, you're next on the speaking list.
Yeah, look, firstly, of course, you'd take the funding of central government, and I support taking that funding. I have to say to you, Chair, I've been pretty appalled by the binary way in which this budget has been framed in recent times. If you vote for the budget, you're deemed to have integrity insofar as you vote on the climate emergency. You're deemed to be a worthy, brave representative. You are deemed to be listening to the scientific advice. If you vote against the budget, you are framed by people, via the keyboards, they don't pick up the phone or talk to me, as being a climate denier or a disruptive influence. And I think that is very sad, noting that a significant proportion of the general rate increase last year, we went to 5%, the majority of us, including me, voted for that 12 months ago with a specific view to funding activities in the climate action space. Now, I have considered this matter very carefully. I oppose the climate change target rate because I think it's so intrinsic to this budget, that requires me to vote no on A, and I'm deeply, deeply disappointed about that. But let me first address my vote in relation to the climate emergency. The basis for my support, and I think actually Sharon Stewart is in a similar situation to me, the basis for my support was to give permission for a focus on CapEx infrastructure renewals to ensure resilience in the first place. I do not think that this budget gives an appropriate focus on resilience, because at the same time that we are locking up more and more new funding, this budget is actually going to further starve emaciated regional CapEx renewals budget. And nobody around this table speaks for me on my reasons for my vote. I trust very few people in public life, and I can speak for my own values. But I have raised the issue of maintenance and CapEx renewals, I think, more than any other. And I am deeply concerned that at the same time that we are ring fencing budgets for new activities, in fact, we are not properly funding the renewal of our existing assets. And I have to say to you, Chair, I have knocked on thousands and thousands of doors across my ward, and I listen very carefully to my constituents who are facing the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. You know, they don't appreciate the design of this budget, where the consolidated rate increase, which for some of them is going to be quite significant, comes at the same time as if we're not funding our regional CapEx renewals budgets properly, and we're going to have to address a structural deficit in our budget next year. Every time we impose a new targeted rate for new activities while concurrently failing to address our existing activities in an equitable way, I think that we further erode confidence in this regional council. I want to address for one moment, Chair, the issue of Auckland Transport's ability to make good on climate initiatives as part of this budget. Auckland Transport has an enormous budget hole. It's enormous. And we should not tell our community, in my view, that Auckland Transport will quickly accelerate mode shift and decarbonisation because they don't have the funding to guarantee that they can achieve that. Secondly, Auckland Transport doesn't have the funding to renew its local road network because the New Zealand Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi, has no more funding for it. And no one is more cynical about those transport offerings than me, Chair, because I've read the ministerial briefings around Mill Road, which have been provided to Minister Wood, and subsequently the decisions by Minister Wood and the government to renege on the Mill Road corridor. What I can tell you is I don't trust the government as an equal funding partner, not on Mill Road and not on the urban cycleways. And if you think otherwise, ask yourself this: how's Skypath going? How's that bridge across the Waitemata Harbour going? I'm not a cheerleader for ATAP either, because the reprioritisation exercise that we have seen to date has been very detrimental to communities in my ward. Vital safety projects like Hengaia too. I got in the photo behind me here, took it the other day. Critical safety projects with cycling elements have been cut because they were judged to be not sufficiently worthy in the context of decarbonisation. I am deeply disappointed at the reprioritisation of the CapEx program, which will see the deferral of the funding for Opeheki Park. I'm disappointed about that because we're going to have another couple of years where a sports park's been built, but it's not used in part because the town supply, it's not connected to town supply. It sits along a suburban neighbourhood in Papakura. Chair, the final thing that I will say, and I appreciate I've taken a bit of time here, is that this debate is being had by people who are politically connected, and many of us are quite asset rich, and no one here lives on a household income of less than 100,000 a year. But the people who are affected by this, the consequences of the decisions that we take, many of them are living at the pointed end of the cost of living crisis, and it will affect them very differently to how it affects people around this table. I am disappointed that I feel that my vote has to reflect my conscience in a way whereby I have to oppose this budget. It's the first time they've ever done this, and I don't take any joy from it. But I've concluded, Chair, that my vote has to be a no for the reasons that I've set out. It's not one I take lightly. No joy in this, quite the opposite. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if a division's going to be called, but I'll have to have my vote against A noted.
We'll note that. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to pick up on a couple of the themes that Councillor Newman has introduced there, which I think are very pertinent ones. When I read through the budget documentation as a whole, I get a rather depressing sense of deja vu, actually, and one that a deja vu that's actually deteriorating. Back in 2020, when we had our first budget, at the outbreak of COVID, there was pressure for a rates freeze. There was landlords giving sizable rent holidays. There was other councils at least considering that, even if they didn't follow through. And we stood steadfast to our 3.5%. The following year, we were told it was a one-off of 5%. And I can remember Councillor Sayers being castigated for suggesting that it wouldn't be a one-off, that in fact there would be another ones. And I guess it's correct in the sense because this time around we're closer to 6%. And I say that because I really think we need to put on the table the facade of the 3.5%, which is just being maintained through the addition of yet another targeted rate. That's 4 now, and although I support the climate change one, there's 4 and 3 in a regional fuel tax. That's, in this instance, this targeted rate is related to the provision of bus services, and you really have to wonder to what extent the business as usual or what would have normally been considered the business of usual is getting caught up in some of these targeted rates. When it does come to that regional fuel tax, it's notable, I think, how budget after budget that the impact of that on household budgets receives absolutely no analysis at all. Well, not quite, because IMSB did commission the Sapir Research Group back in 2018, and which found that the regional fuel tax would most likely impact inequitably on Maori households in South Auckland, where fuel efficiency of vehicles is considered, and the local board areas with above average impacts in the outer suburbs, and also again poorer areas like Manurewa and Papakura. So by my calculation, that in lower fuel price times, that's perhaps not so noticeable, but in times of higher prices, that becomes a significant imposition. In multiple car households, I think that at the moment it'll be quite possible that easily over $1,000 a year is getting eaten up with that regional fuel tax. Over and above that, for some areas that I represent, like Whenuapai and Herald Island, they're in the middle of average 15 to 28% rate increases that came about as a consequence of the urban rating proposal. So I'm not quite sure how we think that 5% threshold or negligible impacts apply to those people, quite the reverse. When you read through the attachments as a whole, I think it presents a rather grim future of what's in store for us after this particular budget. We have asset sales with what remains of the family silver, and there's not much left there now, rate increases conceivably around that 5% or even higher, long-term capital deferrals, service level cuts of some magnitude, interest repayments in the next budget will go over the 500 million mark for the first time. That's about 1.3 million a day if you transfer it to a daily calculation. So I think the new council, as it's been alluded to here, has got a bit of a hospital pass, and I think whoever the mayor might be at that time better start preparing his Winston Churchill "I have nothing to offer but blood, tears and sweat" speech, because I think that's what he or she's going to be facing. In defence, and we've heard it here today, we're repeatedly told how COVID-19 has pushed Auckland Council's finances over the cliff, which is true to a certain extent. But what it doesn't concede is that Auckland Council was already standing on the very edge of that cliff. It wasn't so long ago, in fact, just the last term of council, where we still had the culture that insisted on business class travel, the commissioning of $1 million reports. That was indicative of the culture that existed. In more substantive dollar terms, we had massive big blowouts on the CRL, which went from 2.4 billion to 4.4 billion. And we still have that large cloud hanging over this whole process here today, because we know that there's some unpleasant surprises coming up in that. Other decisions, like the disposal of this diversified assets portfolio, the so-called rainy day fund, we're starting to pay for that now. The rainy days arrive, but that $330 million is long gone. So I think, Madam Chair, if we're taking an objective, balanced view of this, that sort of build up to the present is often conveniently forgotten. We're a bit like the Bourbons in that sense. We have learnt nothing and we've forgotten nothing. But as far as this budget here before us today goes, I would like to think that going forward that we are a bit more flexible, that we do take on contestable advice, and that when it comes to the vote in a short period of time, that some members that are capable of it anyway think, well, is this really the message that you can put out to Auckland? That's the best they can hope for? I don't think it is. I think there is different ways of dealing with some of these challenges, and I guess whoever is in the new council will have that challenge before them. But certainly, given the proposal before us, given the backdrop that I've attempted to fly through, I won't be supporting it because it doesn't deserve to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take this time to acknowledge yourself, the Deputy Chair of this committee, the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, all the staff that have worked on this. In supporting the Mayor's proposal, I am happy to support it. I think it's a necessary budget. I don't see anything, that would be something you could go out there and kind of, there's no bells and whistles, and there shouldn't be, because of the financial losses that council has taken because of COVID. I think about my communities that I represent, because other councillors have spoken to this, and I think for them the main issues, well, a lot of the main issues are safety, gang violence, looking after children, putting food on the table, trying to survive. Those are their major issues. Then you have the other side of the community where they are homeowners. They, want something done about climate. They want more public transport. They want us to be more bold in emissions reduction. So yeah, I think, I think for those that this is not top of mind for their priorities in life, they will rely on us as the decision makers of the city to make the right decisions for what the city needs. I can talk about unlock Panmure, transform Onehunga. I have massive growth and development going on in my ward, but I'm not trying to move any amendments to push those through because I understand our financial situation. and it's only a deferral. So, you know, trusting in that, because it will still happen, it'll just happen later. In terms of some concerns that were raised before about the feedback, the public feedback regarding the climate action targeted rate, and feedback from one particular ward that had a majority of Pasifika residents not supporting, I think we listen to our young people, and For the Culture comes to mind, which is a South Auckland environmental group led by Ainga Ngā Le Fili Whipule Tapuai, where she said, as a country with the largest Pasifika population, we must show our solidarity for our Pacific neighbours and care for Pasifika citizens through ensuring our communities will be safe from the impacts of climate change. So for me, it's a no, it's a given that we do everything we can regarding climate action. So yeah, happy to support this. And thank you to Matthew Blakey, Alec, Tang for their consistent work regarding climate action and trying to get us as a council to do our part as a city regarding climate action. So to me, that seems to be the big one of this budget is climate action. And finally, putting some money to our declaration we made in 2019 so that it isn't just token words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and thank you very much. And I guess for me, I think a lot of the community are sick of us talking. In general, maybe, but on climate, definitely. Sick of seeing the talk, sick of seeing the votes, sick of seeing the celebrations of unanimous this, unanimous that. We had a unanimous vote on the climate emergency, unanimous support for Te Tara Kia Tawhiri right in the middle of our first year of COVID, unanimous support for halving our emissions by 2030. We're already almost 3 years into that. Unanimous support for action on climate in our last budget. We keep telling people we're doing things, and quite often we're not following through. This is, unfortunately, it's actually $1 billion, which is massive, but it's unfortunately nowhere near enough, but it's a big step forward. And I think that if we didn't support this now after we've gone out to consultation, which we know is only a subset of people in our community who feed back, but we went out to consultation and 2/3 of people said they wanted us to do this in a time where cost of living is a difficult issue. In a time of COVID and uncertainty, people are still saying, please put the money where your mouth is, because you've been talking for a long time about this. So this is a big step forward, and like someone else has said, these things should be our bread and butter, but the problem is we continue to not fund our bread and butter. And the issue is rates and asset sales and cuts to things, hard decisions that we all have to make on every issue, and they all make up a puzzle. And if you don't support parts of those puzzles, that's fine, that's up to you, but sometimes all of us have to figure out what parts of the puzzle end up a domino effect this way or that way on not supporting or not getting the action we need. I think I remember 2019 marching down the street with 50,000 or so people, many of them young people, demanding action. Many of those people I've seen since who say, well, you didn't really do anything. To us, I think we have done a lot. I think in the budgets before, if we're talking about adaptation and flooding, there was the mayor who led in his first 10-year budget a massive fund, climate fund, and a massive fund for coastal adaptation, which we're now seeing roll out, and that will continue. Last year in the 10-year budget, we funded shoreline adaptation plans for the whole coastline of Tamaki Makaurau. That doesn't sound sexy, but that's so important when it comes to dealing with funding our renewals and looking at what we should and shouldn't do with assets around our coast, because we're wasting a lot of money on fixing things that get washed away in the next storm. So that's significant. We are doing significant things around urban ngāhere. We had a unanimous support for our urban ngāhere program, but we didn't fund it completely. This helps get us there. We have many complaints about our RLTP not reducing our emissions. We're taken to court for that at the moment. This helps and gives direction to Auckland Transport to do better. We know they're not doing as good as they should be, and neither are we on emissions. But this will get us there. It'll give people options. We're not trying to push people out of their cars. Even on our dramatic climate plan, Te Tarakia Tawhiri, the numbers are pretty low on mode shift. And we know that if we get those numbers up, that'll give people options. And right now, with petrol looking like it's going to be, I see an economist the other day said a barrel could be $175 in a year or so. If that is the case, then people will not be able to afford to drive anywhere. And if we don't provide the walking and the cycling and the ferries and the buses for those people, they're going to be stuck in their homes or their local areas. And we shouldn't be a part of that. So this is not just climate action, it's giving people the ability to move around, connect with their whānau, get to home and work and school and play. It is not about driving or pushing anyone anywhere. It's giving them options. And if we keep telling people we must change, we have to supply those tools to change, which is buses, which is ferries, which is walking and cycling. The kind of hate we get at the moment for doing too much cycling, we actually haven't met most of our targets for the last few years on cycling. And for an international city, we are well behind. There are cities all over the world that many of the people in the city go to on holiday where they are doing radical things. We're nowhere near. The Conservative government in the UK has demanded all councils dramatically change their neighbourhoods into low traffic network neighbourhoods and to get walking and cycling there for safety, for health, but also the economy. And we aren't thinking like that, but businesses sure are. We do not want to be fast followers, and slowly we are becoming fast followers. And we have to ensure we do this. We've had pre-COVID, we had fires. I remember when the sky turned orange, that was our biggest worry before the pandemic came. Oh, and Harry and Meghan left the royal family the week before. That was pretty serious news. But, you know, we've had floods almost every month. We've had damage to our assets. We need to play a part. We've signed up to C40. That's 100 cities. If those 100 cities don't do anything, that's a third of global emissions. So we might be small, but we make up a puzzle piece of the overall picture. And this is a huge direction. And that, obviously, the budget is not everything we wish for because of COVID and because of our dramatic revenue loss, which none of us wanted to see or could have predicted. But if we put up rates to fill that revenue, it would be too much for our communities now. But what we are asking is that we follow what the community has told us to do, which is this big change for some, but incremental for other, is a direction to reduce our emissions and give Aucklanders options. And I think, you know, I hate mentioning my own whānau, but I look at Theo, who's 7 months old now, and if he knew that I didn't support something like this that gave him a better future in Tamaki Makaurau, then I think I would feel very, very guilty about that. So it's about everyone, but it's also about those little stories that we have. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just clarify, do you get one ding on the bell for 1 minute to go and then a double ding when it's up, or is it up on the first bell?
One ding is you've used up your 5 minutes. 2 dings is that we can...
All right. Okay. No, just want to check. Different chairs operate the bell a little bit differently, I think, but thank you for the clarification, Madam Chair. Look, I've just noticed in the side comments there, which you probably would have as well, about the wish to call a division on the motion. I'm assuming you're probably going to take that as a whole, and we can make comments and notes against anything that we may, you know, not support or abstain on. I think there was a wish that A and A1 might have been put separately, but I'll leave that in your call. I guess I'm just saying there's a division being called there, Madam Chair, which I also support. So look, my comments would be this is essentially a 6% rate increase budget at a time when Auckland households are struggling to put food on the table, to pay the bills, when families are having to be financially squeezed by the cost of living crisis. It's at a very time when there is a cost of living crisis, and the budget is proposing to create even more financial pain for Aucklanders. And I'm talking in the context of inflation is at a 30% high, just under 7%. Wage growth is only at 3%, which means Auckland households are actually going backwards. Mortgage costs are up because interest rates are up, rents are rising, food prices are up. Well, There's petrol's over $3 a litre, and Aucklanders are feeling that pain. And what this budget is saying is that the Auckland Council solution to that cost of living crisis is to put the rates up even further. So, I feel that Aucklanders are facing a broken promise from a one-off 5% rate increase last year to a 6% rate increase, mainly because of yet another targeted rate being added in. And just on the climate change targeted rate, Rodney had quite a weird set of feedback. The public consultation feedback showed 58% support for it, and only about 38% against the climate change or climate action targeted rate, and the remainder were unsure or supported some other option. But the Cantor poll was exactly the reverse. It showed only 31% of my constituents supported the climate change or the climate action targeted rate, and 43% did not support it, and the remainder were obviously unsure, supported some other option. So two very different conclusions. So, in terms of my constituency, they're heavily split on this rate. The feedback tended to say that the projects that had been targeted in the proposal hadn't really resonated with them as the best ones to be spending the money on to reach the outcomes that they wanted. It was more things along the lines of, and I'm not a climate change denier myself, but however, the feedback was along, instead of spending money on new initiatives that could help Aucklanders adapt to climate change, such as protections against flooding and sea level rise, the new climate action target rate instead goes towards paying for buses and footpaths and things that they felt should already be being funded from the general rates and even possibly from the regional fuel tax, Madam Chair. So those are my comments, and just keen to have the division when we get to that stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. That's wonderful. Yes, I'd like to just very briefly acknowledge the Mayor, acknowledge yourself as Chair, acknowledge our local boards who had a really great part in the process and come up with some really fantastic suggestions that I think will be food for thought for us in continuing budgets as well as this one. Just want to acknowledge the IMSB as well, who contributed constructively through this, as they always do. Thank you very much. Look, in my view, the Mayor has produced an excellent proposal. Look, I think it'll improve the lives of many Aucklanders. I think it is carefully and prudently managing our finances to keep as much money as possible in the pockets of the ratepayer in tough times, while at the same time doing the things that we need to do coming out of the COVID crisis in the future. Particularly, I want to thank you for supporting the Coast Guard. I think that funding we provide will save lives off the coast of our city, and I think we can be very proud of that, actually. I'm very proud of it. I'd like to remind my colleagues that the public have time and time again overwhelmingly told us that they want action on climate change every time we ask them. My experience door knocking recently in Ranui resulted in some really tough questions on what we're doing for climate. Heavily Pacifica community in Ranui, for example, people want us to do something because, for example, they've got family back home in the Pacific Islands that their homes are under threat, their entire nations are under threat. We need to be good citizens here and do something for them. Some of them I've door knocked don't actually mention the word climate, but they just want adequate bus services that fail so much for the people that I represent. In my ward, this means improved bus services for places like Glenegan and Massey, places where people have no real choice but to drive to work, and it's a shame for our city. So many of these people that live there. We are giving them choices through this budget. We're enabling them to choose to lower their carbon footprint, to avoid some of the traffic, and to get home to their families sooner. That's one of the biggest things we can do. I actually did put forward some ideas through this process to continue climate action
I will commit to continuing to lobby for them to be funded in other ways if necessary. For example, I acknowledge the Franklin Local Board and the Waitakere Rangers Local Board who brought this to our attention, looking at procuring a fleet of smaller buses that can be more flexible in their routes. So residents in places that are semi-rural or rural, we can start to put bus services on for those people to better protect their beautiful natural environments and give them options as well. A well-worn example of mine, and I'm sorry, colleagues, you might know what I'm about to say, is that we need to investigate a bus to Piha with a stop in Waiatura as well. In beautiful regenerating native bush of our regional park, and we've got other regional parks where this applies to, anyone that visits or lives there still has to take a private vehicle, spewing exhaust fumes all along the road. I understand and support this program was designed to provide the maximum patronage possible. I do support that, and so with that, I understand that it's not on the list. But I still feel that we've got an issue here. I promise to keep working for a solution to that one. I spent my Saturday night a couple of weeks ago watching the Australian election because that's how cool I am, especially with young children. I noticed in the coverage 1.5 million Australians filled out a survey on what they wanted, and the most important issue for them, above the economy, above the cost of living, was climate change. We've all seen the devastating impacts of the bushfires over there, and it's claimed 33 Australian lives. But we don't need to look too far to see the devastating impacts here as well. We're seeing once in 50-year weather events every year or so. A flash flood in my ward cost millions of dollars of damage this year and drove hundreds of Westies out of their homes. Newland's been underwater. Piha's been underwater. A Sunnyvale resident lost his life in a freak tornado in South Auckland last year. This is just relating to my ward. We'll all have stories as well. So ultimately, I'll just sum up. I encourage my colleagues today to vote this climate change targeted rate through. The water is lapping at our doors all across Auckland throughout the century, all of our doors. We owe it to our woods, to our tangata whenua, we owe it to our Pacific neighbours to do our bit. My kids, your grandkids, they'll ask you what you did in public office to help them. Today we have an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I had some notes and I thought I should use them, but I've been really good lately at going off my notes. I just wanted to say, Amir Goff, who would have thought, that as you prepare to leave office, that we would be here. And I reflect on what's been some really challenging budgets for you, for Chair Simpson, over the last few years. And I want to congratulate you because you've shown a real desire to make it work. And people will know that from some of the workshops that I've been a part of, I've challenged a whole lot of ideas for how far we're going to look at our debt ceiling, where we're going to push a little bit higher. And so I want to say congratulations, well done. I know this is your last annual budget, and I wonder if you'll miss these late night meetings. I was getting ready to, I thought that the second harbour crossing might be ready by the time we finish tonight, but it's not. But I think it's good for us to reflect on what has been challenging. And Councillor Simpson, I think you've led the discussions with the whole Team Auckland approach really well. And I think that's something that I will reflect on over this term. It is, however, a budget for the times, and I think that's what you've set us up for, Mr. Mayor. And it's a budget that we've all had the ability to participate in, and we shouldn't neglect that fact. 55 hours has been commented on a lot this evening, and so it's important that we all remember that we've been part of this process as well. But for me, when it comes to the idea of leadership, and I don't want to get caught into who's showing leadership and who's not, but I think for me, the idea of leadership is how we're going to create the conditions for a future that Aucklanders can be proud of. And that's going to be tough. It's been tough over the last 55 hours and the many meetings we've been a part of, but that's just the way it is for elected members. It's our job to make sure that we come forward, that we thrash out the ideas, and that we do the best that we can. When you, one of the things you spoke of last week, Mayor, was, and a key message that I heard was, as you introduced the draft budget for consultation and the final proposal, it was a reminder that making a declaration on a climate emergency had to take action. And I'm reflecting on those words too, because it's not just saying, yeah, let's do something, let's all be proud, as Councillor Hills has said, of our unanimous declaration position. Let's actually do something. And that means that the action is that action is shown through this investment and funding through budgets like the one that you're proposing tonight. And it's where we literally put our money where our mouth is. The Climate Action Package for over $1 billion from the targeted rate and co-funding is a step change in Auckland's response to climate change, but it's only the beginning for many of us, and we want to do more. And I want to congratulate Richard, my learned colleague next to me, who's been pushing us to do more, and that's his role as chair of the Climate Action or the Climate Change Committee. Mode shift is imperative, and this is the way we do it. More people walking, cycling, catching bus. I think that's really exciting. Councillor Dalton's already alluded to the high transport costs for families on low incomes, and moving to the bus and cycling and walking can help alleviate some of these challenges. And yes, it hurts family budgets, especially when they're tight, but we have to act. Staff have stated that they've heard the call from elected members and our communities for an equity lens in decision making, and should remain a key focus for all of us. Elected members have spoken about the need to support our vulnerable communities and the need to ensure we work towards better outcomes for all of them. And Aucklanders have challenged us to do better in this, and I will seek to respectfully challenge this council to do the same. The budget in front of us starts the journey of transformation in climate action. And moreover, I sit here satisfied that we're doing all we can to not burden poorer communities in particular during these challenging financial times, given the analysis of affordability ratios that we were reminded of tonight. Also, Mr. Mayor, my age group have spoken very clearly in supporting this. The under 35s have said very clearly, just, my age group, on how they support this targeted rate and climate action. And perhaps one quote that we should be cognizant of tonight was the submissions that were made by Māngere Otahu and Otara Papatoetoe local boards, because I am the councillor for those areas, is that council has an opportunity to either treat communities equally or to treat them fairly. We need a serious consideration of how we'll address the growing and more entrenched inequity of access to opportunities, services and outcomes across Auckland, especially at a time of crisis. And just in closing, I've been reflecting on the quote that you used from Winston Churchill, Councillor Watson, and unfortunately I haven't got a quote to match. But in heading back to the UK though, I do note that today is Bear Grylls' birthday, the renowned British survivalist, adventurer and motivator. Well, perhaps Bear Grylls is someone we can join in celebrating. It's not quite as important as someone else in the UK that we've been celebrating her birthday over. But perhaps that's the analogy that we should reflect on, that he's the survivalist, the adventurer, and that in all of his programs, he's looking for new ideas, new thinking and new possibilities, however challenged. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I thought the last budget that we did was going to be the really hard one in my lifetime, my political lifetime, and it just gets harder. And I imagine the next one is actually going to be equally, if not even harder. It's going to get tough. But look, acknowledge everybody that's worked on this, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chair of this committee, all the others. It's been a concerted effort. There's been a lot of examination, a lot of inquiry from all of us along the way, and here we are, we're going to make a call. I'm going to be supporting this climate change targeted rate, of course. I've been advocating for action in that area, and finally we're starting to get some legs under us. And so here's the opportunity to really back it. But, in the face of COVID and climate, we've got some enormous challenges in front of us. COVID is lingering. Climate's going to be forever in front of us in our lifetimes, and the lifetimes of those that are yet to come. That's how enormous it is. Hopefully COVID is not going to be around as climate change will be. But look, I support this, but this climate change targeted rate is a mere taster of what we're going to have to be expending in the future. But it is a necessary taster for now to get us going. And don't we have to get going? We are so desperate to get going to address climate change. The main course, of course, will be for a future council. And I would suggest that the next council needs to be a climate council. And absolutely joined up, committed climate council that will tackle this front on. No more sort of hiding in the shadows and chorusing, I'm a climate change advocate, but when leadership calls, you know, you slink away or stay in the shadows. There's no room for that anymore. Those will get called out. And our communities are noticing that now. They are looking for the leadership on this. They are as desperate as many of us are around the table. So the climate change targeted rate gets us moving, but it will require massive amplification in the next budget and the next budget and the next budget. So we've got a long way to go and not much time to really amp it up and fast track our way there. And I would suggest, you know, in the future, we're really going to have to get past the pointless political shadowboxing around this topic. We just can't afford that. It cannot be anymore. And if you look at the discussions all around the world, that is now being called out. It's time wasting and there is no time to spare. So COVID has savaged our budgets. Some would say, you know, the desperate finances, financial situation that we find ourselves in, you know, at least it's dire. But, you know, it is an enormous challenge that where we are at the moment. And it's, for me, there's probably been along the way just a lack of, you know, strategic thinking about how COVID with climate could help us reset our direction, you know, facing this most uncertain future. But I can't help but think there's a lot of opportunity that we're not quite realising. We're really focused with the management of the situation, the financial management of the situation, and not grasping, you know, the light that is also in front of us. It's not all grey. I'm encouraged by the Koi 2 work. Of course, that started some 2 years ago, and it is the beginning of a much needed sort of reimagining of how Auckland could be in that climate and COVID world. That work has somewhat struggled to get our attention. If there's any one thing I'd like to see this council before it signs off is to validate that work to go to the next stage and allow the next council to pick up the progressing of that, not just the Koi 2 work, but all the other thinking that might fold into that. Look, it's understandable too. I totally get that it is a bit of a challenge to move into that work when you're grappling with these many financial balls that are in the air and some of them are splattering and breaking. But look, saying that, it's an enormous challenge, but we can't shy away from that strategic understanding of the future. Eroded finances we have, but there is opportunity in there. Just a few small points on Coast Guard. I won't be quibbling with recording a vote against Coast Guard. I'll support it, but they do know and they always knew it was not really on the cards to knock on our door again. If you wanted an amalgamation, that's what you got. Strategic assets, I would also like us to signal to the incoming council that we need to understand the strategic outcomes that we expect from our strategic assets. Really basic. We don't have that understanding here at council. The deferrals are looking good. I support that. So my vote of support for this today is follow through in all the many words I've made in the direction of taking action on climate change. It's core to this budget. It's core that we get mode shift out of this, we get transport emission reduction out of this, we get transport choice. The window is fast closing on the opportunity to make a future world for future generations livable. We've got to make our move now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't intend to make this a lengthy speech. I have already foreshadowed my support for the targeted rate on climate, and I stand by that. What I feel so very disappointed in for Auckland is that on the one hand, we're told that by deferring things, we have the gift of time. My feeling is it's more of a cop-out. I don't really feel that this is the best that Auckland can do with all our natural advantages. And I feel that this has been an extraordinary time for all of us, irrespective of how young or old we are. COVID was that opportunity to really rethink things, really reprioritise things. So I just think we've shortchanged the Auckland public on those things that we've kicked for touch. The Mayor might disagree with me. I see it as kicking it for touch. So I don't want to defer things too long. I do feel disappointed that the sweetener, if it is intended that the funding from government on Three Waters is not going to bind us into commitment, and if we still, some of us want a referendum on Three Waters, why aren't we explicitly putting that in these recommendations? All I can see here is note further opportunities associated with Three Water reform and optimising financial return from Ports of Auckland. To me, we've taken the money and we're going to run. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's binding us with Three Waters, whether we like it or not. However, it is what it is. As I've said, I don't believe that this is the best that Auckland can do with all of our natural advantages that we have. And I feel bitterly disappointed, and I can't support the general vote, but I will support the targeted rate on the climate.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Kia ora, Disley. Chair, I just want to acknowledge you, everybody else is, and I also want to put my thanks to you, your deputy, and also to the staff. Your Worship, thank you so much for your mayoral proposal. One of the things, and I'm not going to talk about the climate action targeted rate, that's been covered. I am, however, going to put out some figures that we all have in front of us. And that is 2.8 billion capital expenditure, 5.1 billion operating expenditure, and 3.5%, not increase. Don't forget that 3.5 is what we decided moving forward in the long-term plan. So it's not an increase, it's actually still there. Others may use 6% and whatever increase in percentages as a result of the climate action targeted rate. But from my perspective, 3.5 is what we agreed. So, Your Worship, I just want to acknowledge your obviously proposal and what we'll be voting on, not only now but at the governing body meeting. Support and thank you for the funding that you've put in here. The grant for the Coast Guard, New Zealand will be supporting that. Again, the deferral of 230 million of capital expenditure is the one that I'll be looking at over the next 3 years that affects my community in the Manukau ward. My last comment, Chair, and again it's to you, Your Worship, is that number 2, Roman numeral 127 million better off funding from the government, and to apply for it. You are the only person that would have got that for us. So congratulations to you, and I will be supporting the budget. Kia ora, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you. Members, our budgets this term have all been challenging, and sadly this one is no different. In our finance and performance meetings and workshops over the past couple of years, our finance team have repeatedly talked to us about financial headwinds. But we know now that what we're facing is more like a financial cyclone. This budget is us putting our sandbags in place, moving to higher ground and making sure we are as resilient as possible, for there are still many unknowns. We know that some of the pressures we're facing are temporary, but some may stick around for a while yet. The ongoing budget gap we face could be between 90 million and 150 million, depending on how that storm develops. That's a big gap and a lot of unknown. Following the draft mayoral proposal, which went out for consultation in March, the Mayor has now refined his original proposal based on feedback and updated financial projections. My thoughts on that are as follows. First, on the climate action targeted rate. Personally, I don't believe this should be based on capital value of your home, and I've said that consistently with all the targeted rates. Nor do I actually believe the sequencing and prioritisation of projects associated with that spend are the best they could be. So some respects I see where Councillor Fletcher and Walker were coming from. But we did ask Aucklanders what they thought. We noted the projects in that documentation, and the feedback was pretty clear. It had support. It had support across the region and through our consultation process. It had the support from the majority of local boards, including unanimous support by the two in my ward. And it had support in the independent Kantar poll. I absolutely support careful monitoring of this rate spend, as we do with all our targeted rates, and I will be talking to every mayoral hopeful as to their thoughts on this going forward. I'm supportive of the grant to Coast Guard. We are a region bordered by water, and the work they do is critical for the safety of our communities on the water. As for the government's Better Off funding grant of $127 million, this grant does not in any way alter my view that the government's direction on Three Waters is not good for Auckland. We know Aucklanders do not agree with the Three Waters proposal because they told us. Council's recommendations on the Three Waters are on record as being against, and the Mayor has consistently and publicly been opposed to the reforms. But if the government is handing out a grant with no strings attached that we never have to pay back, I'll take it, especially in these challenging financial times. I think we should all be confident that the savings and efficiencies we have achieved this term, the largest of any council term to date, have been immense. They currently total almost $230 million. However, my personal belief is there is still more to find. So to that end, I fully support looking at further savings opportunities across the group and the further scoping of strategic opportunities for cost reductions as part of the Value for Money Committee, which I chair, and Councillor Mulholland is our Deputy Chair. The value for money work going forward is critical. On debt, whilst eye-wateringly large, it is only just less than 18% of our assets, and I'm sure many of you wouldn't mind that your mortgage being just 18%. This is supported in part by an average general rate of 3.5%. I note that this council term we have consistently ensured that our rates take from Aucklanders remains less than 40% of our income, and this budget keeps to that figure, coming in at 37%. Our debt to revenue will be well below our limit, and the projections in our recovery budget and our credit rating agencies Standard & Poor's and Moody's have supported us with AA and A2 ratings respectively. I'm challenged to support some of the deferral of capital expenditure over the next 3 years, but know we have to make some decisions now to support ongoing prudence, and also know that the final timing of projects will be reviewed by the next council. So looking at the whole package, the new climate action targeted rate and the other targeted rates, increases to rubbish, the whole lot, we remain focused on what this means for Aucklanders, especially noting that this budget includes the delayed revaluations. Across all of Auckland, the total increases on average are just under $200 for the residential ratepayer. We know that the impacts of rates increases are not uniform across the region, and there are some areas that will feel this harder than others. And I've looked to my colleagues, especially those in the south and the west, for guidance as per their thoughts on affordability. I know that the average increase for the residential ratepayers in the Ōrākei ward is $210. I also know that in every single local board area, there will be a number of residential ratepayers whose rates go down next year by over $1,000. Over 540 of my ratepayers fall into that category. That said, we are all in very challenging financial times, both as a region and as a country. The combined rates rise proposed by the Mayor are in line with many other metropolitan councils across the country who are settling on rates increases of between 5 and 6%. I do note that Wellington is proposing 8.9 and Tauranga 13.7. But again, we know it's tough out there for everyone. I'll be watching carefully to see if there are any increases in ratepayers struggling to pay their rates on time as we start Q1 of the new year next month. Again, this will be something all prospective mayors need to keep an eye on too. So was this budget prudent? Whilst this budget was proposed by the Mayor and supported by our finance team, it was also independently assessed by our Audit and Risk Committee, which has 3 members who are professionals and independent of council. The committee has advised the governing body that an appropriate approach is being taken to manage the key financial risks associated with the annual budget 22-23, provided that the governing body is able to reach agreement on a budget that addresses the financial pressures in a sustainable and financially prudent manner. That is, the budget package before us here today. We know that this financial storm we find ourselves in is presenting significant risks to our financial position. But our finance team, our rating agencies and our Audit and Risk Committee all agree we're meeting those challenges with a strong commitment to sustainable and prudent financial management. So finally, to our local boards, IMSB, CCOs, once again, thank you for being part of the journey. Your willingness to engage with us on the issues and to be part of the solution. We have a shared governance framework and it has definitely paid out in our budget planning. So Team Auckland, again, thank you. To my Deputy, Councillor Henderson, thank you for your support. It's been a rough year. In concluding my comments today, I wish to thank our finance staff. Peter, you and your team, that's you guys, have all had a huge workload over the past few months, and I know I speak on behalf of all around this table when I say we are eternally grateful for your professionalism. While we will land the 22-23 annual budget soon, your work continues, planning for the unknowns ahead, keeping us financially stable and maintaining our high credit ratings. It is a challenge I have every confidence that you and your team will help us navigate. Thank you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I've got 3 grandkids. Brooklyn, she's 5 years old. Taika, he's 2. And the other one doesn't have a name. That's because he or she won't be born until October. But I do know this, that in 10 years' time, those kids that are really important to me and my wife will be living in a world shaped by our success or our failure to respond adequately to global heating. And in 10 years' time, if I'm still around, they'll be old enough to come up to me and say, Grandpa, what did you do about climate change when you had the opportunity? I'm going to say to them, well, actually, $1.12 a week on an average price property of $1 million, it was just too tough. We couldn't do it. Or am I going to say, actually, I got all these emails from the Ratepayers Alliance and they said that if I committed to doing something about climate disaster, they'd campaign against me. I'm not going to say those things to them. That'd be disgraceful. I hope that I can look them in the eye and say I was part of a council that did what was required when the evidence was in front of us that we had to act, and we had to act urgently. There's 2 questions really, isn't there? Is there a need to act? I've heard nobody at all in this debate say that we don't need to act, that climate change is not real, and it's going to visit on us disasters of a scale that will be far more expensive and far more intractable to respond to if we don't respond now. I have heard a few people, I guess, imply, well, we need to act, but I don't really want to put any money towards doing anything meaningful. The second question is, do we have a mandate to act? Well, I've been around to hear the discussions. You've got to listen to what the submissions say. Forget about the independent survey, it's the submissions. Well, we got a record number of submissions, didn't we? Over 9,000 on climate change, and 68% of them said to us, please give us a climate action targeted rate and address this problem. 68%. And then we did the survey because we know that the activists make submissions, but the average folk out there don't participate. So we wanted to know what different groups in the community thought about it. Every region, every age group, and every ethnicity said that we needed to act on climate change. And they said by a margin of 12%, do something about it. Please do something about it. We went out to our local boards who are elected representatives, and 17 said, do it, including, as Councillor Collins said, our low income boards, the people who represent those that are finding life pretty tough. And another 2 said, yeah, but with some qualifications. So do we have a mandate? Well, what the bloody hell do we need more than that mandate? We know we need to act, and people have told us to act. So anybody thinking about voting against the climate action targeted rate should answer those 2 questions. If we need to act, why won't we? And do we have a mandate? Do people support this? Yes, they do, and overwhelmingly. The second question is the question of how we put together a budget to deal with the loss of revenue from COVID and the increasing cost pressures from inflation and interest rates. Now, I believe very strongly in this council taking a collaborative approach. How do we work together to solve the real problems that we face as a council? I certainly don't assume that I've got all the answers. I don't. But I'm always happy to listen to alternatives, and through 55 hours of workshopping and discussion, there was ample opportunity to put forward alternative options. But to tell you the truth, I can't remember an alternative option. I do remember people saying we should stop selling surplus properties. Some said we should. We don't want to cut spending. That's just too hard. Even low priority stuff. Nobody wanted to raise rates, except actually that's not fair. Councillor Newman said that he wanted to raise rates. I think he was contemplating double-digit rate increases. But you know, I'm disappointed, Councillor Newman, that you've changed your view on that now. But the truth of the matter is we have a hard reality to deal with, and we've got to face up to those facts. Now, I've been accused of hospital passes and kicking for touch. Nope. None of you put up alternatives that said I should be doing something much tougher than this. Not one of you. Most of you are supporting this budget, and I really thank you for that. But if you don't like what's in this budget and you're going to vote against it, for God's sake, speak up and say what you think should have been in that budget. Because what we've got is a budget that has been assessed, and we've heard our Chief Financial Officer of saying financially prudent, fiscally responsible. We've bought a bit of time to work through some of the tougher questions. And I haven't heard anybody, a few of you have said, Councillor Fletcher, you're one of them. Oh, this is kind of the equivalent of blood money. We're accepting 127 million. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to say to government, put your money somewhere else. People of Auckland don't need this money. Of course I'm going to accept it. Have I made one concession in taking that money? No. I'm saying what I've always said. I'm leading on that issue. I've made my views abundantly clear. And anybody that says that you're copping out by accepting that money, well, actually, you go out and explain to your constituents why an 8% rate rise might have been better than accepting the money from the Better Off funding. And I doubt that any of you will do that, actually. The fact of the matter is we've made tough decisions already. There was nothing tougher, Madam Chair, than the emergency budget, and everybody pulled together on that. Last year's budget was pretty tough. This one's tough. And next year's budget won't be much easier. But we have not avoided those questions. This budget says to Peter and his team, come back to the new council in December, before December, and say, these are the options if we're going to cut expenditure. They will have worked it through, they will have thought it out, they will tell you the consequences and the implications. And if you don't like that, Those that are around the table will then say, well, maybe we'll look at the other option, which is putting rates up, or maybe there's some other option that nobody's even thought about yet. Well, I'm sorry, there aren't options. When you've got a budget deficit on operating, you either reduce your expenditure or you increase your revenue. And those are the options that are there. I'd be happy to be sitting in this chair and make those decisions if I was still here, not walking away from that. Happy to make that and happy to give recommendations to anyone who wants to listen, if that's all. But the fact of the matter is we've put together a budget that works, that meets the test, that our audit and risk committee has looked at it and said this is the right thing to do and in the right way. Put up the options. Don't try to tell the new council what to do. I agree with that. Absolutely. This is a budget that does the right thing on climate change. Councillor Darby's right. This won't be the last thing we have to do on climate change. This is only the first thing we've got to do on climate change. And it also says, yep, budgets are tough. We're living in difficult times. We don't cause inflation or higher interest rates. We're not responsible for global trends. We didn't cause COVID and cause our own loss, but we've got to deal with the consequences of that. This budget gets us through in a fiscally responsible way, but also foreshadows that there are other hard decisions ahead of us. And that's telling the truth, and it's set out there for everybody to look at. So, Madam Chair, I want to finally finish by thanking you for the work that you've done, not just this year, but over the last 3 years as Chair of the Finance Committee, together with Councillor Henderson as Deputy Chair. I want to thank the Deputy Mayor, who always says something sensible. Even though we come from a different political background, actually we put aside the ideology and the bullshit and we say what works and what will be good for the people of Auckland. And I would commend that approach to any new team that replaces the two of us. So I particularly want to thank you, Bill, for what you've done. And I do want to thank all of our staff, our Chief Executive, Peter, the finance team, my office team, Neil Kwang, who just works all sorts of hours to try to get, give me a good understanding of what our options are. You've all worked really hard. It's not easy, and I salute you for the determination, the resilience that you show, and your willingness to accept criticism and your willingness to listen to speeches that sometimes around this table you must find hard to comprehend. So a big thank you really to all of those who have contributed to this debate. I think this is the right budget at the right time, and I commend it to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. A division has been called, so I will take it as a whole. Please note any clauses that you wish to note your vote against, and please note the legal advice on the climate action targeted rate and the general rate by Meredith. All right, please, Sandra, take the division.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members are voting on the motion on your screen. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Aye.
IMSB Member Blair.
Aye.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
I just have to vote. Sorry.
Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No, but I support 1A and B and 2.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Aye.
Councillor Hills.
Aye, thank you.
Councillor Mulholland.
Against, but I support A1B.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
No on A.
Councillor Sayers.
Against, please also note my vote on the following. Abstain on item A1, support A2 and supports B10, X in Roman numerals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Sorry, having problems with my computer over here. Lost the picture and everything. Against A and one and two.
Thank you. IMSB Chair Taipari. 4. Councillor Walker.
Against A and as for Christine Fletcher. So support 1, A and B, and 2.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against, but record support for 1, A and B, and 2, Roman numeral. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Banton, yes.
Chair Simpson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, what's that final vote, please?
Carried 16 votes to 7. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll take a 5-minute break. We've got 2 items to go. I don't want to outdo Councillor Darby, so we'll be promptly back here at 7:15. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, God, what a bloody charade.
Wayne, your mic's on.
I'd quite like it if somebody...
Wayne.
And yours, John.
Sandra, are you there?
Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
I've just been trying to reconcile my Nexus with my hard copy. What I was voting for was the A and B of the climate change, and I was supporting the Coast Guard.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Because I just want to be absolutely crystal clear that A and B I support. So I don't support the methodology around capital valuation on climate change and some of the other detail there, but I do support the general thrust, which is under A and B. But I definitely would like to see the support for the Coast Guard. And I can't work out whether that was F2 or E2. And I've got 3 different.
Now on to curbside refuge charging policy. We have covered this significantly in our workshop, but I do welcome and I apologise for the lateness, Parole and Sarah. But I am suggesting Councillor Hills and Councillor Coombe move and second this. Are you happy to do that? Thank you. And I'll open for you two to present the item. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you've said, we have discussed this quite a lot. What we've got here is a report on the curbside refuse charging policy. We consulted on this as part of the annual budget. And the options that were considered as part of that were only 2. So clear direction was to standardize the way we charge for rubbish in the city. So the options that we looked at were to continue with what's already in the waste plan in terms of moving to a pay-as-you-throw model, or based on the evidence that we have seen in recent times, move to a rates-funded model for the entire region. And the feedback that we've got indicates a support for the proposal that was put on the table in terms of moving the city to a rates-funded model. We did get feedback in terms of what would we do for people who do not produce a lot of waste. And as you would see in the report, it would look at what options would exist for the community or for people who are producing really, really little waste. So that would be something that we will look at on an ongoing basis. But the recommendation here is to amend the waste plan and reflect on the policy for charging to be rates funded instead of pay as you throw. I do have, Sarah does have a summary of what the submissions came through, but I would take that as read, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have discussed this at length, but questions. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And I don't want to take Councillor Henderson's questions. So I'll leave him to that. So just to remind me, so this doesn't actually come into existence till what, 2024?
That's correct, 24, 25.
So that gives us lots of times to work with our really diligent people who've minimised waste so that they're not disadvantaged.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, you have a question, I hear.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Cooper and I represent the Eco-City, and so understandably this is a really hard one for us. So the questions that I do have, I'd like to acknowledge, Dee, there, that you are going to undertake further work on very low waste producers. My first question is, could you maybe talk us in a little bit more detail through that so we can provide some comfort to our residents?
Through you, Madam Chair, the idea here is to look at whether we can have a monthly collection for people who actually produce really little waste through a rates funded model. So we would be looking at, if you are a low producer, if you have 80 litre, which is the smallest bin size, and we only charge you for a monthly collection, that is what we would work towards, which gives you effectively 12 collections a year, which should be the needs, and the cost of the same would be appropriately set as well.
Okay, just a quick follow-up on that. So if we were to vote this through today, we've obviously undertaken further work on this. If that further work falls over or doesn't materialise, what sort of assurances can we give communities like mine that we aren't accidentally voting through something that many people don't want?
I think what you're voting for here is the rates-funded mechanism to charge for the collections. And I guess you're also instructing us to work on this. Unless and until it is impossible to do, we would not backtrack from it. So it is an undertaking that we would look at all possible opportunities to be doing this. And I think with technology moving forward, we should be able to put a monthly collection in place.
Thank you very much. Reserve my right to speak briefly.
Right, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hills?
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. And thanks, team. And as you know, I have been sort of opposed to this direction for most of the time. But I guess it's become untenable for the situation we're in. Could you just quickly go through what would happen if we kept pay-as-you-throw in some areas? And could you also talk through just briefly how the cost of the tag is going to go up dramatically, and there'll also be a $40 charge per household anyway? So it's not as simple as simple maths.
Through you, Madam Chair, the report looks into what, well, we have in the review looked at what would it cost us to run a hybrid model, which is the most expensive model in terms of running a rates-funded and a pay-as-you-throw model. So that did not make any sense. In terms of going to pay-as-you-throw, the stats that we looked at showed us that the cost of the tag would considerably go up, but that will also then have a $40 charge, which is in the report, which sits in your rates to make sure the tag is competitively priced in the market. So it's within the market framework, you would see the tag price, which would have gone up in any case because of the waste levy and other elements that sit with it. But then in addition to that, you would have a base charge in your rates, which everybody pays as well. So it's not quite a true reflection of what that service would cost us. What we've looked at under the rates-funded model is a more economically feasible and appropriate system that would benefit the entire city.
Thank you. And can you also confirm, if someone was putting out their rubbish every week, they would save $123 by being on rates funded as opposed to pay as you throw?
Kia ora. Yes, that's the case. If someone were on a pay-as-you-throw and putting out their rubbish...
for the 120 bin, sorry. Yeah.
For the 120-litre bin,
Yeah.
if they were putting that out, if you could sort of apples for apples comparison of putting it out 52 times a year in both scenarios, yes, they would make that saving.
Cool. So with our investigation on the, what we've really pushed for with another option, which might be monthly or might be small bins, etc., you're looking to make sure that nearly every Aucklander, fairly close, will be much better off under rates funded as opposed to pay as you throw.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker, are you talking to your amendment? You're noting your amendment, is that right, or do you have a question?
I have some questions, and I use the word questions in the chat bar.
Oh, sorry, all right, questions then.
So I have a few questions, very quick. Is it correct that all of the local boards north of the bridge are on pay-as-you-throw right now? And that includes Devonport, Takapuna, Kaipatiki, Hibiscus and Bays and Rodney, noting that the Rodney and Hibiscus Coast service is supplied privately. Is that the case?
Yes, that's correct.
And looking at the submissions from the local boards, is it also the case that all of those local boards, with the exception of Kaipatiki, who were some mixed, but did note that the community and organisational support was in the majority supporters of pay-as-you-throw, is that the case for the submissions from the local boards over the bridge?
So we have the submissions from over the bridge, so Devonport Takapuna local board didn't support the proposal. In terms of individuals who responded, 56% didn't support, 35% did. Hibiscus and Bays local board did not support the proposal. Of those, 48%, the individuals who live in that area did not support, but 37% did. In terms of Upper Harbour was the third local board that didn't support the proposal, but in that area, 49% of the individuals who live in that area who provided a response didn't support the proposal, but 42% did.
And is it correct to say that what they did support was pay as you throw? So they didn't support the rates funded proposal, but they did support pay as you throw. That's what it amounts to.
The two options given within the consultation was region-wide rates funded or region-wide pay as you throw. So by indicating do not support, they indicated a preference for pay as you throw.
Thank you very much. And if I just look very quickly at your analysis points 21, 2021, 22, 23, 24 that cover off pay as you throw, would it be fair to say that under pay as you throw, you could have an option of a smaller bag or a smaller bin, and that you could therefore accommodate provisions that could significantly incentivise waste reduction and therefore a reduction in emissions? Are they possible, noting that you're also making those changes for the rates funded proposal?
Through you, Madam Chair, bags are not a preferred option because of health and safety reasons in terms of our collectors, and the companies are not really keen on picking up bags for those health and safety reasons. In terms of smaller bins, we already have the 80 litre that is available under the pay as you throw, but I think the cost of that service does go up. So I think that's the point that is of difference in terms of having rates funded versus the pay as you throw.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last question. Do you consider that incentivising the reduction in waste by offering pay as you throw has more opportunity to reduce emissions, bearing in mind that that was the earlier advice that you received when we were proposing to have pay as you throw across the region? Now, I do accept that parts of the region, that is the south, may well want to continue with a rates funded proposition because of the concern about dumping. But for those parts of Auckland where people are demanding pay as you throw, is it not conceivable that it drives down waste and therefore emissions? Thank you.
Through the chair, what we discovered through the work that we did was that in those areas, the pay-as-you-throw areas, there was not a significant difference in terms of the amount of rubbish that produced by in the pay-as-you-throw areas compared with the rates-funded areas. So that's a part of the emissions equation. The other aspect in relation to transport, what we had, the reality of what we have in the pay-as-you-throw boards, sometimes there are up to 4 to 5 trucks going down the same street per day collecting rubbish. So there are also impacts in terms of emissions in that way. We believe that by moving to one service or by moving to a rates-funded service, we minimise those transport emissions of having 4 to 5 trucks going down the same street for the same purpose each day.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a very quick supplementary question. Quite obviously, the circumstance we're moving to, which might integrate pay as you throw, includes a food waste collection. And under a food waste collection, quite obviously, there'll be significantly less rubbish. That's the objective. Would not pay as you throw be a better match with a food waste collection than a rates funded model that does not incentivise any reduction in waste?
Through you, Madam Chair, the work, as Councillor Walker had mentioned earlier, the work we've done in the past, that was the belief that pay as you throw would end up in more diversion. But as Sarah mentioned, the evidence that we've seen with the tonnage from the different areas, it does not work. And the link between how you pay for your service together with waste minimization is quite weak. So what we've put put forward is to say food scraps will enable a lot of the material coming out of your rubbish bin, hence the option of having 3 different sizes of those bins. And we're also looking at how do we move from a weekly to a fortnightly collection. So frequency of collection and the size of the bin will definitely help. And the third layer that we will be looking at is the monthly collection as well. So those elements where you have a difference in price for the 3 bins and the potential frequency and going to a monthly would help the price variance to get people to minimize waste and do the right thing. This will also allow us to do more in the recycling space and have more education campaigns around it as well, in terms of having a good revenue base to do it. So I think we need to look at it as a package for the entire city and see what would work for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment, reserve my right to speak to it. Thanks.
Yes, now just on that amendment, I'm going to ask legal to come to the table, please, because my understanding is from them that your amendment does not meet our legal criteria. The amendment is on the screen. Meredith, could you speak to that, please?
Sure. The issue here is a scope of consultation issue. So, as Paul has said, we went out and we consulted on 2 options, both of which provided for standardisation across the region. They were the 2 options on the table. Conscious decision was made not to go with a hybrid option and not to consult on that option. So our view is that if you want to adopt a hybrid option, you'd need to consult again before doing so.
Thank you. I think that's pretty clear. So to that end, I don't believe that we can take the amendment. I've got a question, though, from Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was going to be my question, maybe for Meredith or Sarah and Parul, is that my understanding is that a hybrid model would make both the rates funded and the PAYT in those areas considerably more expensive than what we have offered. So it would be quite a different cost implication as well.
Yes, that is right. We will have to remodel all the scenarios that we've got at the moment and would not be able to sustain what's in the proposal at the moment. So that is an absolute third option that should have been in that if we were to consider it.
Okay, so just going to clarify, just to make sure, because I was keen on looking at this originally, but what Councillor Walker and Sayers had proposed would cost considerably more for the rates funded and the PAYT, like way more, quite a bit more than what's actually in the agenda right now.
The actual numbers would have to be remodeled, so I would not be able to say how much in terms of that cost. But the pay-as-you-throw is going to be more expensive for us to service as a council in any case. So, yeah, so we will have to redo the numbers again for that.
We have to reconsult anyway, so that gives you a chance to do that. Councillor Henderson, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Councillor Sayers, did you have a question?
I did, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Obviously, this is an F&P committee meeting, so Parul, if you can't answer this question, we might be able to defer to some of the officers. But in terms of, I'm just curious in terms of I'm not curious, just want to understand in terms of our revenue line as an organisation for Auckland Council, how did, because I guess we're going to be passing this on to our contractors, but in terms of the revenue line budget figure that we get as an income statement, what is that figure? How much money is this going to generate?
All waste services are cost recovery, so we do not make money off the service as such. So whatever it costs us, it's through the targeted rate, and we provide it to the contractors. So it's pretty much cost recovery.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Do you have a figure?
Not on the top of my head at the moment, but we can find that for you.
If that revenue figure comes into our income line, Madam Chair, can we then borrow against it? So even though it's cost recovery, if it's reflecting on our income statement, can we borrow 2.7 times or whatever our debt to ratio, revenue to debt ratio is?
Yes, that would be appropriate.
Okay, so that's quite an advantage. And how many staff will it take to run, as an organisation, in terms of the cost to us, how many staff will it take to run our waste management division to administrate this proposal?
We currently run the service for the city already, so I'm not anticipating a huge increase in staff because of this, because we already provide a service through a pay-as-you-throw and a rates-funded model. If anything, there'll be a few that might not be needed because we do have to market our product currently.
Paul, are you able to give us a feel for the size of that FTE number? Like how many do we have at the moment?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say it's inconsequential, would be inconsequential. As I said, we already provide a service to the city.
Yeah, I'm not asking about increases or decreases. I'm asking for absolute numbers. How many staff in the division?
Oh, how many in the waste team at the moment?
Yes, that's right, Paul. Sorry.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, approximately 100 people at the moment, but that does cover all collection services, the transfer stations that we operate, our policy team, the customer services team. It's the entirety of the waste solutions team, approximately 100.
And are you in a position to make comment if it was privatised, how many staff a private company might use to provide the same services?
Yeah, Councillor, I think we're a wee bit off topic, and I think we should bring it back to the matter in front of us. I think those are bridging into an area of discussion that's outside the scope. Thank you. Back through you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Sorry, Councillor Sayers, you can always email any questions through to Parole.
I just want to register that I disagree with the CFO's advice there. There's a reason for the questioning, which I was able to conclude in my comments. So I'm disappointed in that response.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cashmore, no. Councillor Walker, another question from you.
Yes, Madam Chair. And my question goes like this. As it stands right now, and for many years, the private sector has been providing pay-as-you-throw in the Hibiscus Coast and for Rodney, which is near enough half of the Auckland region by way of area, at no cost to the council and within a competitive marketplace. So my question goes to the advice that we are receiving, Madam Chair, as to whether or not it is more expensive for pay-as-you-throw. And I put a challenge to that, a direct challenge. I would suggest that based on the costs to council for Rodney and the Hibiscus Coast, that if that service was provided to the balance of the North Shore at no cost to council, and I repeat that, at no cost to council, that is surely cost effective. And therefore, what would be the cost to the council for the balance of the region, which is effectively the area over the bridge, I think with the exception of Papakura? Do we actually have those figures? And further to that, what might be the cost to council, which might be zero, of having pay-as-you-throw across the region? And is it zero, as it is in Rodney and the Hibiscus Coast, Madam Chair? Thank you. Perhaps the officers might be able to answer that.
I'm sure they can. Thank you, Parole.
The cost to council to service Rodney for refuse collection is zero because we do not provide a service there yet. But there has been consistent feedback from the community there to get a service from council. Hence the reason looking at a standardized service across the entire region. In terms of what it costs for the North Shore and Waitakere, which is the other pay-as-you-throw areas, we recover most of it from the revenue that we get, but there is a small amount that is in the targeted rates as well, which we always consult on. So I guess what we have been looking at in terms of evidence to say why are we wanting to move to a pay-as-you-throw service was predominantly driven by the fact that it actually diverts waste and it minimizes waste to landfill. And hence the reason we were looking at moving the entire region to that one way of doing things, which it hasn't shown. And now we are needing to consider what is the best option for the entire city, not looking at just the shore and not looking at just Rodney and Waitakere, but what is the more equitable service that can go across the region to not only divert waste, but provide a service that has got enough variability to minimize your cost if you're doing the right thing. And if you look at a monthly collection service, which would really help you minimize your costs, but also help you divert. So I think as a city, we need to look at what that service might be.
And you've covered that quite thoroughly in the workshop. Thank you. Did you have another question, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to clarify, and it's a question for finance, is that, as I understand it, yes, our debt to revenue is slightly improved by having the waste income, but if we remove, it was there or not, it doesn't affect how much we can build, or it doesn't affect our income or what we can do in capital, because we don't have the extra revenue for the interest and the depreciation. I just want to clarify that it may slightly improve our debt to revenue, but it doesn't change what we can spend on capital or operating.
Mr. Tucker.
That's correct. So whether we're cost recovering versus through pay-as-you-throw charges or through a targeted rate, all of that revenue is counted as council revenue. It all counts towards a debt to revenue ratio. If you compare that to if council exited, waste services altogether, it was all private, that would mean less revenue coming in on our books, and our debt to revenue ratio will be a bit lower. But basically the full revenue is already in our books. It's already part of the debt to revenue ratio. So any kind of changes there wouldn't really let us do more, because we need to cover the interest costs. We need to balance the operating budget, including interest. So the impacts on debt to revenue are a significant consideration here.
Thank you. I will move now with no further questions to comments, and I have none. Yes, I do. I have one. Councillor Henderson.
Goodness, sorry, I just wanted to very quickly and briefly speak against this amendment, and I will have something to say about
the amendment's not actually gone.
Oh, I was wondering about that.
No.
Okay, cool, thank you.
It's been withdrawn because it's not legally.
Okay. Well, I'll go to the substantive because I wanted to have a few things to say about that very briefly. Thank you. Yeah, look, I've been on the fence on this one until the last possible moment. In representing the Eco City, it's been a subject of great interest for my ward. Many friends in my ward have made excellent points on why I should vote for this, and many have also made excellent points on why I should vote against it. A very tough position for me to be in, and Councillor Cooper as well. Look, low waste producers in our Eco City, I think justifiably have concerns about this, that they're worried about subsidising others. They're concerned that their efforts won't be rewarded in terms of their cost. They worry this proposal will not be consistent with waste minimisation. Yeah, thank you. I think that's, sorry, I just naturally look that way. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, apologies. Yeah. Yeah, not anyway, where was I? They've got a lot of worries is what I'm saying. And I hear that. I really, really do. And I want to say that resolution D here on the screen, that we're going to keep looking at that. That's what actually got me over the line. I probably wouldn't have got over the line otherwise. And I just want to acknowledge staff for working on that. Look, a monthly collection or some other such proposal, that's the reason why I'm supporting it. And Councillor Cooper and I want to work further on that proposal. We want to work with our community in Waitakere that have great interest in that proposal, so that their very reasonable concerns are listened to and are acted upon. I note as well, just briefly, the evidence we've been furnished shows actually rates funded is the cheaper option for an overwhelming majority of residents. That was an argument that no doubt swayed the Henderson Massey local board, who actually supported it as well. And I acknowledge their vote for a change in difficult circumstances as well. Cost of living is hitting people really hard at the moment. And I think vulnerable families, we need to do all we can to try and keep some of the money in their pocket. And this is a proposal that's actually going to do that for a majority of people. My own neighbours the other day lobbied me about this, saying that they're worried about the theft of bin tags, which happens regularly within my neighbourhood. And they were worried that maybe an RFID system should have been looked at a little bit closer. And I do have some sympathy for that. But look, I'm going to support this proposal tonight, and we're going to work on D and see if we can come to some sort of agreement so that Waitakere residents are comfortable with this. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just want to say quickly that I'm in the similar boat to Councillor Henderson. I was so disappointed when the waste team came to say that PAYT wasn't working and was looking to be far more expensive and unequitable, and actually didn't reduce the waste like we assumed or had hoped, and that the majority of the the city was preferring the rates funded model. I had been a big defender of the tags when many people complained about the tags being stolen, complained about tags being missing, complained about things not getting picked up, or complained about forgetting tags and missing days. So for those people, that will be a good thing. But the only reason I am supporting this direction largely is because the Parul and Sarah and team, promised and said we will have a resolution up there saying that we will work for those low waste producers for potentially a monthly refuse pickup in the rates or a smaller bin. And this doesn't get rolled out for a number of years, so we know that we can work on that with our communities to ensure that is there for them, because everything else points to that this move to PAYT for everyone, which wasn't supported, or a hybrid model would mean far more expensive rubbish collections for nearly everyone. And it would mean also a $40 charge in the rates, plus a ongoing increase in the tag rate, which for a 120 litre bin is looking like to be about $5.20 in 2 years' time. But even this year, we had expected about a rate of about $4.50, I think, and that's already gone up to $4.80 in the couple months of consultation because of the escalating costs of that PAYT system. So in all fairness, I have to look at how the rates funded system is far cheaper for nearly everyone, and if we put in this monthly refuse or a smaller bin, that will essentially mean nearly everyone has a far, far cheaper and more equitable system, and will work to low waste city overall. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper. Thank you. Sorry, I do have to add my views, having been on Waitakere City Council, and ironically, we probably trained our people to really work hard on waste minimisation. And one of the things that people said to me when I was campaigning in the second term of this council was, why have we not got the same as everybody else? I don't think they ever envisaged it to be this same, but I've had people, I've been on the end of the phone for like 20 minutes in some calls from our really super duper people who are just so good at saving, of minimising their waste and really, really diligent. So it's those people I really feel for, but I'm really pleased that we've got time to work on that and make it as cheap as possible, because even for some of them, some of them only put out waste once a year. That is extraordinary. Wouldn't it be great if we could get everybody doing that? But the harsh reality is that we've got a long way to go before we get there. And for a lot of our community, a lot of them are very poor and they live in kainga ora housing. And if this goes on the rates, then the government will pay for their waste. They won't have to buy the tag. So for a lot of them, with a lot of children too and a lot of nappies, it gets quite expensive for them. So we've got a really diverse community. We've got a real extreme, careful people on one hand, and the others with, they're a bit overwhelmed, and it's a really hard call for them to reduce. But one of the good things about this is we're still collecting money for waste minimisation, and there will be programs to help people reduce, because the ultimate thing here, as I think Councillor Hill said, is so disappointing to hear that pay as you throw wasn't meeting the targets that we thought it was, and probably it was because we changed to bins. I think that was the ultimate thing that tipped it over. And I've been reassured that our rural community who have really difficult sites will still have bags, but they'll get an allocation of bags every year, and they can just go and pick up their bags for the year. And they won't have to pay for them, but it'll be in their rate. So some of them are quite concerned that they'd all have to go to bins. And I'm told that won't be the case for our coastal communities and our really steep drives in places like Waitarua. So I will support this, but I've been like a yo-yo on this one. It's really struggling. But what I've heard from our staff, and I absolutely trust Parul worked at Waitakere City. So she was one of the people that wanted to make the pay-as-you-throw work so badly. But we've seen the evidence. It's not working. We have to find one consistent way. And that was one of the reasons of amalgamation as well, to get some consistency across the region. So for those sort of reasons, I'll support it, and I will really look forward to working in the next term on that waste advisory group to see how we can help the people to keep saving and not be so penalised because they've been doing such a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I'll just speak to this, Madam Chair. I am particularly disappointed that this council in many areas is actually going backwards. We're going backwards in respect of reducing emissions. Here is another example. We have a policy, and I helped drive that policy at the outset, for zero waste. I'll repeat that, zero waste. What follows logically from that is we should be incentivising zero waste. The best way you incentivise zero waste, or one of the best ways, is to have zero costs, so that people have got a financial incentive to reduce waste. Regretfully, increasingly what we do across the region is we apply the lowest common denominator. So we sink to the lowest level, and that may be because there is dumping and non-compliance in some parts of the region. But in other parts of the region, and I'm speaking in particular for the area over the bridge, we have had pay-as-you-throw. It has been very successful. We could actually enhance it. We could enhance it significantly so that it drove down more waste, and having food waste collections and so on as part of that. But we're actually not doing that. We're actually incentivising people to put more out. So I remain disappointed, to use my earlier word, that we are not adopting an approach where parts of the region that are actually doing the right thing and want to keep doing it are now going to miss out. And I refer to almost everywhere over the bridge, where both the local boards and the community rejected the lowest common denominator. They wanted something better. So they're going to miss out, Madam Chair. They're going to be disincentivised. And further, as I've mentioned many times, the best behaviour in respect of food waste, which is those people that are processing their food waste on site, are also disincentivised. And people that have invested in things like Hungry Bins, which is a New Zealand developed innovation that's being sold in many parts of the planet and are doing the right thing, are disincentivised. So I would hope that the officers are working seriously on these things. And if I look at D, where it says at the end, for example, monthly refuse pickups or less than that, that is what we should be looking at. Options and incentives for people to have a zero charge where they're actually doing the right thing. And we will not reduce our waste if we continue going on the way we are. In fact, the opposite. So I'll be voting against this, Madam Chair, because there are options that are better options for parts of the region, and it is not a one-size-fits-all across the region, Madam Chair. Far from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson.
After this,
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'll be brief and to the point, I hope. I guess my interaction with people over this issue really impressed me with how informed and how rigorous a number of the submitters were in terms of their analysis of what was best for them. And in every instance, that was to stay with pay as you throw. On a personal level, I'll take whatever's cheapest, but there seems to be a little bit of a moving feast there as to what that might work out to be in practice. But that aside, just in the same way as in the last item, there was much made of listening to the feedback from the community, from Aucklanders, and voting accordingly. In my situation here, in terms of the Albany ward, the local boards are very emphatic. They do not support the move to a standardised waste system. They both want to retain pay as you throw, both at Hibiscus and Bays and Upper Harbour. And then that view is further substantiated by the public feedback from within those local boards. At Hibiscus and Bays, 48, nearly 50% didn't want it. 30% did, and similarly with Upper Harbour, a very similar percentage breakout. So, in the interest of reflecting the clearly stated preferences of both local boards and the communities they represent, then I'll be voting against it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Oh yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sitting in Tracy Shackleton's office here in Conifer Grove. More on that shortly. I will be voting for this, and in so doing, I want to acknowledge in particular Councillor Hills, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Cooper, and others who have spoken on this matter and reflected on it, who fundamentally support pay as you throw, but who are prepared to go along with what has been recommended. I thought I'd be the only one a few years ago, and I strongly support a rate-based scheme whereby you take your wheelie bin out to the gate, and that particular service is funded through a line on your rate bill. It's interesting, Chair. My ward is the Manireo Papakura ward. Manireo was part of the Manukau City Council, which has always been rate funded. Nobody's ever had to have a tag. Papakura has been pay as you throw for quite a long time, for many years, in fact. And when I first became a councillor, they used to have the orange rubbish bags. We did away with them. We had the wheelie bins, and we introduced tags. And it's quite a controversial thing, even in Papakura, around whether people support the tags or whether they would receive the benefit, whether they would appreciate the benefit of not having to get the tags but pay for in the rate bill. My view is that this will be an unpopular decision with many people in Papakura, who will go to the consolidated approach whereby we collect on the rates. But it's a necessary thing, because ultimately there's two things that the council needs to do, in my view, in this space. One is being able to influence market behaviour, and that means trying to get as big a chunk of the market as possible, and two, maintain a weekly collection service, because if you went from weekly to fortnightly to monthly, I think that you would find that operators beyond council would just step in. So the council's inability to control this market through pay as you throw and through less than weekly rubbish collections, I think would act against where we're trying to go on waste minimisation. Chair, this will actually be very convenient for all constituents who will no longer have to buy a tag. But I do want to concede the fact that a lot of people in Auckland don't need to put their rubbish bin out every week. And I think the concession for allowing them to have a smaller rubbish bin is a good thing. And the one thing that I would say in response to my friend Councillor Walker, I take it on board his comments in relation to food waste. It's a little bit off topic, but I do want to commend the staff and the work that has been taking place around food waste diversion. And I was sceptical about this, but the food waste diversion scheme, which allows for food waste to be collected and transformed into energy via anaerobic digestion at the plant in Hunua Road and at Reparoa. That is a really good environmental outcome, and it does contribute to abating emissions. So I do commend that, and I think that ultimately we are making some good progress. Finally, Chair, I acknowledge the Papakura Local Board is very supportive of the retention of pay as you throw. Not unanimously, but the majority do support that. The reality is that I think that you have to provide maximum convenience to people, particularly vulnerable people. I think there are people in large households in Papakura who will significantly benefit from being able to have this rubbish collection service without the requirement to go and buy a tag. It will be convenient for them. I think ultimately it will be something that they will appreciate. So I thank colleagues for their consideration of this particular matter, and I appreciate those who, in their hearts, support pay as you throw, but who can accept the evidence which supports rate funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coombe. Oh, sorry, I've got to move an extension of time. Do I have a seconder? Please, Councillor Dalton. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. And I have to vote on it. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Coombe, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to speak very briefly in support, because I'm sure everyone here is getting hangry. But I was a big fan of the original waste plan and very much got on board with pay as you throw. And the debate through that had to be really convinced, because the area I represent, I don't think anyone's ever bought a tag in my rohe, but so I really wanted that to work, and I was very convinced. But what I do love about what's being brought to us is that this is evidence-based decision making. It's been really well thought through, and I do acknowledge the team who've been working on it. Maybe it's got something to do with it that it's the women leading the way on this who actually are willing to step back and go, did we get this right? No, we haven't. So to put forward a different approach. So I do absolutely just want to acknowledge that, and to say that yes, we should as a council be able to have a rethink if we haven't got it right, to look at a better way of doing things. So I think this is very convincing when you look at the evidence. And in terms of how pay as you throw has, yes, there are outliers who can do amazing things by not putting out their waste, but they're the outliers, and it's not for the greater good of Auckland if we continue going down the pay as you throw track. So that's really convinced me when we're going to get an equitable service, and we look at it as what will benefit more people in Auckland, across Auckland. And then that's why I think it's great too that we've got the D, that we can look at how we can further incentivise the low waste people. And I don't think it's ever good decision making to generalise through the prism of our own personal experience. You know, we all have different approaches to what we do at home, but we've got to look at Aucklanders overall. So, you know, I'm not really interested in hearing about personal stories of composting. We've got to work out what we can make work that's consistent with the target for zero waste. So thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to support this, and I think that once the service is funded through fully through rates, we can do some great further work, and Aucklanders will get on board. And yes, it will be a change for some communities, but we know that once the change happens, people embrace it and they're really happy. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Final comment from Councillor Sayers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will be calling a division. So, look, I'm not anti-rates-based, and if it works for certain communities, and others have, and it works for them, the pay-as-you-throw existing systems. But so it's disappointing that we weren't able to get that amendment through about the hybrid, Madam Chair. But anyway, there's a couple of things I can't really accept. One, I can't accept that a user pay system actually disencourages people. It defies my logic, my beliefs that it would create, that pay as you throw would create less refuge and less recycling. I don't understand the logic there. The other logic I don't understand is, we've heard that there's about 100 staff to run our divisions, and unfortunately, I got interrupted by the CFO around my questioning, which I don't accept either. That's up to you, Madam Chair, to make those rulings. It's not for staff at any level to interrupt me in my questions. So that's the second time that's happened. So I just want to signal that I'm not happy about that. However, getting back to the debate, so it takes 100 staff to run our division. I did take the liberty of calling the suppliers about how many staff they have to run the equivalent, basically 3 per organisation. So if you times that by 3 or 4 suppliers across the region and add a couple more for anything special that we might put in their contracts, we're talking, maybe 15 to 20 staff compared to 100 plus for Auckland Council to do the same duties if it was privatised. And that was the point. The point was to make the point to you, my colleagues, the Chief Executive, the CFO, that to me, this doesn't add up. Finally, I need to comment about the advantages, and I'm not going to put on my sceptical hat, but there does seem to be a lot of advantage or perceived advantage that having that revenue line coming in does help us increase our AA or AA plus rating, Madam Chair. So those are my only comments. I will be voting against, and I do call for a division. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, in just conclusion, I want to thank Sarah and Parole for their amazing work around this. It's been a lot, and I really appreciate that. I know it is counterintuitive. It absolutely is counterintuitive. It took me a long time to get my head around it, but as councillors have said, it is evidence-based. So thank you very much. A division has been called, and I'll ask Sandra to take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members are voting for the motion on your screen. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
IMSB Member Blair. Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Okay, can we just, can we just hold, I need to vote. Sorry, can we hold on 2 seconds?
Yeah. Councillor Dalton.
Sorry, just.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Hills.
For.
Councillor Mulholland.
For.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
For.
IMSB Chair Taipari. No, he's online.
For.
Councillor Walker.
Against?
Councillor Watson.
Against?
Councillor Young.
For. Fenton.
Councillor Simpson. Thank you. That motion is declared carried. 20 votes to 3. Thank you, Madam Chair. Right, 20 to 3. Thank you. Thank you for that. We move now on to item 12, other rates and fees. We welcome Andrew. Again, we have discussed this significantly at a workshop. So I am in the vague hope that everyone understands the motion. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by His Worship the Mayor. Andrew.
Good evening. This report covers
some couple of minor changes to our rating policy, some adjustments to our fees and charges that were slightly beyond the inflationary changes that we've made across the board, but it also includes proposals to standardise the way in which we charge our waste management rates in alignment with the decision that you've just made. We will charge every SUIP, house in a minor unit, shop in a shopping mall, a base charge to cover our regional waste initiatives, and we will allow to opt out some large apartment buildings where we can't provide the service. They can opt out of the refuse and recycling, and also businesses, because our properties are residential curbside service. So we can't serve all businesses. They may opt out also if they wish.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions for Andrew? Any comments? I will put it to the vote then. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you.
I'm for, Madam Chair, but could I just note abstention on D3?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now move to item 13, rating of whenua Māori, and I will ask Councillor Dalton to move. Councillor Filipaina, are you happy to second?
Yes, and my apologies about my voice earlier. Sorry, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Andrew, do you want to present this one as well?
Sorry?
And do you want to present with Beth? Is Beth?
Yes, Beth is online.
Okay.
These amendments are to allow us to meet our legal obligations under amendments that have been made to the Local Government Act that require us to make some amendments to our rating policy, or to our rates remission and postponement policy and our Māori land rates remission and postponement policy, to ensure that they reflect the principles of Te Ture Whenua Act 1993. We've got a couple of clarifying amendments in there as well, and a minor change to facilitate remission of Maori land under development. We're legally obliged to do this now under the Act. We've put in our own remission policy to facilitate that process administratively. We don't think this will cost us more than maximum of $10,000 a year.
Right, thank you. Beth, anything to add?
Nothing further to add.
Right. Any questions for Andrew or Beth? Gren? Sorry, Member Blair?
Yeah, thank you for the great work on this. Just one of the issues I have with it is that there's iwi lands under general title that have papakainga housing developments. And so the people that are under a licensed occupier are still charged under a general title rating or valuation of the land, but they can't sell to the general public. So this means that their rates are significantly higher as the land is held under general title. So this policy doesn't go far enough to accommodate for those papakainga housing developments. As we know, iwi are trying to alleviate the housing crisis, so they are building on either their general lands or their Māori title land, and it's quite complicated tātou mā, ngā councillors. It's quite a complicated process. But if they are building housing developments for their people on their general title lands, then their people are getting charged at a general title land valuation or a general rates, which I believe is unfair. So are we able to get clarification on whether the policy can accommodate charging the iwi members that are on those lands a different rate, which reflects the market that they are able to sell? So effectively, an iwi member can only sell to an iwi member. They cannot sell to the general public when they are occupying their own land, but they are getting charged a fee which I think is above and beyond what reflects the market that they're able to sell to.
So our Māori land rates remission and postponement policy has the provision for the council to remit some of the rates if it assesses that the value of the land doesn't reflect the restrictions on its use and sale as a result of the particular legal form of the ownership. This was adopted in relation to some coastal land in the far north when the policy was put in place in 2016. However, it doesn't apply to general land owned by iwi, as you've noted. So the policy can't apply that consideration to land of that nature at present.
Can I just make a further inquiry?
Sure, because I'm just trying to figure out whether we can put this amendment in or not. So go on.
Yeah, I understand that there are restrictions that currently exist under general title, even though they're owned by the iwi, and can only be sold to the iwi members. So how do we find a solution that is not as so restrictive for those iwi members that are paying general title, general rates on their lands which cannot be sold to the public? I mean, I think this is a big issue if we're trying to solve a housing crisis and asking iwi to develop their lands for housing.
We would have to do some analysis to establish the dimensions of that issue in order to be able to provide you with an answer to that question. We have to go and do some further work. There were some questions like this given to us by submitters on the proposal that went out to consultation, even though this wasn't one of the issues that was covered by the amendments we proposed. We had a number of questions come in, and Beth, what were we proposing to do in response to those in the report?
So we're exploring how we can apply the current remission to adjust valuations a bit more widely in response to some of those submissions. In terms of the issue that you've raised, which is in relation to general land, at the moment, as you note, it's excluded under the policy. So we would need to look at making an amendment to that policy. And I can see that that there's been proposed a direction to officers to do that work, and if that case we can go ahead and explore that issue. But we'd need to work with Māori on that, because it is quite a change from the definition that we have currently. Our current definition is related to Māori freehold land and a few categories of land that have been transferred into general title but was previously Māori freehold land and is retained in continuous Māori ownership. Expanding it beyond that could significantly change the eligibility, so it's something that we need to explore and consider properly.
So that's what this amendment is asking you to do. So with the agreement of the mover and the seconder, I think this amendment could be easily by way of addition. Councillor Dalton, you happy with that?
Yes.
Councillor Filipaina?
I'm assuming, Chair, there's obviously from Beth and Andrew, there's no issue about that being included in the substantive.
They have to do the work, yes, so they're happy with that. Yeah. Andrew?
I just wanted to check with Beth that because I drafted this, not Beth, and I just wanted to check with Beth that she was comfortable that the resolution allowed us to encompass the scope of matters that will be relevant.
Yes.
The answer is yes. All right. Yep. I have no further questions. Do I have any comments? I will put it to the vote then.
There is a question. There is a question, Desley.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor.
That's all right.
Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I'm able to direct this through you, Madam Chair, to Blair, but I guess to support this is just a couple of questions I have. One is in terms of, obviously we haven't been totally socialised with this, Blair. So is the sale price that a member can sell to another member, is that at market value? right? Or is it a discounted value compared to the general public? That's question number one, just to try and help wrap my head around it. And I guess the other one is, rates are there to support people and housing, providing services to them. So why would the rates for these homeowners be, would it be the same call on council services or less or more? Am I able to get some guidance on that so I can support it?
These are some of the matters. These are some of the matters that we would explore in our advice to assist the councillors in making a decision once they had received that.
If I can respond to Councillor Sayers, the land is not at market value, and generally when it's sold, and it's only sold to members of that tribe. So effectively, you only have a market of around 1,000 members to actually, or a couple of thousand members to sell your license to occupy to. So whereas in a general market, you have 500,000 people to be able to sell your house or your license to occupy, the iwi can only sell to a very defined market. And so the sale of that is often not at market value. I do agree that services to the property should be paid for under rates, but it's the land valuation part that I have a disagreement with because of the small market that you're able to sell to.
I think these are all the questions, as Andrew quite rightly alluded to, that need to come back with a proper full report to finance and also governing body, yeah, or finance and performance. All right, Councillor Sayers.
Sorry, my mic's off. If I could make a comment, Madam Chair.
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much. Look, I really appreciate the answers from the officers, but particularly from the member of the Independent Maori Statutory Board. It's most helpful, and I will be voting in favour. So, thank you for that directness.
Thank you, and thank you, Member Blair. Look, I have no names in the comment bar, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried. Thank you. We have no items of extraordinary business, and it's my very real pleasure to close the meeting at 8:20. We'll have a 2-minute break.
Because we need to change the webcast.
Sorry, we have to have a 10-minute break. We'll try for a 5-minute break, but they've got to change the webcast. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Boy, you'll be able to slide me under the door tomorrow.
insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy, while working in the best interests of our community. Now, my run sheet starts with the very optimistic view, meeting cannot commence prior to 2:30. Add 6 hours to that, and this is where we are. But for those of you, and that means everybody who have been through this before, it should be a reasonably straightforward session. We have debated the issues, and these are to confirm the decisions that have been referred to us by Finance and Performance. So I start with apologies. We have none received, Sandra. Declarations of interest. Is there anyone online or present here that needs to declare an interest? Oh, that's good. Before we go to the rest of the agenda, I'd better get Sandra to do the roll call just to make sure everybody is present.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Kia ora. Councillor Collins.
Present.
Councillor Combe.
Kia ora anō.
Councillor Cooper. Present. Councillor Dalton. Present. Councillor Darby.
Yes.
Councillor Filipina.
Talofa.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Henderson. Yes. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora.
Councillor Mulholland.
Good evening.
Councillor Newman.
Yes, present.
Councillor Sayers. Councillor Sayers. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Present.
Councillor Young.
Kia ora，大家晚上好。
And if we can just check again, Councillor Sayers. Thank you, Your Worship. Back to you.
Thank you. Perhaps somebody could contact Councillor Sayers just to see if there's any problem with him joining. There's no petition section, there's no public input section, there's no local board input section. I've been advised of no extraordinary items, so we come to item 8 on the agenda, which has been referred by the Audit and Risk Committee, the risk management approach to the annual budget.
You better get on the
I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Dalton and Councillor Linda Cooper have moved and seconded. The motion is to note the risk management approach to the annual budget referred from Audit and Risk, and note that the advice from Audit and Risk that this approach is appropriate. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 9, referred from the extraordinary F&P committee meeting, relates to the Te Puna Monga Authority operational plan. I'll ask if Councillor Al Filipina can move this. And Councillor Kathy Casey can second.
Thank you.
That's great. And the recommendation is to agree to the recommendations from the Extraordinary Finance and Performance Committee. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? If
yes.
not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Wayne actually asked for a comment.
Sorry, I missed that.
He asked before any of you said anything.
I agree. He did actually state it.
I'm sorry. Councillor Stewart, can you help me out? What was the comment you were making?
No, I was just saying that before you even said anything, Wayne actually, he said he wanted a comment. And that was before you said anything.
Sorry.
That's honest to God.
Okay. I'm sorry I didn't pick that up. But unfortunately, we've already carried the vote. Can you please...
I voted against, Mr Mayor.
Okay, I'm happy to record your vote against, Councillor Walker.
And mine as well,
That's
Sharon Stewart.
And Councillor Stewart, any other votes against?
Sayers.
Councillor Sayers. Okay, so we'll note those 3 votes in opposition. Item number 10 is the mayoral proposal referred from the Finance and Performance Committee. I'll move that. I'll ask Councillor Simpson to second that. If she hasn't died of hunger. And I will just check to see if there are any questions.
Question for process, please, Your Worship.
Yep,
Councillor Mulholland. Just checking, so it's just transferred from our previous vote straight through to this, is it?
Thank you for raising that. If there's any changes to the noted abstentions or noted votes against, please indicate. Otherwise, I'll simply transfer the vote from the F&P committee to this committee if councillors are happy with that. But if anybody wants,
yes, please.
Yeah, so that'll just be transferred as it appears in the division then, Mr. Mayor, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. That just saves us going through the process all over again.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, so everybody happy with that? Okay, sorry to those online, just a minor distraction to my left here. Okay, if there are no questions, there are no comments, I will put the motion that we're agreeing to the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, but we will transfer the abstentions or votes against from the F&P committee. Item number 11 is the curbside refuse charging policy review. I'm going to ask Councillor Hills to move that, Councillor Coombs to second it, if you're happy with that. Are there any questions? Are there
Can
any
I have
comments?
my vote recorded against, please?
Absolutely, and if that was, I think, recorded against at the F&P committee, so I will transfer those votes against for those people that voted against it at that point. Okay, I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 12 is the other fees and charges referred from the Finance and Performance Committee. Maybe I can ask Councillor Simpson to move, Councillor Henderson to second. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? If not, I will put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 13 is in relation to adoption of rates, remission and postponement policies. Can I ask maybe Deputy Mayor Cashmore to move that and Councillor Collins to second that? Are there any questions? Are there any comments? If not, I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. We then come to consideration of extraordinary business. There is none known. I think just checking that is the end of our business. Thank you very much for attending, everybody. It's been a long day. I don't think we've quite matched Councillor Darby's Finance Committee yet, and I'm not intending to try to challenge that record. So I will declare the meeting closed and wish everybody a good night. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Phil.